And we wait for the 6 sails of Spa to go green here today. Oh, there's a spin. There was a spin. You missed it. Oh, big sail moves through.
Oh, that's a big dive straight down the inside, makes contact. That was very, very risky.
The awesome Spa-Francorchamps, as legendary for its fickle weather as it is for its phenomenal corners. One of the world's most historic racetracks, and it is the venue for round 3 of the virtual Le Mans Series for 2022. Hello everybody, welcome to Spa and welcome to 6 hours of non-stop action. Whatever the weather brings, and you can never really quite be sure, no matter how lovely it seems in the morning at Spa, it's always been a fan favourite and a driver favourite, and today that should be no different. We've got plenty of opportunity for racing action with all of our regular front runners stacked at the front of our LMP and our GTE field, and a couple of very major star names joining their regular teams in a weekend off from their normal racing action. Hello, I'm Martin Haven. Joining me on the broadcast today will be Lewis McGlade and first Chris McCarthy. And Chris, last year's Spa race was an absolute humdinger. Every Spa race is predictably exciting. So 6 hours, this should be really, really entertaining.
Yeah, we were treated to a fantastic cup race yesterday, and I think that was a really good warm-up to what we're going to see today. And I think qualifying showed that it's going to be incredibly close. You know, in the conditions we had about 0.08 of a second at one point between the top 7 teams in the LMP class. So, yeah, it's going to be a close one to call this, isn't it? And that just shows, even round a circuit which takes, you know, just over 2 minutes to get round, that's how close these drivers are separated by.
It is ridiculously close, and all of that is partly the reason that the drivers have come here, because the level is so close, so tight at the top. So if you're brand new to the Le Mans Virtual Series, you need to know what it's all about. Handily, we're going to tell you.
The Le Mans Virtual Series will be run on the R-Factor 2 platform and includes a 40-car field, which will be increased to more than 50 for the series finale. Each race features multi-class racing between Le Mans prototype and GTE cars. There'll be driver changes, dynamic weather and day-to-night transitions. The calendar will begin in the Middle East for the 8 hours of Bahrain at the Bahrain International Circuit before we head to the Temple of Speed for the 4 hours of Monza in October. A visit to the Ardennes Forest in November for the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, and then we go stateside for the 500 miles of Sebring in December to round out the year. The 24-hour Le Mans Virtual will close the season with a January finale. Each team roster comprises of 4 drivers, with 3 being required to participate in each race. Teams must field 1 FIA-graded driver in their lineup in at least one of the events. Each driver will need to meet minimum and maximum driver times, and teams will work to create their own setups to optimise performance and strategy. Full simulation includes fuel usage and tyre wear, so strategy will be the key to success. Mechanical failures such as engine and brake failure can and will play a part, with aero damage caused by collisions affecting the car's performance, but can be repaired in the pit stops. The race director and stewards will oversee on-track action and will apply penalties if necessary. The prize pool is $250,000 across the series, half of which will be separated between the series itself and half will be awarded for the 24 hours finale. It will be split equally between both categories, and the top 10 finishers receive prize money according to their position in the series standings.
So hopefully you've got a better idea of what's going on. This is a combination of virtual world racers and real world racers, including today Formula One world champion Max Verstappen and Romain Grosjean joining their teams on the grid. But it's not just the racing drivers that are real and virtual world, because our race director is, hello Eduardo, in Bahrain, already ready for where we go next week in the real world, which is Bahrain for the World Endurance Championship. He's having a couple of days in the sunshine, but race directing here as well. So we're tying together in this series everything from the real world and the virtual world to try and blend the edges as much as possible. And that goes for the calendar as well. We started in Bahrain. where the World Endurance Championship finishes next weekend. And then last time out, Chris, you know, on this litany of fabulous tracks that we visit, it was Monza. You just can't go wrong with this stuff.
No, it was a fantastic race in Monza, wasn't it? A shorter race as well, a bit more of a sprint in our calendar, 4 hours around there as well. So, yeah, fantastic racing all the way through from start to finish. Yeah, I think, first of all, as we build up to this 6-hour race, we should first of all take a look back at what happened, because it was an absolute cracker.
Monza, the venue for round 2 of the 2022-23 Le Mans Virtual Series. And there was trouble right from the start. A multi-car pile-up in the midfield in LMP. And the Red Bull Porsche, the winner in Bahrain, tagged into the wall. Their race severely compromised before turn 1. A mistake in traffic by Fordzilla spun out the Yas Heat car, triggering another multi-car accident. Poleman Mitchell de Jong lost the lead to his Porsche Coanda teammate Josh Rogers, who'd blocked him in the pit stops. While in GTE, the early leader, the pole-sitting R8G Ferrari, was passed by the 77 Proton Porsche. But before long, the ProDrive Aston Martin and FS Velas Ferrari were battling with Proton for the podium spots. 90 minutes in and the forecast rain arrived, light enough at first to survive on slicks. But soon cars were stopping for wets. R8G's number 18 suffered a torrid race, and the first ever full course yellow triggered a rush for the pits to change tyres. The rain intensified, and even wet weather tyres weren't infallible. Mexico racing team caught out and causing more collateral damage. Coanda Porsche, Team Redline, Alpine and AMG Petronas all looked like they had a shot at the win with 90 minutes to go. Then a second full course yellow forced by Vector's LMP, being stuck on the limiter after a pit stop, reset the field. Jeffrey Rietveld had to fight off the resurgent Nikodym Wisniewski in the AMG Williams car for the lead. Finally, victory going to the number 1 Team Redline crew as R8G celebrated a first ever win for Ferrari in the series, claiming GTE honours. Redline, AMG Williams and Porsche Coanda were the top 3 in LMP. Fourth, enough for Floyd Van Wilburst to hold a 2-point championship lead. R8G, ProDrive Fire and Proton Coanda filled the top 3 in GTE. Oracle Red Bull Racing still holds the championship lead.
So a historic race there in the Le Mans Virtual, and a fantastic day for Ferrari, who of course went and took their first win. But Martin, I mean, looking back at that, a lot went down, didn't it? But yesterday, it wasn't really Ferrari who were dominating at all in qualifying.
No, Ferrari and Aston Martin were sort of 6-10, basically. But there were 2 BMWs at the top of the pile and then 2 Porsches close behind. Now, I'd sort of forgotten half of what happened in Monza there. Forgot the full course yellows.
So did I, actually.
Ferrari winning their first race as well. So there was also... But the rain was a big factor there as well.
Absolutely.
For a long while, it looked like it might not actually be heavy to require wet weather tyres, but then suddenly it did, and so then the whole thing just kind of started to snowball. And it was really hard to try and pick a winner. Again, so much of this, like in the real world, is experience and knowledge of the car, knowledge of the circuit in those conditions as they change and when they change, and how to survive it best. And so, once more, as in the real world, you see the most experienced teams coming to the top of the pile. And I think if we get weather in Spa, and genuinely we don't actually know if it'll rain, and if it does, for how long, and so on. You know, whenever you get a weather forecast here at Spa, you have to treat it as a sort of best guess rather than anything slightly more accurate. So the track itself, whatever the conditions, is always a challenge. This was once a long road circuit. It's now a permanent racetrack, but that doesn't make it any less demanding. Enormous elevation changes. To say that the Kemmel Straight is a steep uphill is really to underline the cardio workout that it is if you're walking around. And for the cars and for the drivers, it's a track of 3 different elements. Sector 1 and Sector 3 are fast, medium to high-speed corners. Sector 2 from Les Combes down to Pif Paf is a really technical element where medium speed and low speed grip is actually really important. So it suits different cars on the different elements. In terms of tyres, well, it's unlikely that anybody is going to be using a soft, Hopefully they won't have too much course for wets, but whatever, it's judging the reaction, it's judging when to go, isn't it? You know, how quickly you go in. We saw that yesterday in Le Mans Virtual Cup race, the leader going in when you thought, oh, is it really wet weather? But in fact, when he got wets on, it was getting wet enough for them to be sensible, and then he really started to pull out an advantage. So it's that old Senna, Schumacher thing, you know, that intuition of when to time it, knowing that you can survive on a slick, or that you need a wet. That's going to be the key.
Yeah, it absolutely is. The teams are going to be trying to judge that all the time. As we said yesterday, it was a dramatic qualifying, a wet qualifying as well. A lot went down. It was incredibly close. Let's take a look back at what happened.
Spa-Francorchamps, as famous for its fickle weather as it is for its awesome corners like Eau Rouge. If you went to Spa and didn't get wet, did you even go? Well, that becomes a rhetorical question for our GTE drivers. After a dry lead-up to qualifying, the heavens opened 30 minutes before the session started. With just 20 minutes and a long lap, that meant 3 single-lap runs. And those who came out on top, best of all, were the BMWs. It was a tight battle between Ibrahim Khan and Kevin Siggy. In the end, Siggy taking pole for Team Redline by 11/100ths of a second. A massed exodus from the pit lane for LMP qualifying, followed by a long wait at the bus stop to get a little bit of wriggle room. Everybody searching for grip. The rain continued to fall, and it looked for a while as though Porsche Coanda had answered the questions best. By the final run on tyres, though, everybody was starting to feel their way a little bit better. Most of our regular expected front runners came in strongly. Mitchell de Jong in the 20 Coanda Porsche looked like he had a front row start going. The final run didn't work out the way he'd hoped, but there was no unseating the man at the top of the pile. In the 23 Porsche Coanda entry, Josh Rogers always looked like he had the option to go for pole position, and his fine laps confirmed his speed in the rain, at least 11/100ths ahead of Team Redline in second. No real surprises in LMP qualifying, but the weather always mixes up A, the grid, and B, the race. And it'll be the same for GTE as well. BMW definitely seemed to have the best of the traction in the rain, but look out for the Porsches, the Astons, and the Ferraris. Come the race, it's going to be a long, tough one.
So that makes it 3 different pole sitters in 3 different races overall now. Porsche taking 2 pole positions, whilst Redline got their 2nd pole of the season in GTE, trying to get back-to-back wins here at Spa. But overall, a really interesting qualifying session there. But BMWs in GTE, I think we'll start with them first. Incredibly dominant, weren't they? They had a real gap over the rest of the field.
They did really, didn't they? And you know, that's all part of maybe how the car makes its speed. You know, it's a bigger chassis than the other cars. It's a front-engine car like the Aston Martins, which are notably quite well up there as well. But balance of performance isn't about making each car exactly the same in each part of the track. It's about, over an entire season, trying to make sure that they get the same lap time at the finish line. How they make it is entirely dependent on what the car is like, how it's set up, and how the driver works. So whether that was experience, whether that was just familiarity with the cars, or just that natural instinct, it does seem a little bit unlikely that it's just driver when you have 2 BMWs so notably quicker.
Yeah.
The only thing, obviously, is that it's unlikely to be wet for all 6 hours, and unlikely to be full wet for all 6 hours. And so that means that, OK, they've got the start line advantage, but, you know, there we go. In LMP, of course, everybody's in the same boat. They've all got the Orica chassis. They all got the Gibson engine. They've all got the same Goodyear tyre. So it's very, very close indeed. And again, the ability of drivers over a 4.5-mile track to be thousandths of a second, not even tenths of a second apart. You can see here, although the track conditions are wet because the platform doesn't allow you to record them looking wet, it is unbelievably close just how tight these two front row cars were.
Yeah, you can see Porsche Coanda, the head car there, Team Redline, the second car. And at this point, Porsche Coanda just with a little bit of advantage, but Team Redline carrying a little bit more speed into Les Combes there, a bit more curve through the left-hander, and it's going to give them a bit of an advantage coming out on the exit, but still absolutely neck and neck as they come down to the hairpin.
And again, this is just how the driver is working the car.
Yeah.
These are the same cars. You know, you might look at this with a BMW and a Porsche and say, well, okay, they're different cars, but this is the same car, literally exactly the same box of toys. And so it's how the driver makes his lap speed that makes the difference. How aggressive you think you can get away with on the curbs, how much you make the car rotate. And it's all, I mean, particularly when it's wet, it's super individual. Nobody else is sharing the car. It's entirely the driver setting the car up for what he wants it to do. And again, you can see the way it's like give and take between the two of them all the way through the lap. They're on very fractionally different lines, and it has a very fractionally different result on their corner exit speed.
Yeah, into Piff Paff there, Redline made a mistake. That dropped them time, but then Porsche Coanda made a mistake of their own shortly after that into Stavolo, and that made them absolutely neck and neck this point as they come up to Blanchimont. So it was down to the chicane to decide pole position, Martin.
So often you see that the bus stop decides the lap time, and it's like 100 metres from the line. You've done 4.5 miles of hard work, and you can throw it all away here. Both of these laps were clinically precise in the bus stop. They kept their speed at the end, and look at this for a drag race. How close is this at the line?
Oh, wow.
That's how close it is. It's the dive plane.
Yeah.
That's the difference between them. The depth of the splitter, which in real life is like 5 or 6 centimetres.
Yeah.
That is what 21 thousandths of a second looks like. And again, I talked about this yesterday. 7 thousandths of a second is how long it takes you to blink your eye. So that's the tiny increments of time that we're talking about.
Yeah, I mean,
you can't blink your eye 3 times in the gap between those two cars.
No, I mean, Porsche, it was through the first part of the bus stop, really. I think they took pole there, didn't they? They just took a tighter line, sacrificed more speed, and on the exit, they had the had that slightly better. But then we're talking about a whole lap here. I'm talking about one corner.
That's right. Well, that's right. It's like the last overrun chase. It's where you've got 3 runs from 2 balls, and you get them on the penultimate ball. Or it's like the final, you know, injury time goal that wins you the Champions League. That's the last blow of a battle that started 12 months earlier or 24 months earlier or whatever it is. And so you're absolutely right. But every single metre of that lap for each of those, for every one of those drivers, is as important as the last one. Because if you blow it at La Source, you've got another 4 miles to go before you can start another attempt, and you haven't got time for that.
Exactly.
Blowing it, I mean, you know, if you blow it at La Source or at the bus stop, either way, it's going to be just as tough. So it's about that relentlessness to keep it right in the margins and to have that accuracy. So, yeah,
it's going to be very close. But now we've got 6 hours, of course, coming up where they're going to decide. And it's going to be side by side going down to La Source. And any one of those two could emerge down the Kemmel. Do you want to be in the lead down the Kemmel Straight? That's the question as well. Sometimes being in second or third is actually the better place to be.
Well, on the last lap, then yes, but on the, or maybe no, I don't know. But on the, you know, from now on, you just take the lead whenever you can get it. I mean, you know, we immediately defer to sort of the North American way of doing it, which is track position above all else. You know, you always want track position. You always want as much fuel in the car as you can to be able to maybe use different strategies. Normally in the Le Mans Virtual Series, being able to strategize differently has been awkward because everybody runs to their full fuel load at maximum pace, or there's a safety car. The full course yellows that happened when we were in Monza, that was the first time in this series that we have seen the ability to change your strategy or to sort of hurry it up actually being taken into account. So whether that happens here at Spa or not remains to be seen.
Yeah. Exactly. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see what happens there. It's going to be an absolutely fantastic stuff, isn't it? So, yeah, it's going to be really, really good stuff, I think, coming up. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see what happens there.
So don't forget that this is one of the stages away to the final round of the series, which will be the Le Mans 24 Hours Virtual, and that will be the first of two 24-hour Le Mans races in 2023, the second of which, of course, will be the centenary of the great race itself. 100 years ago, last week, somebody sat down and decided to come up with a race that would last for 24 hours for motor cars. So that was when it all started, October 2022. And we are now within touching distance of the centenary race. We are seconds away from the start. Formation lap is almost over.
And here comes Verstappen into the lead of the race already. Drogovic respectful to his pseudo teammate, and Max Verstappen leads Le Mans.
In 2020, a crazy idea to run Le Mans during lockdown just opened this huge Pandora's box that has become Le Mans 24 Hours Virtual and the Le Mans Virtual Series, and it just continues to grow and grow and grow. Looking forward to that coming up in January of 2023, and then a short 5-month wait for Le Mans itself. But before we get to all of that, we have today's racing to get underway. The 6 hours here at Spa-Francorchamps.
Oh, Belgique, oh mère chérie, à toi nos cœurs, à toi nos bras, à toi notre sang, patrie, nous le jurons tous, tu vivras, toujours grande et belle, et ton invincible unité aura pour devise immortelle la liberté, aura pour devise immortelle le roi, la loi, la liberté, le roi, la loi, la liberté, le roi, la loi, la liberté.
Round 3 of the Virtual Le Mans Series is about to get underway. Cars are on the grid. The weather is set fair for the moment, at least as we get ready for the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. Let's take a look at our starting lineup. They will be paced away by the 23 Porsche Coanda car of Josh Rogers, with Team Radline's Diogo Pinto starting alongside him on row 1. Row 2, Jenny Simontic and Tom Latier, after a great qualifying run in the rain by the Alpine Esports team together. go, fourth fast, ahead of Max Benecki in the #1 car for Team Redline and AMG Team Petronas Esports Bono House. Next up, Mitchell de Jong in the second of the Porsche Co-Anda cars. Looked like he might have had a shot at pole, but he is on row 4 of the grid. Row 5, RAG, starting with Erhan Yayovski and Petr Briak for Williams Esports. On row 6, we have got more of our LMP2 field with David Mrocek and Nuno Pinto for Nexu Van Wall and Team Fordzilla. Marco Pescic starts for Yas Heat Veloce. They'll be hoping for less collateral damage than last time out. And Darius Andre for Pescarolo. R8G's number 18 car, another one that will be hoping not to be the victim of so many of other people's incidents as they were in Monza. They start on row 8, and on row 9, Rocket Sim Sport and Hannes Racing Team with Thibaut Casubon in the 65 car. For Brabham Esports, Arno Schöneveld starts, and Nakib Aslan in the Axel car, number 21. Still working our way through the P-class field, Vectors, Jan Granqvist and Janos Brasok for Arnage competition, ahead of Andrei Marichak and Luis Diaz for Mexico Racing Team. Our GTE pole sitter Kevin Siggy for BMW Team Redline, but Alan Turchid starts alongside for Team BS competition in another of the Beamers. It's an all Porsche second row. Project One's Moritz Lerner, ahead of Yuri Kasdorp in the Oracle Red Bull racing car, and again they will be hoping to at least exit La Source, pointing the right direction. Mohamed Patel, the third of the BMWs for Mahler, ahead of the best Ferrari, Sim Maranello, starting in 6th in the GTE field, with the D-Station Aston surrounded by Maranello machinery, because they've got one in front, one beside and one behind. ProDrive Fire Sports behind them, and Simsa Esports also on the same row 17 of the grid. On row 18, the best of the Proton Porsches, Charlie Collins in 77 ahead of R8G's Ferrari, Timotej Antonovsky starting that one. Satellite Racing, their Aston Martin, Jimmy Nasula ahead of Rasmus Busk for P1 in their 111 Porsche. And working further down the grid, the 88 car for Proton Co-Anda, another of the 911s, with the Chinese entered in-speed racing machine alongside them on row 20 of the grid. So lots of cars, lots of drivers, and as we have just potentially, I think, possibly flagged up once or twice, Roman Grosjean and Max Verstappen will be joining us as well. So cars heading out on the formation lap, and Chris McCarthy, it is dry overhead, it is dry on the ground, and that means, at least for now, they won't have to make too many difficult tyre choices. So right now, ready to get the race underway, and they'll just have to race until and if something happens with the weather.
Yeah, we can see the guys heading up the hill now. Yellow sidewalls there on the Porsche Co-Anda, so they have gone for the medium tyres, it seems. So we were expecting, myself and Lewis McGlade, who's obviously going to be in throughout the race, talking to the guys. We expect maybe medium tyres and a double stint, around 18 laps we're expecting for stint times in the LMPs. GTEs we expect to go to around 26 laps, and we expect them maybe to use the soft tyre in single stint in this race, but we'll have to wait and see. But as you said, all the guys setting off now, 6 hours of racing coming up. The minimum driver time, by the way, just to clear this up, each driver has to do a minimum of 60 minutes and can do no more than 180. So each driver has to at least do that. And there we have our first look at our pole sitter in GTE.
Kevin Siggy looking as calm and relaxed in the dry as he was. In fact, looks a little busier in the dry.
Yeah, and that looks like the softs on him.
Then he was in the way, yeah.
So that's going to be, looks like he is going to go for the softs and single stint, that one. So yeah, it's we're looking for them to go around 26 laps in this one.
So the field will go round in single file, then form up in 2 by 2 as they start to come up the hill, essentially towards Blanchiment and the bus stop. And a little change in the way the race will be started. The safety car will beetle off towards the pit lane, and it will then be down to Josh Rogers, the LMP pole sitter, to pace the field. When he goes, everybody goes green. That's the way that works. For Kevin Siggy in the BMW, who's pacing the GTE field, he will be told by race director Eduardo Freitas, go, 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 or
right.
green, 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 or whatever. So because it's not quite when you see the lights, that's when you go. That's the way it works out. And well, you can see the BMWs there right up behind the LMP field. Normally, in a real-world race, they would be dropping back a little bit to give themselves some racing room. We don't want to get tangled up behind the P cars immediately. There's the Oracle Red Bull car, Yuri Kasdorp starting that one. Again, their race, I mean, barely started before it had effectively finished in Monza. They got clattered before they even crossed the start-finish line, so it can only be better here, can't it?
Yeah, still championship leaders, but only just ahead of BMW Team Redline, who are only 5.5 points back now, so they have to try and hold on to this advantage. They can see that Redline car ahead, and they'll want to clear up those cars ahead of them as quickly as possible. But this is going to be interesting. Now it's dry to see if GTE is any different today.
Decent track temperature as well, 26 degrees. That's, I mean, you know, in real world November, that would be a lovely autumnal day here at Spa-Francorchamps. So let's see what comes of that. And again, sitting on board, riding in our P class up to the bus stop. And the pace will be set by the man in front, Josh Rogers. So we're with Jurni Simoncic, third on the grid. Let's get ready to go racing here at Spa. When the leader goes, we go. And we go, green flags wave, 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps is underway, round 3 of the 2020 Le Mans Virtual Series. The LMPs come steaming down into turn 1, nobody facing the wrong way, which is great news for everybody. And it is our poleman Josh Rogers who has the lead as they pile on speed down the hill. Can't cross before the start line, so that Porsche jumping out from behind timed it pretty well, I think, but it is still the Redline BMW, and then the BS car in second place. See the green rear of the BMW coming down the hill. Yes, it is still BMW 1. No, it's not. So there's a change there. And up at the top of the hill now, Lecombe, there is your race leader. So Josh Rogers right in front of us. We ride with Jurni Simoncic. So Simoncic has already got past Team Redline's Diogo Punto, who started on the outside the front row. You can see him in the rear view mirrors there. And Chris, 5 hours and 59 minutes to go. We're 1 minute in, and it's all action already.
Yeah, good start for our pole sitters. Porsche Coanda already getting a gap in, and as you can see, Floyd Van Wall, our championship leaders, getting straight up into second place. So they'll want to try and get after the leaders now, Porsche. It looked like we did have a change towards the front in GTE. I think that might have been the Project 1 car who might have slotted up into second place. We'll pick that up in just a bit, though. Let's stay with LMP for now. Here we can see our second place car, Floyd Van Wall Burst, coming now making their way. Let's jump on board with them as we make the run down towards Blanchiment. You can see Porsche Coanda immediately getting a gap out front here, stretching their legs to around a second as we make the run down to the bus stop chicane for the first time, for the first of 6 hours here at Spa.
One outlier, Alpine Esports. 2 outliers, GR Vector as well on the soft tyre now. Right. So it's going to be very interesting now. Everybody else will be looking at what happens with those cars, not on lap 1, not on lap 2, but on lap 8 and 10 and 12 and 14, and towards the end of the stint, whether that soft tyre holds up. And that will educate, possibly, right even up to the end of the in-lap when you're programming what you want into that. And so this is where multi-car teams and teams with 2 or 3 sets of engineers will have a big advantage, because they can really focus on what the option tyre is doing, and clearly almost everybody's gone with a medium.
I think what might happen there is Alpine will want to get out of a busy pit lane, because remember, this is going to be an incredibly busy pit lane. We're using that full endurance pit lane, but let's take a look at this replay first of all.
Well, there's the BMW,
Whoa.
and that's a Project One car. Made a really good start, and wow, dodged a bullet there. Enormous luck for Moritz Lerner. That was some Lerner driving. That was really he was very lucky to get away with that. We saw in the European Le Mans Series race here a couple of months ago, we saw an enormous spin up at the top of Rédillon, where the car was just missed by another coming unsighted up over the brow. Here is the Oracle Red Bull car on the inside of the FS Velas machine. Oh, yeah, nice and close, but the Ferrari hanging on. And in these dry conditions, the Ferrari looking like it might be a bit more of a racy car than it was before.
Yeah, the Mahler car was the one that actually got into second right at the start there. The green-coloured car,
yep.
We can see that one went really well. That's one of the other BMWs, got straight up into second. But Sim Maranello, the top Ferrari, up in third place. Then it's the Porsche, or was the Porsche of Oracle Red Bull. So Ferrari's now running third and fourth, BMWs 1 and 2 as we go back towards the front of the field in LMP, and we look at what is now becoming the alternate strategy for Alpine. They are running the softer tyre. Maybe it's to get out of a busy pit lane. This is what we were told was going to be the more predominant strategy, but it's now become the alternate strategy. So they're going to single stint these stops perhaps and get out of when everyone piles in at the same time.
Well, maybe they're just looking at everybody else going, guys, what are you doing? Have you not read the room? I mean, you know,
we always get told, thing is, me and Lewis always get told the strategies, and then it's the complete opposite.
They just do it for lols, don't they?
Yeah.
But, you know, it's not hot, so maybe the soft tyre will work well. There's the ARC Bratislava car. Where are they at the moment? Sort of 2/3 of the way down the field, just outside the top 18. That was a good start from the Mahler BMW, by the way,
yeah, it really
in GTE. They were 6th on the grid, and as you said, out of La Source, they were already into 2nd place. So clearly they've spent the time since qualifying coating the car in margarine or something so it can slip through tiny gaps.
Yeah, down in P12 in the championship as well. So really outperforming themselves in terms of where they are this season. So a great start to the race for them, but a long way to go in this race, of course. As we look back, this is the 888 car, the winners last time out, trying to make their way up the order after a bad qualifying last time out. The R8G car is going to be side by side now down the Kemmel Straight with Simsa Esports in the orange coloured car there, and to the right hand side of screen that should be the 888 R8G making the move, and does so, and that is a position gain there for R8G. Just having a look who's in that car is Andonovsky in that car.
Well, Simsa qualified 10th, so they're heading in the wrong direction, aren't they? And again, there may have been a little bit of getting caught up with other people at the start. You can see the team BS BMW down in 8th place, having started 2nd. So be interesting to see exactly what happened to that car on the opening lap. Possibly the little bits that we saw on at La Source weren't the entire story. They so rarely are, obviously.
Yeah, I tell you what, ProDrive have made a good start as well. They were P9 in class, and they've got up to 5th, top Aston Martin so far.
And look at D-Station down in 11th. Again, they were in that sort of 6 to 10 group with 3 Ferraris, weren't they? Of whom Sim Maranello and SF Villas have definitely benefited up to 3rd and 4th. And what happened to the Porsches? They were 2nd, they were 3rd and 4th on the grid, weren't they? And suddenly there they are, down in 6th and 7th. So there has been an awful lot going on in the opening lap. On board with Sim Maranello there for a moment, chasing the Mahler BMW, as we get back to the number 8 R8G eSports car in 8th place, with Williams behind and Williams in front. It almost sounds like Formula 1, doesn't it? Well, there is the battle for second. There's Mahler with the 2 Ferraris right behind, and no sign whatsoever of the leader, because after 2 laps, 3.3 seconds clear Kevin Siggy, which not only goes to show how happy he is with Spa, how happy he is with the car, but also what the battle behind him is doing. It's allowing him just to run free and unhindered. You can see him in the distance there, already halfway down the old pit straight into Eau Rouge.
Yeah, 2 seconds clear. Here we can see this is Mahler now. A bit of a battle going on here for second. A bit of a queue forming behind, isn't it? These Ferraris ready to get past, and the first of them is going to be Sim Maranello down the Kemmel Straight. Pulls to the outside, and and it's going to be a drag race now down towards Les Combes, and that should be move complete for Sim Marinello.
Well, I don't know. See, the problem is who's got the better top speed. Now, we know that Ferrari has been extremely quick in the speed traps, no matter what the Ferrari teams tell us. They do get great speed trap numbers. That's not all of your lap time, but again, you can see Mohamed Patel there in the middle of a three-way sandwich. He's having to defend in both mirrors, and that's not easy. And again, you see there, Christian Malguera, who we're looking back from mid-corner to exit, slower than the BMW. So different cars make their speed in different ways. Into a corner, through a corner, out of a corner, short straights, long straights, slow corners, high-speed corners, mid-speed corners. They all make their speed in a different way. What will be telling is if the car in second now, if Christian Malguera in that white and black Ferrari, if he can start to creep away from the Mahler BMW in third, then again, Mohamed Patel is just going to have to fight a rearguard action against the long queue behind him. So if he is going to be a stopper in the bottle, then so be it. You know, they will have set their car up to be as absolutely perfect as they can. They may need to look at those settings and make some adjustments when they get into the pit stops. The problem there, of course, Chris, is making adjustments costs time. Yep. It might gain you time, but you've got to invest that time in the pit lane to start with.
Yeah, I tell you what, Proton could be the ones to watch in this battle because they've come flying up the order. They started down to P11 out of these GTs. Whoa, SF Velas losing the rear end there. They catch the car. They're going to slot in behind Oracle Red Bull, so they're going to slot in back in P7. So from 4th to 7, just like that in one corner. And I don't think they were help round either. That might have just been a mistake.
It didn't look like contact. I don't think the ProDrive. We were on board with the ProDrive car as it happened, and you didn't see that sort of shock of the shunt from the Ferrari. You also saw right behind Satellite, the red, white, and blue, or the white, red, and blue, the IMSA Nissan liveried Aston Martin. That car getting ahead of BS in the BMW. So our second-placed qualifier is now down in 9th place.
Wow. Yeah, a really bad start for BMW BS plus competition.
Well, and even if they'd lost, you know, most of those places on lap 1, they've just been passed again, and they've been passed by D stations. So there is definitely something going on there. Now, what's the difference between BS and Redline? Because there was 21 thousandths of a second difference in qualifying, and now there's 8.6 seconds difference after, what, 4 laps. That's 2 seconds a lap. Even if some of that is down to one big loss from an incident that we didn't see in the opening lap, he's still losing ground to everyone around him.
And Alan Terzic is in the car.
He's down to 12th now. He's just been passed by P1 and R8G.
I mean, he was one of the drivers who actually jumped in qualifying. It was, as Lewis pointed out, well, perhaps our first ever driver swap in a qualifying session. So Alan Terzic jumped in. So it wasn't like he, you know, we didn't see him yesterday. He was one of the drivers that helped put that car where it is on the front row. Now we've got under investigation 51.
That's the 51 Ferrari. So that's
888 to the wall. Okay.
Well, that's. So we talked about R8G and the travails that they've had. The R8G Ferrari eased into the wall, and that may well have been again on the opening lap somewhere that we didn't necessarily see. Well, here is the Mahler BMW under pressure again.
Down the inside.
Such an unusual colour, that Aston Martin ProDrive Fire. Oh, and look at the Proton 77 car trying to get in on the action as well.
It's going to make a move here, aren't they? I think they're about to throw it down the inside at La Source. They've been waiting too long now.
Well, you just need to cover off the inside, because basically then the guy on the outside can't turn in across your nose. It's a full, almost handbrake turn there. If you're part way alongside, he cannot risk it. That's all you need to do. You don't need to outbrake him. You just need to be there and then force him to make the choice. And the choice is always a no-brainer. You have to concede the corner. And again, the Mahler car, Mohamed Patel there in that white car with the green rear end, under pressure now for 3rd place, for 4th place rather, because ProDrive we're looking back from, and a little bit of contact with the Proton Coanda car that just goes around the outside at Les Combes.
Yeah, good move there from Proton. There he goes through. BMW red line out front have a 5-second lead over Sim Marinello, and then it's a further 1.2 back to ProDrive, who are absolutely flying. They did put in a really good performance back at Monza, and they're doing similar things in the first stint of this race. But a great start to the race so far. Plenty of overtaking, and there's going to be potentially another one here.
Yeah, SF Velas need to really mind their P's and Q's, because how far are we?
We've had a warning for them, yeah.
We're 14 minutes into 6 hours. Eduardo has already noticed you twice. Can I just point out that's twice too many in 14 minutes, because that's going to make the remaining 6 hours very long indeed. So they properly need to just calm down a little. Out front, Porsche co-ander from Van Wall by 3.5 seconds. Josh Rogers over Jenny Simoncic. Diogo Pinto got past in the first corner, but is hanging on there in third place. And Tom Lartilleur in that 36 car, the Alpine Esports car, in fourth place. Last time around, 2 minutes 0.57. That was their best lap on a soft tyre and a 1:59.9. Only one car has been sub 2 minutes in LMP, and that is Josh Rogers. So what's the current Alpine Esports? 12. Come on now, that's elapsed time. Let's get the last lap. There we go. Get the timing to
whilst you're doing that.
2 minutes 1.1. So actually, not as quick as any other car in the top 8.
So these, the softer tyre isn't really doing anything for them.
No.
It's keeping them there.
It may not be living its best life. Leaders are in traffic. Here they are. There is the battle for second. Jenny Simoncic and Diogo Pinto right behind him. And we ride on board with Diogo Pinto in that Team Redline car. And look, coming up, slingshotting up the hill behind, Tom Lartilleur. You can see the little green arrow pointing at him as we look in front. Oh, having to dive through these GT battles. And this is where the real world drivers really earn their money as well. So too do the virtual world drivers. Knowing who you think you can trust and who you possibly aren't sure you can, and deciding if the gap is going to be there when you get to where it's potentially closing. And that's the big difference. Again, you see, carving through traffic, it's a little bit like leapfrogging your way up a queue of cars on the motorway. You've just got to know where the next gap is going to open up for you.
Yeah, and you can see there, Red Bull just left them enough room on the inside.
However, losing out as a result, the Red Bull Porsche now suddenly under real pressure from the 51 Ferrari that throws it down the inside as they come into Piff Paff, or Haute Fagnes, as we should theoretically call it these days. I'm afraid I'm a bit of an old fellow when it comes to that, but the battle for second. Again, so often it is a quicker car coming by, putting your rival offline, that makes a difference in a GT battle. There again, Proton Firer. Okay, that was okay for them. They were already drifting out from the apex, and that allowed the LMP cars some room to go through. But again, when you're being chased like Jenny Simoncic is, you've got to make the moves. You've got to make it happen. In fact, this is Diogo Pinto now with Tom Lartilleur in the Alpine, the blue car, all over the back of him. Jenny Simoncic has got away, and Diogo Pinto there getting held up a little in traffic, and that's allowed the Alpine to come from sort of 1.5 seconds back to suddenly right on him.
Yeah, and that move was made. You can see Red Bull there, no longer with the SF Velas car around them, because they have got through. And look at all this traffic around the Red Bull, and it's just allowing that SF Velas car to get away. But that same amount of traffic is now going to catch the Ferrari.
And the real problem is it doesn't catch him necessarily in the same place. So the Ferrari's already, again, look at here at the Aston Martin behind the Porsche, already through Eau Rouge and building up your own speed up the straight. Now you're just getting a little bit of a tow from all these LMP cars as they come by. And in the Red Bull, the Oracle Red Bull Porsche, you've just got to go, you've just got to let it go. You can't just be going, oh, again, because this is 6 hours. It will be swings and roundabouts. You will have better brakes in traffic to make up for the really shocking lap you've just suffered. But look at the distance now. Barely 2 car lengths behind the Ferrari, who has also been held up and has now it's come back to you. So that's the thing about long distance racing. It is a long game. You've just got to let it come to you.
Yeah, here we're on board with Satellite. They're going to be the next one to get a move done potentially on Oracle Red Bull Racing. On board with them through Pouon now. Let's see, you can see the SFLS car up on the road. Now all that traffic is cleared, they can actually see where they are again in terms of everyone else.
And you can also see the green rear end of the Marla BMW.
Yeah,
so the Marla car is fifth.
Look at
so
that.
5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. Oh,
that was a great example, wasn't it, of traffic. Yellow flag is out there as well, so I don't know what's happened there.
Well, somebody's had a little bit of contact just in front.
Well, Sim Maranello just dropped a place to Pro Drive.
So they may well have had a little gravel trappy excursion.
That did scare me slightly.
And then here comes the Aston for Satellite. And its similarity, we gather, to Paul Newman era Z cars in IMSA racing is no accident. The other inspiration was the RML MG Lolas that Mike Newton campaigned over the years. You can see a lot of both liveries in that. So here we go with Satellite. This is for 7th place. Jimmy Nisula all over Yuri Kasdorp, and there's the Ferrari in front. Very slow out of the bus stop. They're both going to get by the Sim Maranello car. Yeah, come on, stick your nose in. You're there, you're there, you're there. Yes, he's on the outside. Now, look for the Red Bull car. The Red Bull car drifted out a little wide as well. The Red Bull Porsche just trying to take a bit too much from the Marla BMW, and as a result, too deep into La Source, couldn't get on the gas, and so it now, again, has that Aston Martin right behind. So, again, looking from the satellite viewpoint, yes, this all worked well on the outside. That's fine. I've got the slingshot. Here we go. You're getting a side draft as well. Imagine these cars are like speedboats. You can see where the weight comes out on a boat. You don't see it in a car, but it works exactly the same. So that last lap, everything just dropped nicely into place for the Satellite Aston Martin. That really worked well, and he really capitalised on it. He really took advantage, Jimmy Nisula, and he's just sitting there going, yes, 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 come on, baby, come on, baby. And you know, when you have a lap like that where the traffic breaks for you, it just really gives you inspiration. And similarly for the driver in the Red Bull Porsche, you know, you're just going, Yuri Kasdorp just going, oh, okay, come on, stop, guys, now. But you've just got to refocus, reset, put it out of your mind, just go again. Here we go, we've got this.
I'm afraid to say Sim Maranello appear to be in some sort of trouble because they were running in 3rd and they are tumbling down the order incredibly quickly.
Can I just point out they're still ahead of BMW
They've gone to 11th. We're about to, I think, find out exactly what happened to them now. They've picked up some damage potentially. Ooh. Let's find out what happened to them.
Well, that's the 18R8G car in the middle of all of that. And a very hard impact.
And that's the car we saw in the pit lane as well, the accident car. So well, there we go, and that's what can also happen in traffic. You talked about the swings and roundabouts, so you had the Satellite, how you can get that extra motivation from traffic, but it can also go very, very badly there.
I mean, some real impatience there being shown by the LMP drivers, I'm afraid. There's not one of those 3 of them actually came out of that with any kind of degree of honour. And they will argue differently, but you can't ignore the fact that there is a slower car in the way. They managed to get out of it, apart from Nabil Aslan. We had also another pit visitor, 101, the GR Vector Esports car. And again, you come in the Formula 1 pit lane, come all the way round and then all the way down the heritage pits, the old pit lane, before you come back out onto track. So any pit stop is a very, very long one here.
Well, speaking of, we were told, myself and Lewis were told that a drive-through will take around 61 seconds.
And feel like 2.5 weeks.
Yeah, and full fuel and tyres will take around 1 minute and 54. So, yeah, you don't want to get a drive-through here, basically. You're going to lose a lot of time. And you don't want to do an extra pit stop either. You don't want to misjudge your fuel.
So why was Adam Maguire in the pits?
Was he one of those 3 cars?
That was 101, GR Vector. Oh, no, was it? No, he was. I don't think he was. I thought it was 18 in the middle, and was he on the outside, on the Ferrari drivers right?
Axel were in the pits, they were involved.
Yeah, well, we saw them hitting the wall hard.
Sim Maranello are in the pits.
Yeah.
And I think they must have been the other 2 in the second car in that sandwich. Because we had another car that went in the gravel, and I think that was it.
May well have been. So back with GT, Kevin Siggy now leading by 5.4 seconds. Not much wrong with his car. Last time round for him, 2:16.8. Charlie Collins, second in the 77 Proton Coanda car, 2:15.5. And Lasse Sorensen in the Pro Drive Fire Esports car 2:16.2. So only one car in the 15s, and that's Charlie Collins in second place, car number 77, as we look down on the 111. So that is our 10th place car right now in GTE. And again, back with 89 and 11.
BS Plus competition under investigation. That's for contacts with the number 11 car, which is Project 1. That wasn't the instant we had right at the start, was it? Where we had a car spinning up the hill?
No, we didn't see that, did we?
We saw the 11 spin going up the hill.
Oh, yes, it was. So that was already on, on the opening lap. No, you're right. Okay.
Possibly.
Yep. So stewards will look at that.
So maybe BS Plus competition are carrying us quite a bit of damage there.
Yeah, and that's
they're just going to limp round until and sort that out when they get to the pit stop.
Yes, and if it was a shorter pit lane, then like Monza,
come in.
Yeah, 30 seconds rather than 60 seconds. 60 seconds here is half a lap.
Yeah.
And so
it's too long.
Yeah, 30 seconds at Monza is not even a third of a lap. So it makes a big difference. On board in third place with Team Redline. And it was being adjudged a racing incident.
Didn't quite see a car was on the inside.
111 and 888 R8G and P1. P1 squeezing through. Ooh. That's the Vector car behind, trying to get through the gap. Adam Maguire, fresh out of the pit lane last time round. And he was probably very wary about that. Just imagining all sorts of things going wrong, and they very nearly did. But he's now cutting his way back through this field.
I think there's going to be a lot of that so far in this race. Fantastic stuff so far. There's been some really good racing here. We return to the second of the Team Redline cars, which is come up to third place now.
Look how calm everything looks when you're on the Kemmel Straight. You're going like a bat out of hell up this steep cliff wall, and then into the braking area. Suddenly it all gets very busy for a moment. At the end, as you hit the brakes there, you exit timing sector 1, and then you go through Les Combes, down here through Bruxelles, down through the Jackie X curve and so on. It's all busy, constantly moving. You can see the hands moving all the time, up and down the gearbox, on and off the brakes and throttle. This is the different middle element of Spa-Francorchamps. This is the new bit of track. I mean, relatively new compared to the old road circuit that used to exist before, that they raced on in the 30s, the 50s, the 60s, into the 70s. When they shut Spa and remodeled it, a lot of the old drivers were, throwing their hands up and going, where is it? Well, it's not as lethal as the old road circuit was. And if you find yourself in Spa-Francorchamps one day, then drive around down past the farmhouse in the Master Kink, and imagine doing it at 170 miles an hour in the rain in some 1960s, death trap with fuel tanks underneath you, beside you, and in both your armpits, and you gain a whole different level of respect. Particularly when you remember that the runoff areas were trees and barbed wire fences separating you from the cattle. It was a very different place, but you have to say that like Le Mans, the spirit of Spa very much remains alive in this place. A lot of this grid, Nuvolari, Fangio, Moss, Senna, Schumacher, whatever your era of hero is, or whatever names you can conjure up, they've all sat there and looked at that view down into Eau Rouge and thought twice about what they're doing with their lives.
Braced themselves.
Particularly if the weather wasn't looking very clever. And there's and still the reward. It's that risk and reward thing that motor racing that so many sports are all about. And when it goes right, when you get one corner right on a lap, or you get one lap right in a race, it's just the greatest thing. Now then, more triples. We've just seen 111 go by 888. Now he's having a go at 777.
So this is D station now. He's trying to get past this. Your battle for 8th place, and we're going to go 3 wide. Why not? And there's 2 places gained straight away.
Well, RHG wasn't in that battle as they came through Campus and Curve Paul Frere, and as a result had a much freer run up the hill, then got a double toe from the cars in front. Whoosh! You see it so often on the Kemmel Straight. It's not so often that you see it there coming up through Stavelot and up through Blanchimont, but yeah, brilliant job. I mean, and again, reacting to what's presented to you. Timotei Andonovski doing a great job with that.
Yeah, brilliant driving. Right place at the right time as well. There we see the BS Plus competition car as well at the back of this queue. We haven't seen much of it since, and then the Project 1 car, which had a spin. So this would be the start of a recovery for Project 1 if they can get involved in this, since they had that spin.
Now, was that not, those were not the 2 cars that were involved in that incident at Rédion, weren't they? With the Project 1 car was across the nose of the BS car, wasn't it?
I thought that was the one that, was that the one that spun up the hill?
Yeah, no, it was So it was 89 that was being investigated, and then they decided no, it was a lap 1 racing incident, and so there you go. So I think those were the 2 cars who were involved there, and so as a result, again, Marcus Lohner might well have, you know, horrid tyres or some vibration or some aero damage, and you don't need much aero damage in a field this tight for it to be having an effect, for it not necessarily to be visible from the cameras, but I'm sure the drivers could give us chapter and verse if we got on and went, oh mate, it's a disaster, it won't turn left, it's far too eager to turn right, and, you know, all of those sorts of things. It doesn't, you know, something like steering being disarranged on a real racing car, it doesn't show, but it probably feels absolutely awful. And again, look at the different tyre choices here. RHG going with the medium and P1 Esport going with the soft. So they've obviously slightly different cars, used their tyres in slightly different ways, but they've both come up with, the 2 teams have come up with a different way of attacking this track from the start of the race.
I think we've just had a change for 4th as well. I think Porsche have got past Alpine, and they've just set a purple 2nd sector as well. So Porsche are getting after 2nd place here. Next ahead of them is going to be Team Redline. So Mitchell de Jong, because we are approaching pit stops, but before that we'll remind ourselves of what happened about 30 minutes ago, Martin.
Right, let's take a look at the start of the race. So I mean, it was very busy in the prototype field. They all just about got through, but it was the line around the outside from Jenny Simoncic that really grabbed him 2nd place. It is I mean, this is risky. This is quite high risk, because if anything goes wrong on the inside, we all know who's going off wide, don't we, and into the tyres. But he carried it through well and stuck with Josh Rogers around the outside. Now, the Mahler car, we didn't see by the time we caught up with them at Eau Rouge.
This is it. There we go.
Yeah, so it was the BS car. So those were the 2 involved, and that's what delayed them so much, because everybody else just went steaming by.
Everyone did a good job to avoid that. This is going to be a good view of it, isn't it?
Yeah. Luck or judgment? I'm not saying judgment.
Blind, look.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah. That's just a flinch reaction. And actually, with the 77 Proton car, was lucky that already the car on his outside had already gone out wide, and because otherwise he would have flinched right into them. And, you know, that's how so many of these accidents
That's one of those places
multiply.
where you want to be starting further back, because you could gain 5-6 places as everyone else slams on the anchors.
No.
You know, it's
further back you are, the more deep you are buried in the first lap accident.
Like in that incident there, the Proton car came out very well out of that game. About 4 or 5 places.
And again, you know, that is just absolute random luck of the draw. It's how you flinch and where you flinch, and also just where the moving car comes to.
Here we go then. So 3rd in queue is the Porsche car, who has just got through to 4th and was setting some of the fastest sectors, and that's given Redline the hurry up, and Van will burst, and now going to be under a huge amount of pressure coming up towards Blanchimont here, and they've got traffic to deal with at the same time as well. So 3 abreast coming up to the left. Fantastic stuff. Are we going to see a move here?
We definitely need to get to
there we go. Sells the dummy down the inside. Contact.
Misjudged it completely. Made contact there. At the end of lap 16, they both survived, and Team Redline do pick up a spot, but there was just that bit of contact. He cut back behind the number 4 Van Wilbur's car, but not behind him. He actually clipped him on the way through, and Mitchell de Jong moved up to 3rd. Yeah.
That could have been a lot worse.
Yep.
A lot worse.
Yeah, Jenny Simoncic will still have just, you know, the car will have been taken out of his control there. So, you know, how you survive that is you just have to put it behind you and get on with it. And here comes Mitchell de Jong. He's got the tow from the Team Redline car in front, but he's got nowhere to go. He needed to go by earlier. Now he can go up the inside, but Redline have the apex of the second element, and now you can just basically block all the way down here through Bruxelles, except if you get held up behind the Aston, and he gets the view down the inside. Around the outside goes Mitchell de Jong, can't get it done, and as they drift out wide, here comes the Alpine, because the Alpine has also got by the number 4 Van Wall car.
And it's under investigation straight away. Just popped up on top of the screen. You would have seen
the Team Redline.
2 and 4 are under that incident. Is under investigation.
Yeah, well, any time you make contact with another car, the stewards are duty bound to look at it, whether it was clearly not your fault or not somebody else's fault. They just have to look at it, and that's the way these things work, because some of them are cut and dried and some of them are much less so. But Redline currently in 2nd, Porsche Coanda right behind in 3rd. What's the gap to the leader? 11.1 seconds. I mean, Josh Rogers.
That's doubled in about 4 or 5 laps. Here we go.
Well, you can see why, can't you? And here comes Mitchell de Jong, the white and black car. Always makes me think of Two-Face in the Batman comics, that livery. And he's got where he needs to be on the inside at the bus stop. And he's going to squeeze his rival onto the curb. Now, that's really clever. He just eased over there, knowing that the Redline car would be there. But that sausage curb on the inside meant that he couldn't cut the corner. That's really good work from Mitchell de Jong. There's Josh Rogers in the inset, our race leader, looking very comfortable out front. And Mitchell de Jong in 2nd place.
Downhill they come once more. Now, I think in the next lap or 2, we're going to see these guys piling in for the first pit stop in LMP. We were told 18 laps, 17 now done, so we should expect them in the next 2 laps, I'd say. Are we going to see Redline fight back after that now? But Porsche looking very good after that move. And Mitchell de Jong doing a fantastic job there.
Okay, now let's bear
So that's Josh Rogers in the pit lane, isn't it? So we've just seen 23 come in.
Yep.
So that's why we didn't see him. I wondered why he was
looking down. Yeah, he was looking down.
So there we go. So first pit stop underway.
Okay, so having learned the lesson from last time, Mitchell de Jong is not going to allow himself to be pitted at the same time as Josh Rogers, is he? Or is he? All sorts of carnage. That's Rocket. Watch this. This is R8G and Rocket. So Rocket just move up now to 13th place ahead of R8G.
So we had Porsche, Coanda, Pescarolo, Fordzilla, Brabham, Mexico. So a good few teams came in there, and I think the rest will be in on this lap. But look at that. You can see 6 places gained for that number 20 Porsche Coanda car.
Well, and again, you know, that sort of puts him where he looked like he was going to end up at the beginning of qualifying. I think the last run for Mitchell de Jong was not where he needed it or where he expected or wanted it to be. He just didn't seem to have the pace on the final run that everybody else did, and that he had on, you know, again, we're talking hundreds of a second, but he was definitely looking like a front row starter on the first and probably on the second run in qualifying as well. So he's now our race leader and comes into the pits, followed by Redline and Alpine. Be interesting now to see where Alpine end up, because they, don't forget, had the soft tyre.
Exactly.
Now, is everybody going to double stint, or are they going to change their hard tyres? Rocket Esports come in as well. Saw that. So Mitchell de Jong is in, Tom Lartila, Panis are in, Redline are in, Rocket, ARC Bratislava, Arnage are in. And pit callers last time round were Porsche Coanda 23, Pescarolo, Fordzilla, Brabham, Mexico, and GR Vector's 86 car. So in GTE, Kevin Siggy's lead is now 11 seconds. That's not bad, is it? That's not bad at all.
Here we see them making their way around.
Yep. So you go all the way down the Formula 1 pit lane to La Source, and instead of rejoining there, you come down this Heritage pit lane, because of course we've got more than 20 cars. In fact, we've got 2 times more than 20 cars. Driver changes, not yet notified. Don't think anybody's changed. Jenny Simoncic leads from Bono House and Erhan Yajovski at the moment. They've yet to stop. Max Benecki yet to stop as well.
So they're stretching this run very well, actually.
Yeah.
Has to be said.
But none of them were in the top 10. Oh no, the number 4 was, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, and Team Petronas were as well. They were running up at about 5th or 6th place.
Well, before anybody stopped, in which case that is good running.
So here they come now into the pits.
Yeah, so the remaining you just can't keep going on forever. It is like the real world. The virtual world is that fuel only has a certain life.
So we'll expect they'll just take fuel, keep these medium tyres on, and go straight back out.
Okay, so interesting to see where Alpine end up relative to the cars that were around them, and that will then, in fact, you talk amongst yourselves. Can we figure out how to interrogate the screen to see if Alpine had a long stop?
That's the number 21 we're seeing. A disconnection, unfortunately, we believe, therefore, Axel. So a bad day gets even worse.
Yes, they're plunging down the order suddenly, aren't they?
Yeah, they've already been in the wall once.
Yeah.
And now it's just got a little bit worse for them. I'll be interested to see where that number 20 Porsche comes out, because they were really charging on that in lap, pushing very, very hard, doing some purple sectors just before they made those moves as well. So this is going to be intriguing. Here we go. This is where we're picking up Josh Rogers.
Yeah, so we should have Josh Rogers ahead of Mitchell de Jong.
Yes,
that
10
should
seconds.
be the way they are.
Yeah, the gap's 10 seconds between those two. So where does Simoncic come out then in all this?
Again, Jenny Simoncic and all the rest behind him were all still in the pit lane. He was in the top 4, wasn't he, when we started seeing cars peel into the pits. But he's nowhere near Josh Rogers at the moment.
Here we go.
Oh,
look at that. Now, Redline's lost two spaces there, one to Petronas, and they've lost one to R8G. That's the 1 car, isn't it? No, that's the 1 car. The 2 car got out ahead. So easy to get those two mixed
that's
up.
Max Benecki behind Erhan Yajovski.
So that's how it was before.
Yeah.
So no huge changes that I can see straight away there. The gap was around 11 seconds and it stayed around that. 111, which is P1, are under investigation for excessive blocking.
Right, so where's Alpine gone? Down to 15th place. And they were 4th when they came in.
Now, of course, they had the soft tyre on, so they would have been in the pits longer.
And that seems to have been a massive net loss for them. That soft tyre gamble really... They held their speed all the way through. It didn't go away compared to the hard, but they weren't able to double stint it.
They're on the softs again, are they? Is that them there? Yes, it is. Making their way down. Let's see, the white sidewall is the soft, and they're back on it.
Looks like it, doesn't it? Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I'm not seeing how that sounds like a good idea to me, because you've gone from top 5 to bottom of the top 15
straight away.
Yep. And if you lose another 10 places in the next pit stop, well, you can't lose another 10 places because there's only 23 running cars in the class, but suddenly in 2 pit stops you go from being contender to also ran.
No, I mean, unless they're going to make up loads of pace now, I don't know it. Now these we've got to remember everyone else is double stinting, so their tyres are really going to start to fall away.
Well, but they absolutely have to, I mean, catastrophically fall off a cliff halfway through the stint. Otherwise, Alpine are absolutely on a hiding to nothing.
Alpine have got to really push. They're going to be they're on new soft tyres.
Yeah.
Everyone else is on old medium tyres.
Yeah.
So let's, and there we go. Last time round, Tom Lartalou did the fastest lap of the race, 1:59.575.
Yeah.
So I guess the approach is just push as hard as possible. We were told that single stinting soft tyres would be the more likely option, but it seems the alternative strategy is where everyone else has gone to double stint medium tyres. But so this is going to be quite intriguing, actually, because the gaps between teams, albeit the two leaders, are not actually that big. And last time round, Tom Lartalou did a 1:59. It will be this time round where we get a real idea, but Team Redline in the 2 did a 2:01, so they were 2 seconds faster.
Are we going to see the same here in GTE as well? Look, we're on board with Jimmy Nasula. He's on mediums, and he's
so I'm quite intrigued to see what happens here.
Okay, they've sort of gone up the order a little bit and then slipped back a fraction behind Yuri Kasdorp. So much of that, though, is interference from other cars that are not GTE rivals, sort of messing up your battle. So it's going to be interesting, you know, if the Aston double stints and the others don't, then again, you know, he gains 30 seconds.
No.
Or you know, 15 or 20, whatever. Okay, here's the maths for Alpine. Half a second a lap quicker on that first flying lap than the best lap that anybody has produced, and that was Josh Rogers. So the only car at the moment in the 1:59s, and comfortably in the 1:59s, but 35 seconds behind, or 30 seconds behind. It's now 20 and a half, so
18 lap stint.
Yeah, he's got to make up a second a lap on the leaders, and yet when the tyre is at its very best, he's made up 1:59.5 compared to 2:02. Yeah, so at its very best, he's made up 3 seconds. What is going to make the difference, and why it wouldn't have worked in the first stint, is in the second stint, the cars are further spread out.
Exactly.
The LMP cars are further spread out, so he's not trying to pass 2 or 3 at a time, but he has to use that advantage for every single lap. So basically now they've committed to qualifying laps on the soft.
Yeah, precisely. And I like it. It's going to be, it's almost keeping one eye on Alpine and then watching the live pictures.
The question is that a race-long strategy that you can maintain? Can you do quali laps for 6 hours?
Yeah, and then, yeah.
You know, we're not all Max Verstappen. I mean, there's that social media thing from Mexico last week with just relentless metronomic precision. Max, you know, 142, 142, 142, 142, 142, 142 for the entire race pretty much.
You have to emerge ahead of where you were before for it to have been worth it. So if they come back and they were at the same place they were last time, then you ask yourself...
Well, then you might change your strategy, but, you know, again...
So I guess they're going to see how it works in this one, and then if they get back to where they were, they can go, it's not working, let's go mediums and double.
Nothing ventured, nothing gained. You know, if you try something, and you know, God loves a trier, but, you know, in motorsport, you always love somebody who tries something a little bit left field. Sometimes it works, sometimes you're the hero, sometimes you're the zero, but, you know, you've got the option in an endurance race to make those changes, and the Ferrari didn't really... You know, I know,
look at that.
I know you've got your own battle, but, you know, somebody in race control, I think, is probably going to have a subtle word with Timothy Andonovski's RAG crew and go, listen, guys, share the racetrack. You know, there's a battle coming up behind you.
This is a big battle, this, isn't it?
It is a big battle, 3 wide, and, you know, your Ferrari is the one that's going to get turfed off if it all goes wrong.
There we go. There's Williams going through. AMG Williams go past. And thankfully, we're not side by side all the way up. And that's a change for 7th.
Number 5 Williams car right behind as well, and steaming up the hill again, getting a double toe from the cars in front. Looking to pop out, just not quite close enough. And there's the frustration. Oh, BS in the pit lane.
Drive-through penalty.
Aha.
Causing D station to spin.
Okay.
Now, I don't know if, did we see that? I don't think we did.
I don't think we did either.
BS Plus competition have been in trouble once so far in this race and got away with it. And this time they've been given a 61-second drive-through penalty.
Well, it's a 61-second penalty or a drive-through. A drive-through is a drive-through, so it'll take them a minute to perform it. So yeah, that's a big hit. Again, you know,
it's because it's at Spa. That's why, you know, any other words, it could take 30 seconds, like you said.
Drops you half a lap behind everybody, which is a real pain. Battle for 7th as we go by the Mahler BMW again. Riding on board with Max Benecki, and again, they're not alone, are they? Is that's 444 coming up from behind?
I tell you what, we're going to see Alpine in this battle along the way now as well. Yeah. They are going to be in the distance very shortly. They've just gone past Brabham for 13th, and they're about 3 seconds away from this battle. Well, 3 or 4 seconds.
Davin Rocek right with them as well in 444. He's about a second away, and behind him is number 16, the Pescarolo car, then Fordzilla, and then Alpine. So this is all going to concertina up because they're not,
massively.
You know, as they work their way through the front runners in GTE, they're not keeping their speed up, and so the quicker cars behind, if they get a break in traffic, or the cars behind, if they get a break in traffic, will be quick. And you can see 444 now right with the number 5 Williams car. So as AMG Williams start to creep away, Redline, Williams, and then the 444 next view, Van Wall right behind.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens there. I can see as well, we haven't talked about GTE in a while, Satellite trying to line up a move on Oracle Red Bull Racing as well. They're still scrapping away with each other over 6th place in that one, but we're now looking back. We can see from Redline, you can see that Williams car. Then it's the Van Wall Burst car, the 444 car, and then, as you said, Pescarolo on next along after that. And then a hard-charging Alpine is fast approaching Fordzilla. There's only half a second between Alpine and Fordzilla. We might even see them, no, not quite, but they're going to be with us, I'd say, in a couple of laps.
Yeah, they're about 5 seconds behind this battle, though, so it's going to take a long while for them to catch. But again, look at the way that the balance of power has changed, because the AMG Williams car suddenly has Team Redline right behind. Where's the number 5 car? Well, it's, you know, a second back now, purely because the way the traffic has fallen.
Yeah.
So Max Benecki is now the hunter instead of being the hunted. But again, if you catch the wrong car in the wrong place, or have a little abortive lunge on the AMG Williams car, then suddenly you're right back to fending off the number 5. Right now, number 5 has got his hands full of 444, so Davin Rocek in 444 is the man on the attack, and Max Benecki, instead of clinging on to 8th place, is now actively looking to snatch 7th.
There we see the 444 and the other Van Wall Burst car, the number 4.
And there's Fordzilla behind, and Brabham. So Fordzilla and Brabham just starting to close in behind them as well.
Yeah, and Alpine have gone past Fordzilla as well.
Oh, have they?
So
okay.
yes, they're up to 12th place. And here we go. So this is a replay coming up.
Okay.
This is BS Plus competition. This is what they got the drive-through for, Martin.
At the bus stop, is he going to cut back underneath? Yes, he is. Well, I don't know where he thought the Aston was ever going to go.
Dunk, isn't it?
Yeah, unfortunately, that was a little bit clumsy, and possibly just a fraction of thinking about what was coming up behind him, because you saw there was a big clump of P cars, and he will have seen those in his peripheral screens. So he will have known they were coming and just desperate to try and make the move then and there.
Yeah. Do you need help facing the wrong way, sir? I can do that for you.
It is unfortunate. You know, the rate of deceleration at the bus stop is absolutely enormous, and so it's
that
so
side
easy.
view really shows it for you, doesn't it?
So easy to carry in just a fraction too much speed.
Oh, here we go. I can tell you as well, AMG Team Petronas, we've got Bono House and Jurne Simončić, 2 big names in esports, fighting away with each other there for 4th and 5th place, and they're not far behind Team Redline as well, so the battle for 3rd overall slowly intensifying as we jump on board with the Mexico team. Dives down the inside there of Satellite.
Well, didn't really, did he? He sort of dived through the door of the Satellite Aston Martin. That was not polite, I'm afraid. And the Red Bull car Fortunate to avoid having contact there from behind, or from the side door rather. And again, working your way through traffic, it's all part of the deal. Goes by the mile of BMW.
Oh no, that's number 2 under investigation for contact. So Team Redline under investigation for contact.
With the Van Wilbur's car. Is that where they tagged them round and moved up to second before the pit stops, isn't it?
Yeah.
That was that
we
move
did see
again
that,
at the bus stop. Yeah.
We did see that.
Yeah. Meanwhile, is this? It's not triple 4 and
This
14,
is the battle
so this
a
is
little bit further
AMG
up the road.
Petronas,
Yeah, it's the battle for 4th. And just up the road, you can see Team Redline. So this is 3rd, 4th, and 5th down the Camel Straight.
Well, just you
There's
can see
Redline.
Team Redline there. I'm afraid they're going to end up a minute back, aren't they? I don't see that investigation coming out positively for them, because you look at it and the way he moved, it wasn't a deliberate attempt to spin his rival round. However, whether by choice or accident, if you ruin somebody's race, then the stewards are duty-bound to ruin yours in a similar manner. So I'm afraid, and I'm sure Team Redline, as soon as they saw that happening, were sort of going, OK, there's the sword of Damocles. And I'm sure there's, again, Diogo Pinto, just, no. Okay, it's going to come. You know it's going to come, and you're just waiting for it.
It's the shape of the run down to that bus stop chicane. You see that exact move so many times, don't you?
Yeah.
Going off to the left-hand side there, and then jinking back across. And you've seen it so many times, and sometimes you see it happen exactly like that, where the car goes left off into the barrier.
Now we see what we see, and so do you at home, but the stewards also then look at who's still on the throttle and who is starting to come off the throttle and go onto the brake. And if, say, the car in front is just rolling off the throttle maybe earlier than the previous lap to get on the brakes to guarantee he gets as the car behind moves, then you say, OK, the guy in the car behind would not necessarily have expected the car in front to start coming towards him at that rate, which is what happens the moment you lift off. Basically, the car starts reversing towards the car behind it. So they will look at the data traces as well. If they were both still wide open, and then the move results in contact, then that's a different thing. Oh, in-speed are in.
So here we are. So we're into pit stops for GTE then. So, yes, we were told 26 to 27 laps. So, yes. Sorry, we're getting caught up in chat there.
Jimmy Nasula is in. P1 are in speed. Proton Coanda's 88 have been in.
I'd expect them to go a couple more laps in this, but because it's the first run, sometimes they do come in a lap or two earlier. But yes.
Well, it's better to stop a lap early and find out how much fuel you have got, rather than stop a lap late to find out how much you didn't have.
Exactly, yeah. That's very true.
R8G all over the back of AMG Petronas here. The Van Wilbur's car has gone by, so number 4 up to 4th. And Team Redline still pushing hard.
It's the battle for 7th place. This we can see AMG Williams and Redline battling away with each other. We're going to be about 10 laps away from seeing these guys in for their second round, where they'll get off these medium tyres and go on to some fresh ones.
And Alpine up from 15th to 11th, so they've picked up 4 places, having dropped 10 in the pit stops. It's not a net gain yet, is it?
And they're only gaining around a second a lap now as well.
But don't forget, we're now starting to get further and further and further into the double stint. And if those mediums are going to really start to give up the ghost, now is when they have to for Alpine. Otherwise, it's not even OK, that really didn't work. That really cost us a lot. We now have to stop thinking of that. And unfortunately, by that stage, the die is cast. And unless weather intervenes or something else, then they're not going to get that lost time back.
They're basically in this queue, aren't they? They're at the back of this queue now. They've joined it pretty much. You will be able to see them down the Camel Straight. So they're running in 11th place. We go on board with Team Redline. It's AMG Williams punching the hole in the air for everyone, because they are all queuing up behind this. all the way back to 10th place, and then Alpine is next, second and a half back after that.
Each car further down the queue is getting a slightly bigger toe than the ones in front, so it
Precisely.
all, yeah. And it's not good in corners, turbulent air, but it is easier to push a car through than solid air, if you like.
Right, SF Velas have just come in as well.
Okay.
51. So.
Well, we're seeing sort of dribbling into the pit lane. Race leader Kevin Siggy, 12.9 seconds clear, stays out. ProDrive stay out. Marla stay out. Oracle
RAG.
Red Bull stay. Yeah. Okay.
So that's Ferraris. We've got Simsa in as well.
Simsa in as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. So all of the Ferraris have dived in on the same lap, haven't they?
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah. So there's going to be. Let's see what the Astons, the BMWs can do against each other now.
Am I misremembering BMW going very long on fuel?
No.
At Monza last? No, I didn't do Monza. I did do Monza last year. Last year, am I misremembering
No, here they went long on fuel.
Was it here?
Yeah, they won this race last year, and they went very long on fuel.
Yeah.
We were waiting for them to come in, and then they never really did.
never did at all.
There was the last stint. We were like, they have to come in and do another stop, and then they just never did.
Yeah. Sounds very familiar.
Yeah.
AMG Williams Team Redline battle for 7th rages, and R8G and the others are creeping away in front, whereas right behind them, closing in, is that number 5 Williams, and then
side by side at the top. I think that was that next view in Alpine, who were side by side coming down the hill potentially.
Okay.
You can see it at the top of the screen, can't you? I think it.
Alpine haven't made the move, but they are very close to trying to do so. So Tom Lartilleur, if we can just take a little look back through the shot.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, this red line ahead of Williams. Again, that's exactly what the Alpine needs to be doing. If that soft tyre, and it hasn't worked, has it? He hasn't got in. No, he hasn't got in front of 444. So for that soft tyre option to work,
it's just not. Doesn't seem to have.
It doesn't, does it?
Doesn't seem to have. Because I mean, look, they've done last time, to give everyone a reference. They did a 2:06, and Josh Rogers did a 2:09. So their soft tyres, as much as we say the mediums are going to go off in their second stint, the softs are going to go off a lot quicker.
Or as much.
And so, the effect. Ah, there we go. Kevin Siggy in.
Yep.
Race leader. They use the second stage of this pit.
And so is everybody else. So ProDriver in, Marla, Oracle, Project One. So everybody who hasn't stopped will stop.
Basically, everyone's in. Yeah, everyone's now stopped.
Yeah. So that will be the entire field. Meanwhile, Porsche Coanda 1-2 here.
And here, oh no. Oh no, the R8G. Get a drive-through. Unsafe release. So there is contact on in the pit lane, remember, and that is Erhan Yayovsky in the car for them at the moment. R8G running in 6th place currently in that battle for 4th place overall, and they have just received a drive-through penalty. Everyone has now stopped. First hour is complete here at Spa. So let's take a look back at what happened in the first hour of racing in the 6 hours of Spa. It kicked off round 3 of the Le Mans Virtual Series, and as they blasted their way down towards turn number 1, it would be Josh Rogers in the Porsche Coanda who would lead us in that number 23, going round the outside there. Team Redline trying to fight away with Floyd Van Wilburst, who made a good start. Then we look back, BMW Team Redline to the right-hand side of picture there. BS Plus Competition would make a slow getaway, and it would get even worse for them as we made our way down towards Eau Rouge and up through Radion. You're about to see it now. Look out for the contact. Is going to be between BS Plus Competition there, and then we see a spinning Project One car there, and thankfully we saw that Proton car just able to avoid it. BS Plus Competition getting away with it on that occasion, but they would later receive a drive-through penalty. SF Velas Haas found themselves briefly facing in the wrong direction, but managed to recover it. Here we see it, ProDrive, I think, just giving them maybe the slightest of nudges as we look back now at BS Plus competition. This is what they got the drive-through for. D Station just going into the bus stop chicane. Oh, what's there? It's a BS Plus competition car, and now they're facing in the wrong direction. BS Plus competition received a drive-through penalty for it. This is under investigation. Team Redline trying to sell the dummy on Floyd Van Wall burst, and unfortunately making contact in the process. 3 wide at one point. It was the 888, the 777, and the 111 car, the 888, coming out ahead. RHG, Timotei Andonovski doing a brilliant job there. This a little bit further back, plenty of battles going on. Team Redline going toe-to-toe there with the number 20 Porsche Coanda car. Then we saw the first round of pit stops there. Josh Rogers would lead us in and would lead us back out again as we saw him coming up the hill and navigating his way through the traffic that the Red Bull car. It's been a smooth run for them so far. They now lead. Whoa, someone there. Whoa, who is that coming out of the pit lane and going straight into the wall? They now lead by just over 10 seconds, as you can see, from the number 20 Porsche. Team Redline in third, then Floyd Van Wall burst, and we have AMG Team Petronas. RHG have just been given a penalty, unfortunately. Team Redline are next, then AMG Team Williams come next after that. Alpine did go on the alternate strategy. They put on soft tyres. They are currently in a chase now to try and get back up the order of the rest of the field, who have gone on the medium tyres and are double stinting. We're expecting them back in the pit lane to get those medium tyres off in around 6 laps. Our leader in GTE, as the pit stops are now underway, is Proton Coanda, but that should go back to BMW Team Redline once we see that 77 car come in. As you can see, Sim Marinello found themselves tumbling down the order after they were flooded by LMP cars a little bit earlier in the race. They are on a recovery drive. Let's see what they can do. Well, Lewis comes in and brings with him a car flying off into the barriers as well. Martin Haven leaves for a bit of a break. Lewis McGlade, welcome back. Great to have you along. Well, first of all, I don't really know who that was straight away as we were reading results. Someone going straight off into the barriers. What do you think?
It was Peter Beliak in the Williams Esports car, the number 5. No. There they are. So I'm wondering if this was a disconnection from them, or it might have been. I've commentated on Peter an awful lot over the last 8 years, and wheel disconnections are sometimes a thing on his end. He's been all right recently, but
that's a huge shame because they were running very well in this race, running solidly in the top 10. This is going to be that RHG car serving its drive-through penalty, which, of course, which we were talking about pre-race, is a very, very long way to go through. Here's a replay then. Talk us through this.
Yeah, so what we're going to see is we're going to see it come to this point and then basically just go straight on, which is why I kind of we need to see this one from on board.
Oh,
I mean, that was so close.
That was the other cars involved.
It looked like it was the one of the Van Walls, and it might have been the Alpine just going through. But yeah, clearly, there's been some serious issues on that car. We won't see it from on board and whatnot, but there's been some very serious issues anyway going on with that car.
We're just being told he's out the seat, so that is a disconnection as well, we believe. So really unfortunate there. But the 2 other cars there, just very lucky that we saw them avoiding contact. So thankfully, it was just that disconnection. Now, just to get your thoughts, obviously you've been watching upstairs. What have you made of things so far? Let's start with Alpine, shall we? Because they were the big talk towards the end there of the first hour. They've come up to 8th place. Now, what do you make of the strategy?
I mean, it is super aggressive. The thing is, we're not that far away from them making a second pit stop.
They're about to, I think they're about to get past AMG Team Williams as well. They're only 3/10 back, aren't they?
The way you've got to think about it is the position, again, with all of these aggressive strategies, these risky strategies, it's always a versus thing. So it's the position you came in versus the position that you're in now as to whether you've gained or lost. So they're obviously, this might not be the strategy call for the victory, but that might not even be the point right now. And so Tom Lati, who's in 8th position at the moment, if they can rise up a few more spots, which aren't that far ahead of them right now and get towards about 4th position, then they're doing this like an aggressive strategy whilst running to roughly the same kinds of times, the same kind of positions, and that's something that might help them later on in the race because they're keeping on the tyres and keeping them more in an operating window.
So Proton have obviously served a pit stop. We were running through the results there. Here they are. Okay. Tom Lartalou, we'll come back to that in a second because he's about to make another place now on the AMG Williams car, or is going to attempt to, shall I say, round the outside. He's going to have more grip on those tyres and should get that move done, but AMG Williams are going to fight them hard. Tom Lartalou goes round the outside on the exit of Les Combes there. Good move done, and that is another place gained for Alpine. They get one step further to getting back to where they were in that 4th position. That's now going to bring them up into P7 in the race. Now, looking back in GTE, Proton have emerged in the lead. Everyone came in 4 seconds clear of BMW Team Redline. We did see some split strategies in that one, so it seems some teams maybe haven't changed tyres, do you think? Some have. That's Proton maybe being one of those. The
majority in the GTE field will change tyres. Obviously, Proton Commander have thrown something at this to basically not take tyres, to kind of throw themselves back in. There is Tom Lartalou in the confirmation of them being on the soft tyre when the majority of the field in the LMP category are on the mediums. Also, what a qualifying effort it was yesterday from Colin Spork. His first qualifying in the Le Mans Virtual Series to grab a 4th place in those tricky conditions. Put him in a really good spot to go after a decent result this afternoon.
Now, here we go. We're looking on board with the 888, trying to get themselves up the order. So Josh Rogers doing a really good job out front. Let's talk GTE. So far, so good for BMW Team Redline. A ProDrive, though. Fantastic performance from them so far, running in a podium position. Lasse
Sorensen's, of course, drive earlier on was very, very impressive. Obviously, marching his way up the order. Now, obviously memory goes back to the previous round. They did have a very strong round last time, moving their way up into podium contention and grabbing it as well. Did fire back at, of course, the previous round at Monza. Looking for back-to-back podiums. I mean, when the Aston Martins kind of come into the season as the car that not that many people have picked up, it was just D-Station last year, to now see it in full flight in the hands of a team like ProDrive Fire, a very Danish squad. They're doing an incredible job.
Currently running P7 in the championship.
I say very Danish, by the way. I don't mean the ProDrive part of that. I mean the Fire part of that.
Right.
That's the Danish part.
Right.
Just to clarify.
And your thoughts before? Williams. Something's gone wrong.
Back out.
They're back out. Okay. So they're just trying to keep out the. They're carrying damage after, of course, going into the wall flat out. So they're going to get back round into the pit lane and fix that damage. Your thoughts very quickly, Lewis, for we return to coverage on the number 2 car we see here with the number 4 car. It's under investigation. What did you make of that one?
It's not under investigation anymore.
Not under investigation. Just 2 seconds. There's Sim Maranello off in the gravel, rejoining. It's been a rough race for them so far, hasn't it, Sim Maranello?
Which is a shame because they had such good pace earlier on. They were looking really, really strong. But like I said, through an incident there's nothing really to do with them. They got sent off and into the barrier. The incident between the 2 and the 4 came down as a warning to the number 2, if I read that one correctly, coming down into the chicane, which I think is right because thankfully the 4 didn't get sent off into the barrier or anything like that. There wasn't anything majorly bad. There's no point in kind of ruining the race just in those kind of scenarios, but it was definitely at the fault of the 2. Like I said, tried to get the up and under and tried to pull the dummy, which was inches away from perfection. And unfortunately, inches away from perfection is not perfection.
Right. Brabham Esports have just kicked off the 2nd round of pit stops. They've come in. First of all, we are watching the 888 car on screen, the R8G car. Winners last time out. Got that first win for Ferrari in the Le Mans Virtual Series. There we can see Brabham Esports in the pit lane, having their pit stop done. We reckon, of course, 1 minute and 54 for full fuel and tyres, so it's going to be a long pit stop for them. We return to Van Woolburst and Redline. the battle between those two, as we said, going down as a warning in the end. Here we see another one of the teams. That's the Williams team, which is got back to the pit lane, is going to have to get that damage fixed and back out. So it's good to see that they've been able to continue. Always a shame when something like that happens, but it happens in motorsport. The car can just pack up on you at some points. You can get all sorts of damage going around.
And remember that obviously if they do finish the race, it will be a single point for them, because there is the point for finishing. Being told it was a screen freeze and a game crash, which kind of does track with how it kind of looked, how it reacted, almost like it wasn't really a wheel failure, but it didn't look like a disconnect either, because you'd normally see them kind of warp out to Narnia at that point, and obviously that's not what happened. Honestly, he probably would have hoped for it to have disconnected rather than go for us, because then he wouldn't have hit that barrier.
We picked our results in the perfect place there, didn't we?
Yeah, I mean, that was a brilliant shot.
Perfect timing. I think that the guys upstairs kind of knew it was going to happen. Leaders in the pit lane, Josh Rogers coming in to serve his pit stop. He's going to now get those tyres changed.
Going aggressive again.
Has going to stay out. So in slightly early, Mitchell de Jong staying out, going a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, so the first lap from Josh, I say going aggressive again. So the first lap from the first stint from Josh Rogers was 17 laps, which is a lap short of what realistically we're kind of aiming for here. That one was 18. He's got up to lap 35, so that's okay. That's maybe slightly better. Well, actually, that might have been actually on 34, because we've tipped over onto 35. So it might have been another 17 laps stint again.
Yeah, I think
potentially going quite aggressive. I will say this is the best we've seen of Josh Rogers thus far in 2022 in the Le Mans Virtual Series, of course, in the second season, because they've moved up into the LMP category. And whilst, yes, sure, they did get a podium in the first round, and yes, there was that massive technical issue they had in the first, they have still flown under the radar for the most part, whereas this round, none of that. Absolutely not.
Intrigued to see, here we're watching Arnage, by the way, on our screen, making their way down the straight. We haven't talked much about them. They're running in 13th place so far. They've been in the pits once, so we'll see them in very shortly. There's the Mahler team, having a decent race so far, running 7th in class. We won't see them back in for a pit stop, as we are just watching the guys come up out of pits. There comes the Porsche team out of pit lane. We won't expect to see them in again now for a little while, not until the end of the hour, really. But here is the Mahler team. Brilliant start to the race. Super start. And they've been roughly holding their own. They were past a little bit in the early phases, but well in that top 10.
Yeah, Mohamed Patel's been a very impressive driver. I think it was 2017, 2018 he won the Formula Sim Racing World Championship. Again, a very impressive driver in that kind of circumstance. GTs are slightly different, although he has got plenty of experience in the world of sim racing to kind of back that one up. To have got from 5th up to 2nd, to have passed their sister car in the BS competition, I mean, it was an impressive drive to have got down into that first corner and got ahead. But you know, dropped back towards 7th, roughly where they started, and it's not the race BS competition would have wanted thus far. They're not in the greatest spot with either of their cars, to be perfectly honest.
There's SF Velas making their way uphill now. Alpine are in to the pit stops, by the way, into the pits. It's going to be very interesting to see what they do. What do you do if you're Alpine? Do you keep this aggressive strategy going, or do you swap to mediums?
It's not an easy one. So I did get told from team manager Jürgen van Bergen that they were saying that the track was a little bit too heavy to really maximise the type, which you've got to prepare for. So you know, I don't know if that means that's like code for we're on the wrong strat. Either way, I don't know. There is kind of that methodology of sometimes, well, even if you've made a bad decision, to just commit. To just like accept it. But look, okay, if we copy everyone else, if we go onto the mediums and double stint, same as everyone else, then we've effectively got to start the race again, but now we're further back from where we started. If we had done that from the start of the race, then fair enough. Whereas, why don't we just kind of like try and commit to this soft thing and just kind of see where it goes, really? And obviously, you know, this is not really the time for experimentation, but it's kind of the whole thing of like, you know, you've made your bed, now you lie in it, and sometimes committing to that same strategy is the right call. Let's see what tyres we've still got.
They gone on white, soft, yellow, medium. Let's see. There you can see those are yellows, so those are medium tyres that we're seeing on the Floyd Van Wall car and the AMG Petronas car. This is a big battle. This is a battle for second place. Team Redline in, so we'll see where they come out in comparison to the Porsche Coanda car. So these effectively now become our race leaders for the time being, whilst we see the pit stops being served there for Team Redline. Panis also into the pits as well. There comes the Arnage car. I think that is out of the pit lane. Here we can see AMG now running in second place on the road, trying to close down that Van Wall burst car.
These are two of the very, very best drivers in sim racing over the last 10 or 15 years. Bonhouse, Jene Simičić. Seeing them battling at the first round of the championship and whatnot on and off was great. Seeing them battle, anyone who caught the Formula Pro Series, the official R Factor 2 Formula Pro Series, like the highest level open wheel competition on the platform. It was, you know, these two with Kevin Siggy, Jeffrey Rietveld battling for the championship. It was absolutely breathtaking through the year to have names like this battling, and neither of them won the championship. So how good can they be? Obviously, they are very good, but now battling over the race lead. Although it might be a folding, I think. You know, Redline, Porsche, they've been looking so strong in this race. My only concern is whether the number 20 Porsche is using a little bit too much fuel.
Marla just skipping off there over Lake Humber very sensibly, gives that place back to the P1 Esport team. This is a battle for 6th place, so that's a place gained actually. That's 6th place now for P1, making their way up the road. They did get a warning a little bit earlier in the race, so just got to be careful of P1 Esports. We'll see what Floyd Van Wall burst do this time. Here they come. So these are our leaders on the road. Are they going to dive into the pits? There we can see AMG Team Petronas trying to throw off Floyd Van Wall burst, and they follow each other into the pit lane.
Yeah, both down onto the lane. Also, it drags in the other Redline car in behind, so it makes sense going those extra couple of laps further. What tyres are they going to go on? What tyres did, of course, Alpine take? That's the big question at the moment, is to see whether they've stuck to their soft strategy or whether they've opened up the window and said, no, do you know what? Why don't we just try something a bit different here?
Yeah.
And by different, I mean the same as everyone else. Obviously.
P1 Esport we're watching running in 7th place. It's a very good run for them, a 10th and an 11th for them so far this season. So P1 Esport doing really well, running a solid race inside the top 10.
Yeah, I mean, P1 Esports a fairly newish team, at least to high level in sim racing. They've brought along a lot of experience from a lot of other teams, and kind of moving their way forward. Again, another kind of Danish squad. So Denmark's pretty good at sim racing, apparently.
We should just throw that national anthem next time then.
Yeah, well, apparently so we might have to if any of the many Danish teams and drivers end up winning. There is a thing I've noticed with sim racing, is there's a strong contingent of drivers from like countries where you'd be like, wait, really? And Denmark's kind of one of them, where you're like, oh, that's a bit odd. Slovenia's another one, obviously, with the likes of Siggy, of Terzic, you know, so many drivers where you're just like, hang on, wait, okay. Macedonia, we've got a few from North Macedonia that are just, it's so bizarre that you just have like these small contingent, and it's like, oh, they're all at the front, are they? Fantastic. Yeah, good for them.
This is the P1 Esports. Yeah. So it's good to always look at these setups as well, isn't it? So we get to travel around the world.
This is Turka Hakkinen, who I will just back up. I'm pretty sure we saw might have been the Le Mans Virtual back in January. If not, it might have been earlier than that. Was a driver who did used to race on a wooden seat at a desk in the most awkward and uncomfortable thing. I think we were all kind of like looking at him, being like, mate, this dude's he's pretty quick, but also, what is happening with that set? But yeah,
we'd need to dig that up.
And now, like you say, if you know, that's him with his nice new rig and whatnot.
Yeah, he's done well.
He's done well for himself.
See what Le Mans Virtual Series does for you. Gets you a nice new rig. Here we can see Porsche. Whilst we've been doing all this, everyone else, of course, came into the pit. So Porsche are now 16 seconds clear of the 23 ahead of the 20. Team Redline have appeared in 3rd place. Alpine are in 4th. So very good.
So did they not change tyres?
Very good pit stop for them.
Maybe they are trying to... Again, we haven't seen what tyres they're on at the moment with that Alpine, but they might still be on softs, and they might have tried double stinting the softs to get them at least back into some form of
what
window.
What did they do last time round? They did a... Did we catch their pit stop lap? I wonder. Well, last time round they did a flying lap. They did a 159.6. That tells me they're on newer tyres.
That's pretty decent.
That tells me they've gone on new softs. We'll find out very shortly. For now, we're going to watch this battle for 6th place between Team Redline in the 1. Max Benecke still in that car for now.
Just trying to figure out. I'm messaging
AMG Petronas.
Don't worry.
There we can see AMG Petronas behind James Baldwin. You can see him there to the right-hand side of screen on the FIA Motorsport Games recently. Makes their way out of La Source. James Baldwin, who is long raced in the series, makes his way now down towards Eau Rouge and up through Radion. Is he going to get on the attack here of Team Redline down the Kemmel Straight? I think he might do here. He had a really good run there. On board we now go with James Baldwin trying to find a gap. That was almost a bit of a late dive there. I think Team Redline just covering it off in time there on AMG Petronas. It looked like they were going to go flying past, but Team Redline slamming the door shut in their face. And for now, Baldwin is going to have to stay in 7th place.
Did just get a message from Jürgen to say what's actually happened on strategy, and he's like, no, we're single stint stuffs all the way. And I was like, so what's happening? He's like, that's just pace, mate. Wow, the confidence. My goodness me. Well, it does make sense because they've spent an extra 21 seconds in pit lane, so they have been in for a bit longer. But again, the pace is really, really strong. They're really, really fast. So, you know, power to them. Again, this is the thing, is that they're just sticking to what's different. And I agree with that. I think it's the right thing to do. And now they're back to 4th, which was where they were.
So what happened last time then? That's the thing.
How did they jump so many people?
No, how did they go so far back? Oh, because no one else.
Because no one else. Yeah, exactly.
And this time, so this is how it works out. Everyone changed tyres this time, so this time they don't drop down the order.
Correct.
So now this is when they have to make up all the time. So
no.
They have to make up a lot of positions in time.
It's almost like, it sounds a bit odd, but it's the next stint where they have to make up all the positions in the time. That's the important one. This one they have to make up like one position, which hopefully there's a car ahead, and then try and make up a little bit of time. But it's the next stint where everyone's on the older tyres where they're struggling. Right. That's the bit where it's critical to absolutely nail it. That's when, you know, hammer time would come in. Whilst we look at the battle for 3rd Pro Drive Fire versus SF Velas. Now, I've been told to not tell you that the Ferrari is very fast in a straight line, but the Ferrari's quite fast in a straight line. That car ahead, they might be a little bit quicker at the end of the straight, but still, this Ferrari's pretty handy when it comes to it. But I will say it's certainly not the fastest car around here.
I tell you what, it didn't go well in qualifying yesterday. SF
no, because it's not very good in wet.
They pulled a lap out right at the end, but they're doing well in this race, aren't they? I mean, considering, you know, they started. Let's see, they started on the 4th row, P8 in class, and SF Velas up to 4th place.
Again, it's the consistency. They had obviously a couple of issues back in Monza, which was a shame because they had good pace. As you expect, on straights. They had good pace to kind of get after a decent result. Ferrari did end up winning in the R8G, obviously the AAA taking that victory. So SF might be sat there thinking, oh, we lost crucial points there. Yeah. But still, at this circuit, which I will say, coming into this track, knowing like the BOP between each of the cars and roughly where they should be good, where they shouldn't be, this was always going to be very much a BMW focused track. This is kind of like if you're in a BMW, this is yours to lose. Yeah. So for the Ferraris and whatnot, it's kind of like for them, it's kind of like get what you can get, try and get a podium. The fact that they can come into this and try and get a podium, great effort.
Exactly. That's how a calendar works, isn't it? You know, some tracks aren't going to suit you, some tracks are. You've got to take advantage of it. You know, don't bin the car off when it suits, you know, on the track where it suits your car. I mean, don't do that at all, but, you know, make sure you get on the top step when it suits your car, and on the others, just get as many points as you can, basically. Damage limitation. Out of the final chicane we come. On board with AMG Patronus, James Baldwin. We're looking at that Team Redline car just ahead. It's building up nicely, this race. Here we can see a nice queue of cars in this battle. As in fact, we've got some lapped cars ahead, but not far up the road. Van Wilburst, Alpine as well. We won't see them steaming off because everyone's on new tyres this time around.
And there's a couple of things in this. So Max Benecke's actually stayed behind the wheel of the car. Quite a lot of teams have switched.
Yes,
of course, Lartiu also staying behind the wheel. There is one driver, though, that one position behind from this that I do want to speak about the Pescarolo cars, because there is a driver that you, Chris, might recognise. Anyone who's joined us from the Le Mans Virtual Cup, we've said time and time again, the Le Mans Virtual Cup is the way into the Le Mans Virtual Series, whether it's through a driver, as we'll see a switch. That's obviously Williams Esports there, a couple of laps down, of course, dropping back behind this. But Martin Maguli, who's behind the wheel of the Pescarolo car, of course, we've seen in the Le Mans Virtual Cup. Now, they were posting this on Twitter and Instagram today. The Pescarolo lineup for the average age between the three of them is 17.
Wow.
Yeah. That is ridiculous.
Merguli, isn't it? Yeah. I mean,
shout out to Merguli, by the way, to have come through the Le Mans Virtual Cup, like we've said time and time again with a few other drivers, and it's now racing in the Le Mans Virtual Series. Good effort.
There's some drivers who did very well yesterday. You know, let's say some who made us synchronise shouting wow.
Wow, true.
You know, some who got on the podium having never driven in the wet before. You know, some who could easily got on this grid. And we'll have teams looking at them. So, yeah, some fantastic performances within that top 10 of the Cup race yesterday. And no doubt will want to get themselves on this grid going forwards. Here we see Baldwin now under attack.
It's lap down. Of course, that's the Williams Esports car.
That's the Williams Esports.
That's had the damage. Peter Belgium.
Someone knows what they're talking about.
Sometimes, not often. The car behind that is also a lap down. That is actually, I think, on the same lap now as Peter Belgium. So Belgium does have to worry about Nikib Aslan and a battle for somewhere which, obviously, you know, no major points or anything, but still, will probably still keep his eye on that battle. Might be something interesting in the background, which is always awkward when you're fighting for your own little battle, whilst all the leaders are around you, whilst you're trying to navigate all the GTEs. It's an absolute nightmare.
Yeah, it really was. Jesper Pedersen has jumped in for Floyd Van Wilburst. Here we see Baldwin just dragging that Williams car along with him behind. Just ducking out of the toe there. So Redline have just started to edge away here from the AMG Team Patronus car. Van Wilburst running in 5th, Alpine 4th place. They're 1.7 seconds back from Team Redline and closing in, actually. So we'll keep an eye on them. We have had some driver swaps in this race, and one of them comes a little bit further down the field. Here we can see the number 8 as well. This is the RHG car we're picking up in a good little battle here. This is Yuri Toman fighting away with ARC Bratislava, so RHG are going to go through.
They're not.
That's going to be a move in 17th place. No, not. They had trouble earlier in the race, and now it's a recovery job for them, isn't it? So,
but it's neither of their cars. Yuri Toman obviously here in 17th, 16th place. We do have a name again that everyone at home
it was a drive-through, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So they were running in 6th place at the time when that happened. So it was a real shame for them.
But yeah, we've seen a couple of issues for the RHG camp in the LMP category a few times this season. So yeah, Yuri Toman's behind the wheel. The car directly ahead of this, of course, their teammate in the A team was effectively supposed to be the second of the RHG cars, which is now ahead of them, is driven by Romain Grosjean. So he's already jumped in to do his first laps within the Le Mans Virtual Series Season 2. So good effort from him. Lap times looking pretty decent comparative to the teammate, but obviously struggling to get up to speed a little bit with the car, as you'd expect. A touch, it really is, again, with I was told to say this, obviously with it being Romain Grosjean versus, you know, Max Verstappen obviously jumping into this round, it's the Lion versus the Phoenix. Although I'd say with the positions that RHG are in right now, it's not really much of a competition. Sorry.
Oh, brutal, brutal. Yeah, they have just been passed by Arnage, and Arnage have got a gap of 3 seconds. And here's our first look at Romain Grosjean. There you can see him to the right-hand side of screen. Romain Grosjean racing in the Le Mans Virtual Series. Ex-Formula One driver.
Nice
gone
IndyCar
over
guy.
to the States now to race in the IndyCar Series. Fantastic to see him going stateside. Really enjoys himself over there now. Fans absolutely love him as well. He's already had a bit of success as well, picking up a couple of trophies. And Romain Grosjean, really good to see him racing in the Le Mans Virtual Series with his squad, the R8G squad. So, yeah, I mean, tell us a little bit more about the R8G for those viewers, you know, maybe new to Le Mans Virtual Series. R8G, of course, Romain Grosjean, heavily involved, heavily behind the squad.
It's not just a team that's representing his name and his brand. Like, he is a big part of this team. He does go behind the scenes to kind of assist the team, as we see that, you know, even with Max Verstappen and Redline and a few other drivers when they're behind a team. Of course, David Brabham more recently with the Brabham Esports team is obviously very behind all of that. Plenty of the real world Porsche drivers do properly assist things behind the scenes to push things forward. And Romain Grosjean is one of those with his own squad. He has been deeply invested in sim racing for the last couple of years now, really, and he loves it. Like I say, he's always in touch with his team at least every week. He's on with his team. He's pushing new initiatives. He's helping the team work their way forward and find new competitions to go racing in, and representing the brand in a positive way, not just being like, I just win the competition at any means. No, it's supposed to, you know, again, it's his name on the line at the end of the day, so it's, you know, he's got to kind of worry about it. And he does take quite a lot of pride in the team's results, and certainly was after, of course, the race victory last time out in the 888 back in Monza.
Yeah, doing a really good job. That was their second victory after the one in the Nordschleife last year.
2 different cars as well.
Yeah. Did a really good job. The switch this year has worked very well for them, actually onto that Ferrari, and it was a historic win, and what a place to do it at as well. Waited for the right time, no doubt about that. Now, Proton are holding a really good gap out front, it has to be said. They've actually extended their lead.
They're doing incredible.
So, this strategy, you said it's going pretty well so far. Does have Redline worried in any way?
Potentially. I did just receive. So the issue is about when they're pitting, which could be a little bit too early. I might say a little bit too early. I mean, it's definitely too early. Now, knowing how long the pit lane is around here, that's the problem. The 71. This is where they're in a good spot. Is that the 71 is pitting on the hour. So they pitted as we ticked over from 5 to 4, and so they'll be pitting again, presumably, at the end of the second hour as well, as we go straight over into 3 to go. Oh, yeah, 4 and a bit, less than 4 to go. The thing is with the 77 is they are definitely, almost certainly, unless they are so magic on fuel saving, they are definitely going for another pit stop, which, that's it. No way can you win. Not a 6-hour race around here. You can't really win it whilst having to make an extra pit stop. The pit lane is too long. When we're talking of like a drive-through around here, you were saying before, you know, being 61 seconds, it means you lose, as I've been told, you lose 41 seconds based on the compared to the 43 seconds based on obviously when you remove the time it takes on track. So you lose that amount of time to do a drive-through.
Incredibly confusing.
So confusing. Thanks, Dennis Jordan. Love you, bud.
I wish people could see the process.
We were so confused.
Of what we go through pre-race. We'll have to share it at some point.
I did make Chris scribble out in his notebook about 4 times, because I was like, no, it's
Look
this.
at that piece of paper.
No, I know, it's
Look
bad.
at that.
It's bad. I'm so sorry.
How's Martin supposed to understand that? Look, I can barely understand that myself.
No, you're the translator, so when Martin asks the question, you've got the paper there that you can read through. It could be 1 minute 54, it could be 91, I don't really know.
It could be 61, it could be 43, it could be 50, it could be 90.
Here's R8G switching over. Romain Grosjean dropping back a position behind Yuri Toman. Obviously, this shouldn't be too much of a hard spot, but he wants a bit of broadcast time, surely.
Right, there we go. Swapping positions. Yuri Toman, as you said, in the number 8 recovery process for them in this race, getting themselves further up the order, going past Romain Grosjean in that 18 car. Now remember, they have to do a minimum of 60 minutes, so that's how long we will see Romain Grosjean for in this race, for a minimum of that time.
I was going to say, do you think he's just literally going to do 60 minutes and they're going to boot him out?
Possibly.
But you're too slow, boss. Out you get.
No, but possibly, and that's how long we'll see Max Verstappen for when he comes along as well, for a minimum of 60.
Yeah.
3 drivers per car, and they all have to do that amount of time each at least. Through. Go on.
I was going to say, speaking of the very quickly, Max Verstappen, and speaking of that car, Max Benecke, who's been behind the wheel, who's one of the fastest drivers on the planet elsewhere in sim racing, like iRacing and whatnot, kind of struggled a little bit with R-Factor 2. And I will say, for the first hour of this race, I was sat upstairs watching, being like, what are they doing having Max at the start of this race? He's struggling. Just on a personal best, is looking pretty fast right now, and has just closed up, as you can see on screen, onto the rear end of Jesper Pedersen. So Benecke is finding his feet, finding his form, and is on the attack.
I've never heard of what the other thing you just mentioned there was.
What did I say?
Check. Oh, I don't know.
It's in through one ear and out the other, I swear.
I don't know what the other platform you mentioned was.
Oh, I see, that side of things.
Never heard of it before.
Oh, I see.
Never heard of it. Don't know what it is, mate.
Have you done any sim racing, by the way? Obviously, I'm not like trying to throw you under the bus on that one. I know what game you're trying to play, McCarthy. Don't worry.
I'm joking.
You're just trying to win bonus points for all the big wigs around that are upstairs, watching on them. No, have you actually done any sim racing?
Huh?
Have you actually done any sim racing? He's really found himself hilarious here, ladies and gents.
I've done real racing, mate.
Oh, I see. You're one of them.
I've tested.
Would you be a pro driver then?
I've tested a single seater, yeah.
Yeah, I know you have. You've brought that up already. That's twice this weekend.
I know I raced cars for a few years. I raced against the likes of Jack Aiken.
You've not raced against Lewis Blade, though. That's the thing.
No.
You're lucky to have done so, because it's not very good.
No, to be honest, I have done a couple of sim events with a couple of the guys here as well. So, but yeah, as they'll tell you, I'm not very good.
No, I'm a shadow of my former self, I've been told, when it comes to the simulator action.
I don't have a setup or anything. No.
Well, I mean, I'm wisely informed there's a chance for you to win a Thrustmaster T128.
What a throw. What a throw.
Oh, dear. Well, there's a series of codes hidden on the Le Mans Virtual Attraction social media channels.
I'm just going to take my extra paycheck while you do that.
The more chances... we can't laugh about this whilst we're doing it. We just saw Benecke there losing a position. The more chances, the more you find, the more chances you have of winning a fantastic next-generation Thrustmaster T128. Head to the pinned post on the Le Mans Virtual Twitter to find out how you can enter the codes. You might even find one in the YouTube and Twitch chats during using the exclamation mark Thrustmaster. That's for your chance to win a Thrustmaster T128. Nice little opening wheel to get you into the world of sim racing and get you maybe even towards the grid of the Le Mans Virtual Series. Chris McCarthy will be on board with that momentarily after the race.
I've got one hand on that wheel. I'm going to go and find out where it is. I'm going to take it back. There you go. And I will be on this grid next time. Looks pretty good to me. Looks pretty good to me. So make sure you get involved with that. As Lewis said, we'll keep reminding you of the details throughout the broadcast. So we're getting closer now to the next round of pit stops in LMP. Likewise in GTE as well. So just trying to work out here how many laps away we are from the next set of pit stops. There comes someone. Is that Axel?
Yeah.
Into the pits, yes. Now,
which that tells me is in LMP we're about 2 laps away because they're normally the first ones that's.
No, but they had a disconnect earlier, and they've been in the barriers as well. So they pitted on lap 36. So
it'd be plus, realistically, it'd be plus 18 from that point on.
Yeah, so we're about 4 laps away.
Anyone got that 18 times table at hand?
Yeah, I know. I think we're about. We need a whiteboard next to us or something. We're about 4 laps.
It's 50.
We're about 4 laps away, I think.
54. Is the lap we're looking at, so 6 and 5.
48 plus 4 is not 54.
Oh, no. I always say never trust a commentator's maths, and this is why.
Let's go down the middle and say we're about 5 laps away. There we go.
Yeah, this is why you never pull out the actual, like the full number. You just go.
I don't even know the reason I'm saying this. The reason I'm saying this is because I'm saying, are we going to see literally all these guys piling in at the same time?
No. I think we've seen a little bit of differentiation on the.
Because we're 5 laps away, so we're about 10 minutes away from seeing LMPs in.
Roughly, yeah. But this is the thing: is that like if we're about 10 laps away, 10 minutes away, so there is always a point like on some tracks, more traditional circuits, we'll actually see
this could get really busy now.
We'll see this on normal circuits when we have roughly the LMPs are coming in 40 minutes in the hour, the GTEs are on the hour. At which point there is always that bit on the 2nd hour, on the 4th hour, when the pit lane is incredibly busy because everyone's in the pit lane. In this, it's lesser because the LMPs are just slightly under the 40-minute mark, which means they will tend to come in around 5 to 10 minutes before the swarm of GTs. There will be a few GTs when they come in, but it won't be like as busy as we kind of expect. So there is that to play with. This is the battle between Pescarolo and the 444 next to Van Wall car that is battling over 8th position. Merguli behind the wheel with Michi Hoyer directly behind him.
A great story, as you mentioned there, with Merguli jumping into this Pescarolo car. Average age of 17, though. Wow,
incredible,
absolutely fantastic, isn't it?
Makes me feel old.
Yeah, sure. Definitely, mate. But really young squad there. Big futures ahead of them in esports, but for now we're going to focus on this battle. They can see Michi Hoyer, someone who's had already a very good career in the sport, and goes round the outside there to make that position through into 8th place. Van Wolfspel make a position, and he has just set a purple first sector because of the massive toe he got down the Kemmel straight there. So no surprise to see him lighting up the timing screens through the first sector. Michi Hoyer on a charge, but it's going to be a good few seconds before he comes across anyone else now. Max Benecke is the next car up the road from him, but good driving there from Michi Hoyer, and good respectful driving as well from Merguli to give him the space. Yuri Toman's just made another place as well in that 8 RAG. We saw him a little while ago going past the boss. Now he gets past the Arnage Competition Cup.
I will say, with the just very quickly touched on the Pescarolo car, and just the fact that all their drivers are ridiculously young. This is kind of, I said this on a different broadcast elsewhere, is that like there is a significant, it's not significant, there is a bit of an age gap though, or more of an experience gap in the world of sim racing, because there are quite a lot of drivers where it's kind of like, oh yeah, I've seen this at the front for the last like 5-10 years. Bonnerhouse, Jenny Simicic, Josh Rogers, Mitchell de Jong, etc., etc. Like, it's a long list. A lot of these drivers, it's like, yeah, I've seen this for a long time. And then there are these coming almost out of nowhere, 16, 17, 18-year-olds that are just incredibly fast. Colin Spork's one who kind of came pretty much out of nowhere 2, maybe 3 years ago. Unicorns of Love, team elsewhere in the world of sim racing. It's a real team name, don't judge. They're an incredibly strong team. Again, I think their average age of the entire team, if you account for all of their drivers, is probably around like 20, 21. Because most of their drivers are still like 16, 17, 18 and whatnot, and they've just got a few that are a bit older than that. Right. We're at that turning point in sim racing where we're seeing a lot of really young drivers, young talents coming into the world of sim racing and really pushing all the old people out like me.
Now, this is the battle a little bit further up the road. Now, one interesting thing here is Tom Lartalou in that Alpine esports cars dropped 4.3 back from Team Redline and has this lot to deal with coming up behind. So this is on board with Team Redline. We look ahead to AMG Petronas. There's the Van Wolfspel car just ahead. Oh dear, that was the Marla car just about getting out the way. And next up the road is Alpine on the alternative strategy, i.e. on the soft tyres, which they are going new every time on, and there they are.
Which I don't understand so much. There is Tolati. I don't understand why they're kind of struggling. I know obviously the soft will burn out faster than the mediums, but we are talking about one stint versus one stint. The cars behind are on the one stint old mediums. So effectively the same age medium tyres. The softs have clearly dropped off quite a significant portion because he is struggling a little bit on the times. Now, will gain some of that time back on the next stint comparatively to them, but will also lose 20 seconds in the pit lane by not changing tyres.
Here we go, red line versus AMG Petronas. AMG Petronas getting past Van Wilburst, sorry, and now it's going to be down to red line to try and follow them through. Up to La Source we come. There we can see red line to the outside, going to try and get the switch back to get the run down. Nope, they're going to stay in behind for the time being. They all swamp past the SF Velas car, which pulls out of the way to allow those three LMP cars to go through. Right now the run up through Eau Rouge and Radion. Here we are on board with Team Redline, the back of this trio. Van Wilburst ahead of us, and then further up the road AMG Petronas, and you can see now this is the point where Team Redline pull out of the tow. The only problem is Van Wilburst are getting a tow to their left, and now they're going to be side by side through Les Combes, but just about Team Redline getting through, and they muscle their way through quite literally into 6th place.
I think those two have been trying out some of that fairly pretty brand new British touring car content that's been out on the R-Factor platform. Plenty of fisticuffs between the two of them. Straight on the inside, Jesper Pedersen trying to get it done once again on Max Berneke as they head down into No Name, getting past the Fira car. I mean, that was an intercept.
Oh dear.
Jesper Pedersen's been, no disrespect to him, he's been a lot slower this round than we would normally expect. Again, maybe there might be some strategy done. But yeah, that instant between them, noted. I don't think anything will really come of that. It was, a little bit of feisty fisticuffs between them through Les Combes, but that's why it's noted and not under investigation. It's one of those things that race control are like, okay, if you want to race like that, fair enough.
We're keeping an eye on you.
We'll see if this goes anywhere sideways or potentially backwards.
Now, Rocket Sim Sport are in to the pit lane, so let's find out what happened. Whilst we were looking at Alpine, this is what happened into Bus Stop, Lewis.
Yeah, this is the move, trying to get around the outside. Great move from Baldwin, straight around the outside, going through Blanchimont. Obviously, it's completely pinned these cars, so fair enough each on those. But then gives them the inside line into the braking zone of the Bus Stop, getting squeezed out a little bit with Jesper Pedersen. A look on board with Max Berneke. You can see Baldwin with that superior speed in the slipstream to the outside, completely pinned. I mean, great spatial awareness between the pair of them to have left so little on the line. Yeah,
but just nowhere to go at the back there, just road completely blocked, but great racing by all three cars there, and that's what we love to see. Brabham in as well. Felt like they were one of the first in last time as well, weren't they? So we will wait to see. None of our leaders, none of our top 10 yet to come in,
because we did the maths and we know they're not going to be in for another 2 laps.
Yes, of course.
So we've already done, we've covered that math. It's fine.
I don't trust myself that much. That's why I'm keeping an eye on it.
Me neither.
So, here we go. Well, GTEs are starting to come in as well. Satellite have come in, and P1 Esport have also come into pit lane.
They'll be going for
as
an extra
well.
stop later.
So, yes, Satellite in, P1 Esport in.
It's not good. It's not good coming in this early. You're guaranteeing an extra stop later on in this race. Pasquarello, by the way, who we're looking at right now, Martin Mergulli.
You're going to have to do a splash and dash later.
100%. 100%. Mergulli's been dropping back a little bit in the Pasquarello, struggling a little bit on speed. Has dropped back behind not only, of course, Michi Hoyer, we saw that move, but also now Michael Romanidis also getting past. So Mergulli back down to 10th position. Thankfully, it's about 3 seconds back to Gianmarco Fiducci, who said was struggling for speed yesterday, and yet still qualified 12th, so it's not bad for Gianmarco Fiducci.
Right, Porsche in, leaders in. So we were almost there.
No, they have. To be fair, the 23 has been pitting a lap earlier than everyone else.
Yeah.
Because they did have that 17-lap stint at the first stint of the race. So this is on strategy for the 23. So we're not that stupid.
There we go. This is the station we take a look at now. They had a good qualifying, and so far it's going pretty well for them in the race as well. They have a best result of 10th in Le Mans Virtual. One top 10 for them so far in their Le Mans Virtual journey, and they will be hoping to add to that here. But this is a really good run for them. This could be on for what would be possibly their best ever result. So D Station looking to continue that. In Speed are also in the pit lane. Now Porsche Coanda weren't the only ones who came in. Pescarolo came in as well, as did Fiducci in the Team Ford Stiller car. But In Speed in one of the earlier stoppers as well, so could be in danger of having to come in later in the race for an extra stop. We are watching Tommy Usgaard in the number 20 Porsche Coanda car, 11.5 seconds ahead of the number 2 Team Redline car. 5 seconds back from that is Tom Lartilou, who was once under a lot of pressure from the likes of James Baldwin, Max Benecke and Jesper Pedersen, that has now pulled out a gap of 2.8. But as Lewis correctly pointed out earlier, we should expect Alpine this time to tumble down the order to around, well, last time it was 15th, so we'll see what it is this time. They'll drop places in this pit stop.
So I'm having a brief conversation with Luke Crane, Actual Vision, some of you might know.
Oh, yes.
Who,
hello, Luke.
having a little bit.
Spoke to him in a while.
He's watched. No, he loves it. He loves a bit of esports stuff. Obviously, good fans with good friend with this guy, Moritz Lerner.
Good to see he's watching.
He's been commentating on this dude for a fair amount for the last couple of years, being Moritz Lerner, who we're on board with right now. He's going to look at the inside of Simsa, get straight into the rear end of that Simsa esports car, doors him a bit and opens the door to try and get around the outside of No Name. Won't do that, might try the up and under down towards Pouan.
So that was a get out of the way, but thankfully in the end,
a bit rough.
We all stay where we were. D Station stay in 8th place, and Simsa stay in 7th place, just ahead of us.
The reason why, by the way, I wanted to bring up this conversation that I was having,
we'll just mention it.
It's to do with the Alpine strategy, which we were discussing. Of like, as much as Jürgen van Bergen has told me, team manager again of Alpine and race touch for this event, has told me that they are single stinting softs. Again, it is the great point he's pointed out is that they went from 8th to 4th in the pit stop, but they apparently didn't change tyres. They did change tyres. They are single stinting softs, but they went from 8th to 4th, and also they've been slower on their stint, which is kind of like, that does look like a double stint, though. Let's be real, that does look like a double stint. Apparently, for anyone sat at home, it is not a double stint. Apparently, they are single stinting the softs, but I don't know.
Well, they've just come in,
and we never trust teams in this competition.
Well, no,
not after this morning.
No, here they are. Let's see what they've got.
Definitely
it's going to be softs, no doubt about that.
We can't tell if they're old.
No.
It's all a pointless conversation.
Let's have a look. Oh no, they just look exactly the same.
The important thing is whether they change drivers on this one. Tom Lartilou behind the wheel at the moment. I think they've got to change.
Yeah, they've got to change now. I'd say we're going to see a few driver changes if they. Tom Lartilou's, I think, maybe served his time. It looks like they're just going to split this one into 3 sections. Tom's going to do the first 2, someone's going to do the second 2, and then someone will be in to do the last 2. Tom Lartilou. Yes, Rory McDuff has jumped in, so he should probably take us now to the last 2 hours in that car. And they are dropping down the order. We're yet to see everyone do their stops, but let's see where they come out when everyone else comes in. That's the main thing with Alpine. Well, looking back to the GTE, BMW team Redline leading the way. Proton Coanda came in for their second stop, so they've dropped down. So Redline currently leading the way, but we're waiting to see everyone come in.
There is Rory McDuff out of the pit lane, of course, and got a bit of pressure on his shoulders from the Team Fordzilla driver, Gianmarco Fiducci, as well as Brabham Esports, who are also there. Jan van der Heide behind the wheel of that car. This will be pretty tight between the two of them, all three separated by around a second at the moment. Very, very close indeed. By the way, we'll also say the ones that we were looking at in that battle in the GTE category is InSpeed getting in the way of McDuff at the moment, coming through the exit of Fania over to the right-hand side. They go. We're looking at Gustus Grimberg, because he's recently got past Mark Veit in the Simsa Esports car. That is up to 7th in class for the Simsa Esports car. D-Station dropping back to 8. Moritz Lerner and Dane Werner. Dane Werner's miles away, never mind. Moritz Lerner's also a part of that battle.
Here we see Rory McDuff. Let's wait and see what he can do.
He's quick in this car, I will say that. Obviously did the first ever Le Mans Virtual, finished 4th back then. Of course in the 2Cs motorsports car a while ago.
It's where he comes out now when everyone else stops, isn't it? That's going to be the key here.
Yeah, that's the big decider in all of this as we ride on board with the Brabham Esports car, Jan van der Heide. This car's I'd argue he's a little bit out of position. Jan van der Heide is a very fast driver, won the Season 3 of the R-Factor 2 GT Pro Series, as well as things like the Belgium Endurance Championship and whatnot, and has done very well in the Le Mans Virtual Series. Raced in various Formula E events for Nissan and whatnot. Is a mighty fast peddler. Took a little bit of a break from sim racing. Meanwhile, we can see
Team Redline.
LMP leaders into the pit lane.
Team Redline have come in that number 2. So we see them coming in. Brabham have already served their stop. We are having a quick look at them now. Of course, we've had Porsche 23, that's come in. The number 20 has come in as well. So we're waiting to see some of the others. There we can see the number 2, Redline, making its way back out. Panis Racing in the 65 also coming in.
Well, bit of traffic here for Gianmarco Fiducci to navigate. It's that battle that we were talking about. It's Moritz Lerner, Mark Veit in the middle of it, and then Gustus Grimberg. As you can see in the distance just up there, Rory McDuff had to go wide going into the pith of the path, and now gets to the outside, goes around there and gets the inside going through campus, but lost out a little bit of time. They're all going to lose out quite a bit through all of this, unfortunately.
Whoa. Dives down the inside. That was a late one, wasn't it?
Kind of got to be. McDuff, by the way, has got Merguli to navigate ahead. You can kind of see just in the foreground. I think it's already got through on Martin Merguli. I think he's really struggling in that Pescarolo car. So the Alpine car gets up another spot and is starting to check out from us. Again, those brand new soft tyres really pushing them forward right now.
Into the chicane we go. Brabham Esports here behind Fordzilla. James Baldwin is now the on-track leader ahead of Team Redline. Then it is Jesper Pedersen for Floyd Van Wall Burst. Next along, Michi Hoyer in the next few Van Wall Burst car. Then AMG Team Williams, Jas Heat. So those top 6 runners yet to come in and do their stops. Let's quickly update ourselves in what's happening with GTE. SF Velas are in the pits. We've got the 888 RHG in pit lane as well, and Gustus Grimbergis for Simsa has come into pit lane as well to serve their second stop. Enzo Benito still out on track, as is the ProDrive car, as is the Mahler car. Oracle likewise, and Project One as well. Fordzilla we have a quick look at as everyone. Lewis, as you said, it's now becoming a traffic jam in pit lane. It
is getting quite busy. Coincidentally, though, they've actually gone a lap longer. Again, this could be actually where they're crossing the line, they're going from the 56th lap onto the 57th, so it actually might be 18, so we should actually be all right. But yeah, Baldwin in, Pedersen in, Hoyer in, Romanidis, Gillison, they're all coming in. So that is the team-wise, the ones that you actually recognise, the AMG team, Petronas, Williams, esports car, Williams, AMG Williams, both of the Van Walls, Jas Heat for Loche, Team Redline, Porsche, like they're all coming into pit lane now. It's very, very busy in pit lane between those LMPs.
It really is, and there we can see look at the pit lane. That is the AMG Team Petronas car of James Baldwin, as Mac Backham in the Porsche Coanda will now go back through to retake the lead. And as we correctly pointed out, it is very busy. We've got GTEs and LMP's all in pit lane. Here's a look at what's happened in the second hour of the race then. First of all, we had to get the race started a couple of hours ago, and it was a fantastic start for Josh Rogers in the number 23 Porsche Coanda, who led us into the first corner with Team Redline also on the front row. We had contact going up the hill between BS Plus Competition and the number 11 Project 1 car. That would go down as a racing incident. BS Plus Competition carrying a bit of damage for that. This one likewise would also go down as a racing incident. Contact between the number 2 and the number 4 as the number 2 car tried to sell the dummy. Sadly, a bit of a disconnection, a game freeze for the Williams car coming up the hill. That meant that they would go straight into the wall. They would get back into the race again, albeit with a lot of damage, so they would find themselves coming straight into pit lane. AMG Team Petronas there finding themselves 3 wide in a place you wouldn't usually expect. A bit of contact there for P1 Esport from one of the R8G cars flying through. Romain Grosjean did enter the race in one of the R8G cars in this second hour, and we had a great battle between AMG Team Petronas and Team Redline there as well. Likewise, here from one of the Van Wall Burst cars going round the outside, the 444 round the outside of AMG Team Williams. This a little bit further back. This is a Team Redline trying to make their way up the order, running in 6th place and judging that one to perfection. But behind, getting the slipstream there, that would be the Team Petronas car to go through into 6th place. A fantastic move complete. Battle would continue on though. It's to get into the top 5. This has been one of the main sections of the race that we have been following. D station, unfortunately, they found themselves facing the wrong way a little bit earlier after contact. This time they almost found themselves going into the back of Simsa. Thankfully, both cars getting away with that one and would stay in the same positions. Those two fighting over a top 10 spot in the GTE class. But 2 hours now complete, 4 to go here at Spa of round 3 of the Le Mans Virtual Series. Porsche at the head of the field. Team Redline currently in 3rd place. What can the likes of R8G and Team Redline do? Remember, Alpine are single stinting soft tyres, whilst everyone else are double stinting medium tyres. So we keep an eye on their progress throughout this next stint. There you can see just outside the top 10, the likes of Pescarolo going pretty well. Brabham, likewise, Team Fordzilla running in 12th place. Sadly, R8G had a penalty, and that's dropped them from 6th down to currently 16th place. So they have some work to do in the next 4 hours. And rounding out the field, of course, is going to be Williams after that disconnection. Proton are on an alternative strategy. They currently lead the way in GTE from BMW Team Redline and ProDrive, who are going very well. Sim Maranello, their progress back through the field continues. R8G, after a bad qualifying, are also continuing to progress through the field. Oracle Red Bull Racing holding their own up ahead as well.
And that is the voice of Chris McCarthy, who is off for a well-earned break, having just talked us through the second hourly highlights. Rocket Sim Sport right in the thick of the action in this replay. This is the battle for 15th, 16th, 16th position with ARC, with Arnage Competition, ARC Bratislava rather. So contact at the bus stop, there goes Arnage through, and ARC Bratislava being knocked down a couple of spots out of 15th position. Good news as Chris departs is that I've just scored a magnificent 15 out of 15 in this week's commentators quiz. So fantastic. Bring it on, bring it on. That will be online on the socials a little bit later. You can see whether that is true or false.
So now you've said that. Now you've said that. I'm just sort of like, is this real, or is this
Lewis is looking very worried indeed. This week's challenge for the commentators: 5 pictures, and we have had to come up with what was the car, what was the year, and what was the championship in which it raced. How good's your NASCAR knowledge, Lewis? Let's get a look back
it's
at...
okay, actually.
We'll talk about the racing. No, that's for later. You guys can enjoy your quizzing later. Porsche 1-2, Team Redline 3-4. Look at it with AMG Petronas, and then the pair of Van Wall Burst cars. This is... getting a very Formula One-y sort of 2x2 look to it. Oh, and after Rocket turned around ARC Bratislava, Arnage almost doing the same to them a lap later at the same place. So that Rocket Simsport car having a bit of a busy time at the moment.
The thing is with the, saying about how, of course, how this race is unfolding, particularly at the top of the LMP category, how, again, it's Porsche, it's red line, so you've got the Van Walls up there as well. It does have that vibe about it, you know, the AMG backed cars, of course, the AMG Petronas Esports and then the AMG Williams car either side of that. It does have that whiff of it. Sure, I think that will unravel itself ever so slightly towards the end of the race, particularly with the Porsche, who I think are going slightly... Porsche's going too aggressive, I think, on the strategy. I think they're going too short on the fuel because they're pitting laps earlier than everyone else.
Okay.
So I'm not sure what will happen between them. Either way, Arnage's competition straight around the outside of a Rocket, who are going to leave it down the inside of Malmedy. Woof, that is risky stuff between the two. The Madame Pinsesh getting around the outside of Borja Milan.
Cracking racing from Pinsesh. And Borja Milan really, I mean, he did everything right there. He tried to defend everything. He just it wasn't there. That was great stuff from Arnage, up to 16th place and pulling away immediately. However, again, you slightly worry that for Rocket, that contact at the bus stop possibly may not have gone unnoticed by the stewards and possibly may not end up going unpunished by the stewards. I mean, they did turn around their rivals in the ARC Bratislava car. So, unfortunately, you get by knocking somebody off. It tends to come back to haunt you. Yeah, now, OK, so we've talked about Porsche at the front, Porsche Coanda at the front of LMP. Porsche Proton Coanda, their Porsches, are also at the front in the GTE field. So BMW, Team Redline is the lead BMW now. Enzo Benito ahead of ProDrive, and Satellite Racing's Aston Martin up to 4th place. They're having a really good run. And Jimmy Nasula still in the... Can he still be in the car? I thought the maximum you were allowed to do was 2 hours at a time.
No, you can do more. You can do as much as you want at one go. It's just there is a minimum and maximum driver time over the entire event. It's 60 minutes is the minimum, which is an hour, obviously, and the maximum is 180, which is 3 hours. So you're still okay at this point, but you're closing in on those final bits where you kind of have to jump out of the car to make sure that one of your teammates can do them.
And that means that if you go beyond a double stint into a triple, you're going to have to make the last stint shorter,
slightly shorter,
because they're going just a fraction longer than an hour in the GTE class. So Jimmy, I mean, properly doing the heavy lifting there. He is in stint number 3, so clearly keeping that car right up at the sharp end. So where is the BMW? Why has the BMW challenge faded then?
I don't see. Okay, so I would say with the GTE, like with the leader, with particularly the BMW Redline, whilst they are not leading this race, they are kind of leading this race, because the 77 is pitting too early. They are putting themselves in a position where they've got to make splash and dash, which on a pit lane where it's a minute. Basically a minute and 5 seconds.
It's no longer a splash or a dash, is it?
Exactly. No. It's like this is not the track to be trying to book yourself an extra trip down into pit lane. So that in that sense, it really is a BMW Redline advantage. Proton Coanda can kind of pull it on back if they fuel save enough, but that's going to be a really tricky one. For BS competition, they've just had a couple of issues recently. I'm not actually necessarily sure. I don't remember what happened to Alan Tez.
They got a penalty, didn't they, for turning? No, they didn't get a penalty for the first lap.
No,
for that contact with the Porsche
NFA.
Actually, BS Florian Hasper for BS, they tweeted a little recently with a picture of the car on the grid, said that was the best part of the race for us so far. And they're not wrong. I mean, it's been an unmitigated shocker so far for BS, considering where they qualified. They've got no business being that far back. And actually D-Station as well, only 13th. They were 6th, 7th, 7th, 8th on the grid. I mean, the Aston Martin looked very strong in the rain. Doesn't look so strong here, but like everybody else, well, it's not like everybody else, so it's not on the soft. So they're double stinting that medium. Is this a second stint on the medium, or?
No, I think so some teams might take a soft, some teams might take a medium in the GTE category, but I don't think you would double stint them regardless. I think it's you take the medium if you can't keep the soft alive. Meanwhile, if you're smooth enough, calm enough, and you know, within the car enough, you can just single stint the soft and it's not a problem.
Or if the car is gentle enough.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That also does come down to the car, because each car does wear their tyres differently. That's the joy of having so many different cars. Got a little bit of a look into the gallery on the top right, where the broadcast is put together, race control and whatnot at the bottom. Obviously at the top, I'm not going to go through the names, there's no traitor in there this time, we're okay. But obviously the look through the gallery, you can see how much work is done to put together this broadcast that we
absolutely
pretty much
none.
ruined.
They're all just sitting there doing nothing.
Just like us.
Who's actually doing anything there?
Yeah, we want to see some harder work.
You see, that's what happens when they can hear commentary in the gallery. It's never a good sign, is it? And down in race control now, the voice you are used to hearing in the World Endurance Championship, and actually our race director Eduardo Freitas not here with us at Motorsport Games HQ. He is in Bahrain already. So how many hours ahead? I can't even remember how many hours ahead. But it's dark out, but it's not as cold as it is here, so that's always good.
It's not mid-dark outside anyway. It's about 3 o'clock here in the UK. We're approaching it.
Alpine Esports with a move here on AMG Team Williams. And that was nicely put away, wasn't it? Very comfortable move, very straightforward. That was not the most common place to overtake, but certainly worked really well. Down here into Bruxelles, this sort of corkscrewing downhill right-hander. Again, there are so many bits of this track that from an aerial view like here could be, you know, really quite flat. This track is absolutely stacked with elevation. I'm not... Yeah. Apart from the pit straight, which isn't even level, the Formula 1 pit straight, which isn't even level, I think possibly the only level bit of the track is between Pif and Paf here, and then between the two right-handers at the bottom, Campos and Paul Frere. I think that's relatively level. Everywhere else, you could not park a car without the handbrake on. It would just disappear. Again, even say here, between the two right-handers, you're still going downhill into Curve Paul Frere, or Stavelo as it used to be called, and then you start to climb. It's not hugely mountainous, but it is a very hilly part of the Belgian Ardennes, and they have used the terrain here just fabulously. Whoever, and I don't know who it was who originally laid out the circuit here using the roads around the area, whoever decided to come racing here was some sort of insane genius, because it, you know, in the cars that they raced in the very early days, it must have just been the most terrifying thing, with cars that were just routinely tearing the tread off the tyres and had no brakes and little steering and even less grip. I mean, what a place this must have been for those pioneers of motorsport in the 20s and 30s. Looking to a slightly more modern pioneer of motorsport, Matt Bacamar, race leader. The gap out to 14.3 seconds over teammate Tommy Usgaard. Again, all these guys in these Porsche Coanda LMPs are ex-GT race exponents, so they have made a lot of laps, a lot of time, a lot of their reputation in GT cars, and are now absolutely knocking it out the park. I mean, this is a comprehensively good showing from both of the Porsche Coanda cars, sweeping up. Again, you know, from the car it looks level. If you're in a passenger seat of a car here, you'd know just how steep it is, and you'd sort of just come almost over a crest there as you get into the brakes for the bus stop. Out of the bus stop, little crest here, and then again you can see right from the start of the pit wall there, it rolls all the way downhill into La Source. And this is the slowest part of the circuit. Minimum speed there about 40 miles an hour, about 65 k's. And minimum speed in a prototype or a GT is going to be very similar. GT probably with a slightly higher minimum speed there. And then sweeping down through Eau Rouge over this left-hander Rédillon and up the Kemmel Straight. And again, very steep uphill. If you've ever walked around the track, and if you never have, you really ought to. It's a proper cardiac workout. Again, slight plateau as you get onto the brakes here into Les Combes, but you're still climbing, using as much of the curb as you can. And then as you start to head down to Bruxelles, it starts to just tip over the brow here by the Marshalls campsite on the left. Again, in the longer races, you're doing the Spa 24 hours. If you're in the evening, you'll be able to smell all the campsite barbecues going on there as the marshals retire in shifts, retire for their tea, and then pouring on the speed down the hill into the double left-handers here. It's just a phenomenally scenic layout, and for anybody either racing a car or being driven around it in a car here, it is a fantastic track. It's just a massive roller coaster of emotion.
It's a brilliant circuit. I mean, it stood the test of time. You know, obviously over 100 years now. It's time in the motorsport world, and the important thing is that even in the world of sim racing, where most of the drivers genuinely will race this track, it's not like in the real world of motorsport where you see it like once or twice a year.
Yeah.
A lot of the time in sim racing, they are seeing this track 15, 20 times in a year. Yeah. And every time you go, oh, Spa again. Oh. And then you start driving and you think, oh, yeah, okay, yeah, fair enough. All right, yeah, all right. All right, cool. You know, it's a classic.
It is a classic, you know, Spa, Silverstone, Monza, all those classic European tracks there. It's not just that they've been around for a long while, but they've been used so often for good reason. I think that's the real thing, isn't it? You know, they're and even the modern circuit where you come from Les Combes all the way around there to Stavelot, that is you know, a new artificial parts of the track that was built to bring it back to Grand Prix racing in the 1980s, but the old road course, you know, part of the track still uses the old roads. The old roads come in on the left-hand side there as you start to climb up the hill, come through what used to be an access gate there and drive up the old road. In fact, the first time I ever came to Spa for a Grand Prix, you could still, before race day, as you can at Le Mans still, drive around the entire circuit. We didn't use the modern bit, but we drove all the way around the old circuit from La Source all the way down and around. So it's a phenomenal place. Let's take a look at some of the action while I was busy wittering on. RAG's number 18 car had a bit of a torrid time in Monza, and just got the move around the outside of that Ferrari to stay safe, but not enough to keep the speed up. And the Vector car up the inside, so that was a change for... Yes, that was Romain Grosjean being passed by Luc Duval, and that was for 19th place.
Just getting caught out by the GT driver, which is so easy in the LMPs. I mean, as much as we've seen a lot of aggressive driving from the LMPs as they fired their way up through a lot of that traffic earlier on, thinking, God, this is why GTs must absolutely hate LMPs. I mean, in the LMPs, they lose as many positions as they gain by getting caught out in the wrong spots by some of these, by some of the GTs that are just sort of doing their own thing. We're seeing the battle here between the Project 1 by Dua, Mark Gassner behind the wheel, Najima behind the wheel of the D station car that we're looking at right now. They've dropped back a fair amount, obviously now outside of the top 10, but looking back at the order between Vector and ARC Bratislava, another switch for a position. Is that another one for Liam Duval?
Yeah, Liam Duval, sorry, not Luc Duval. Yeah, so that's my Loic rather than Liam coming in there. Yeah, so picks up another spot, goes by ARC Bratislava. So that is Vector up to 18th place. Fiona Miller will be a little happier.
Maybe a touch.
Yeah.
It's been a somewhat difficult day for to be fair, it's been a somewhat difficult season for GR Vector, to be perfectly honest. Of course, the squad is actually run more so behind the scenes. The team is basically the John Lacey Esports Academy of all things. So they've got a lot of push between it. All the drivers belong there, and they've all kind of jumped in to drive in this championship, as they have done when it was obviously GR Wolves. Even they're the ones that kind of run that camp. I mean, they've not had an ideal season, but they are a talented group. You wouldn't really know it from even some of the results. You think, oh, maybe they aren't that good. But trust me, these are drivers that you would see at the front of, you know, maybe slightly lower competition, but like not crazy different in terms of strength of field. They're still good drivers.
Looking here at 44, the ARC Bratislava car coming under pressure from behind. Romain Grosjean in RHG's number 18. That was the car that got fired off in Monza from a more competitive position than the one that they're showing at the moment. So Grosjean now trying to work his way through traffic, and again you can see, ooh, the Project 1 car. Is that the Project? No, that's the Aston, isn't it?
Satellite.
Just in front, yeah, the satellite car. again, you know, through no fault of his own, his minimum speed there in those corners is lower than that of the prototypes, and he needs to use the racing line. It is a little bit one-track race course there. Grosjean looking to switch to the outside. Now, the idea there is that you try and force the driver in front to brake too shallow or to brake too late on a shallow line, and then he outbrakes himself on the way through. But Roman there couldn't find the traction he needed, got a big handful of opposite as he tried to come out of the bus stop. I'm trying to see what the DHL livery jet on the shelf behind him is.
Yeah, I know.
Not quite sure what's going on.
It's got a nice die. I would say that, I did say it earlier, that die cast of the IndyCar, obviously his IndyCar, but very nice. Always love those bits, because to me, obviously, you know, not a real world trophy, fair enough, but like in the world, like even in sim racing, I have like a die cast of your car, have a little model of your car with your name on it. I'm like, that is almost even more important than a trophy to me sometimes. Kind of like that's something where it's like, well, that actually has my name on it, and that is actually something which I've been and I've done, I've used.
Well, Grosjean right now still staring at the back of Eric Vietz's car, and coming up behind him is the it's not Mexico Racing Team car, so who?
The one directly behind them?
Yeah, no, so that's...
The other GR Vector is the one that's directly behind them, the 86. But who are they? Getting past the Fire car, which is going to slow them down ever slightly here, but should be all right. As Grosjean's going to lose out. So speaking about little models cars, I've actually got a little model version of an R8G LMP too, obviously from some of the competitions that we've had before. So I've got a little model version of that. That's pretty cool, but not quite to that degree. But he's struggling a little bit on the rear end. Saw it a little bit there on the exit of Pith Path. Just putting the power down a little bit too much. The rear end's not gripping too much. These are potentially the second stint of these medium tyres, and those rear tyres will be screaming right now.
And how much longer have they got to go? They've got another half dozen laps still to try and survive on these at least. So this is not battle, that is not the Mexico Racing Team car behind. So again, we saw when we were watching Roman a minute or two ago, see him chatting away to somebody on his headset. So probably not passing the time of day with the race control. That'll be having a chat with the engineers. Okay, guy coming up behind you, it's not for position, let him go. That's not your battle. And that's important actually when you have that information, because otherwise you start to try and look at the timing screens when you know, and figure out where you are and who it might be and so on. And when you haven't raced the entire season, then you don't need that sort of distraction. You just need the information coming in clean to you. So P1 moving up there into 5th place ahead of SF Velas. And so the Porsches, I mean, they qualified reasonably strongly. 3rd and 4th were the best Porsches, but Ferrari are just sort of slumping down the order. This sort of a little bit puts me in the mind of Ferrari at Spa in World Endurance, where after 3 dry days of running, they were just saying, okay, unless it rains, we're absolutely murdered. We've got no chance. And then it rained on race day, and hey presto, they ended up winning the race. And maybe Ferrari needs something like that to turn their fortunes around here in the virtual world as well. Well,
they've got, you know, they've got a great. It's not the top speed itself that's actually quite good for Ferrari. It's the way it gets to it. It's like it obliterates its way up there. And once it gets up there, I think the Aston Martin's a little bit faster in a straight line. But they get up to that speed faster than the other car. The problem is that despite doing that, they're really bad in the high-speed corners, which Spa does have a few of.
It does.
And so, again, in that sense, they're a car that would be quite good in Sector 1 and 3, and then really not very good in Sector 2, which we're obviously watching Jean-Marc Fiducci in the Fordzilla car come through now. I think it's still Fiducci behind the wheel. Yeah, this is the part where the car's really going to kind of struggle. Now, when you compare to something like the BMW, where the top speed isn't quite as high, but it's still pretty decent, as Sim Maranello come out of their box, it's still pretty decent, but the car's insanely good through corners like Pouhon, through corners like Fagna and whatnot. They're really, really fast there, and that's where it's like you sometimes can't really compete with that. But that's the whole nature of taking these different cars to different tracks. You're not going to be the fastest car every single track, because that would be a very bad BOP, to be honest.
And the other thing is, you know, if you come off the corner like the Ferrari does and get to your top speed quicker, that's great on short straights, but when you've got long straights like here and somebody behind you in the slipstream, then, you know, their ultimate top speed they may take longer to get to it, but they may actually have a better run on you. So
I think it's only the Aston that might have one that's high. Everyone else like should be. But that's it. We probably shouldn't talk about BOP on this broadcast. Well, there's just messages after this race.
Well, no, I mean, BOP is why we get close racing. I think it's absolutely the most positive thing that you have in GT racing. Obviously, there's no balance of performance in a prototypes. The balance of performance there is, here's a box of bits that's exactly the same. Yeah, everybody gets the same Lego kit. There you are. That's what it is. Off you go. Yeah. You know, you all have the same instructions, or to a degree the same instructions. So, and you all have the same potential. So it is different in GT racing. I mean, a Porsche is a very different beast to a Ferrari, is a very different beast to an Aston Martin or BMW. So you've got two mid-rear engine cars, you've got two front engine cars, and they've got, you know, wildly varying body shapes and frontal profiles and track and wheelbase and everything else. You know, the whole ethos of each of the four cars is quite different. And so they do things differently, just like four different football players will kick a football differently. So, you know, it doesn't matter. Okay, you've got four right-wing strikers. Yeah. They'll all have different heights and different physiognomies, and it will make a difference. What's also, there doesn't seem to be any logic looking there at who's got softs and who's got mediums. Doesn't seem to be, okay, if you're in a Ferrari, you can only make a medium work, or if you're in a BMW, all of them can make a soft work. It doesn't seem to be the case. It seems to be sort of fairly liberally spread among all four brands, is that you've got people using softs and mediums. And
here's Rory McDuff getting past Michi Hoyer. Now, I'm quite glad it's Rory McDuff behind the wheel and not Colin Spork, because Colin Spork and Michi Hoyer have had a few bits of fisticuffs throughout the year of 2022. This time, Rory McDuff, though, gets through nice and clean on Michi Hoyer and up into 7th position. You're absolutely right, though. You're absolutely right, Martin, that, of course...
I'm making a note to... I'll add that to my 15 points in the quiz.
Up to 16, you've broken the record. Goodness. No, the GTEs are kind of like, it's almost more down to how you're driving and how you set up the GTE as to whether you can take the softs and the... Whilst each car will affect its tyres differently, there are things that you can do in the setup which you maybe couldn't do in, say, you know, you could do in a BMW, you couldn't necessarily do in a Porsche to aid the front tyres coming in, but not the rears, etc., etc. There's quite a lot of that, and so that's why there is a bit more openness on who's taking the softs and the mediums, which I will say I absolutely love, because I don't like seeing, oh, everyone's in the same car and they're all doing the same tyre strategy. It's like, yeah, boring. I like the variety that we have.
What it doesn't seem to make, I mean, it doesn't make a huge difference to the strategy, though. They will still stop on the same lap for fuel. They're just on a nominally different tyre, so they're just driving it differently. So it's, it's... In LMP, if you go for the medium tyre, then you are pretty much duty-bound to double stint it. If you go for the soft, then you've really not given yourself that opportunity. And we saw that early on in the first couple of stints from Alpine, where they went soft and all the cars around them went medium. Now Alpine are back on the mediums, but having dropped down to 16th place, they're still on soft.
They're still on softs.
Still on soft.
They're committing to that strategy. So this is into the pit lane for Mac Backham, race leader in that number 23, coming in much earlier than the rest of them. We'd expect the rest of the LMPs to be in with the next couple of laps. They have always been doing that.
They did with Josh Rogers. He came in a lap earlier than anybody, and particularly I think that was to make sure that they didn't have the stacking problem that they had at Monza with their two cars when they were running 1-2 early in the race. Oh! ARC Bratislava and RHG getting touchy-feely on the run down towards Eau Rouge, but Romain Grosjean has got through and now gets a nice clean run. Actually just about caught the BS BMW at the right place, and so he didn't lose much momentum. The ARC Bratislava car is there, but is not going to go by. Eric Vizi remains behind. So again, you know, Grosjean with that real world as well as sim world experience, just able to read the traffic well and shows where to make the move. But goodness me, that car is looking more like a drift car than a Le Mans prototype right now. Really steering from the rear, and that must be a real handful for him.
Yeah, Certainly is. Obviously, again, these are the old tyres. These are a stint and a half old. These 2 stint old tyres. They're approaching the end of their life when it comes to realistically how fast they're going to go, and it just shows the car. The thing is when they're like that, you understeer into the corner, you oversteer out. It's so tricky to drive. Doing a great job to do so, and like I say, navigating the traffic wisely.
Right, who is right behind him? Is that Tommy Usgaard, the leader, or is that Mac Backham who has stayed in? No, yeah, because Mac Backham is still in the pits. So it is the leader is behind this battle. So the leader has lapped everybody up to 18th place, or up to 19th place now.
Martin Kronke takes over the wheel of the 23. So they've used, in the first half of this race, they have used all 3 of their drivers in that number 23 Porsche Coanda
Leader
car.
in, leaders in. OK, yes, that had to be his in-lap, really, because that's the way that's been going. So Tommy Usgaard. And so will they do the same with the number 20 car?
Well, when it comes to driver slots, I do believe so. Obviously, we have seen. Well, we have seen Diogo. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong car. Never mind. I was about to say Diogo Pinto, Luke Bennett. Well, no. We have seen Mitchell de Jong out. Obviously, we've got Tommy Usgaard behind the wheel. We always see Zach Campbell, who's normally. I mean, he's very, very fast. Zach Campbell. Said this before in the previous rounds that he's done and whatnot. Normally does quite a lot of the race engineering and whatnot for the Coanda squad since joining them after leaving Apex at the start of this year, a Team Apex racing team that are obviously based, I'm wisely informed, up in Corby, and they've got their own little facility there. I'd like to see them taking part in the Le Mans Virtual Series in the near future for sure.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Because they're a great little squad. But Zach Campbell obviously has departed them, joined Porsche Coanda, and it's kind of fit in very, very well, doing their strategy and also being incredibly fast behind the wheel, so good effort on that one.
So red line 1-2 at the moment. Car number 2 ahead of car number 1. Then AMG Team Petronas, number 4 car again. The better of the Floyd Burst cars. That Floyd Van Wall car in 4th place, ahead of 444, which is now up to 5th. Richie Hoyer ahead of AMG Team Williams in 6th place. Tommy Usgaard, Rory McDuff in the pit lane for Alpine as well. Gianmarco Fiducci for Fordzilla is in the pits. Martin Kronke, as you said, out of the pits for number 23 at Porsche Coanda team. And there is the 20 car coming down the pit lane on its way out. So will they have changed? Seems likely that they would. Their other sister car did a double and then a double. And in comes the first of the Team Redline cars to make it stop. So number 2 car is in. Number 1 car rather is in. So will the number 2 car? Yeah, that'll go round another lap.
I think so. It's the next stop, which will be the one where, when it comes to strategy, you can almost be like myself, an idiot, and understand what's going on with the strategy, because obviously the next stop will be roughly around the halfway point, at which point we'll understand whether some of the teams are getting to the point where they need to do that extra stop. If they need to do an extra stop, that'll be the really, really important one, is that next pit stop. Coming out of the pit lane there was Rory McDuff, who'll obviously go a lap down, the car that we're looking at here, the race leader in the number 2.
Right, so neither red line came in. So which car did come in that I thought was a red line car?
I think it might have been GR Vector, the 86 GR Vector, because it looks exactly the same.
Yeah.
Because obviously
number 5
black
Williams
and red.
car is in as well. Yes.
The only colours that we can use in sim racing for the most part are black and red. Gonna go Martin Haven angry on this broadcast.
It's like Martin Haven, Gareth Rees, Formula 3000 era, and it's just, okay, this year's colour is red, everybody must use red. This year's colour is blue, everybody must use blue. Oh, come on.
There they are.
Aha, there you go. So you're absolutely right. It didn't have enough white on it. That's what threw me, because the other Vector car has much more white, yes.
Yeah, I did the season of GB3 this year, and we had the High-Techs and the JHRs, which are both grey with black stripes and red highlights. And it's like, great. Oh, Gianmarco Fiducci there having a touch of an issue, trying to get squeezed off just a touch by the, was that the 4? Which one is that? Of the... That'll be going. That'll be upper lap. That'll be the 4 of Jesper Pedersen.
It's 444.
It's 444. It's still upper lap.
Yeah.
So the 966 has been out of the pit lane recently.
Yeah,
it's Alessandro Ottaviani, by the way, not Gianmarco Fiducci.
Yeah, that's a driver change at Fordzilla. Roy McDuff was in Alpine, stays in Alpine. No change at Arnage, and no
Porsche.
change in the 101 GR Vector either.
Porsche Commander do switch out the second car, so Tommy Osgaard out
go.
and Zach Campbell in. So they are they're just constantly keeping them switched. Well, I quite like the idea of that.
Yep.
Keeping them all fresh all the time as much as they can.
Do they not double stint?
Yes, I think
they do. They
so
doubled each, haven't they?
Exactly.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
they're doing a double stint, which is about an hour and 10 to an hour and 15.
Yep.
And so you're doing like an hour and 15 minutes and then jumping out of the car, which I like the idea of, because like you're not burning yourself out,
Yep.
but you're also, you know, keeping in the mindset.
Well, and the other thing is whoa, oh dear, Michi Hoyer just, okay, handbrake, tweak it in, full drift there at La Source. I mean, I think he was actually picking up the throttle as he turned in there. Never mind as he got to the apex.
Clearly showing some rallycross experience there.
Yeah,
Must
I
have been
mean,
using it.
it probably was.
Oh,
I mean,
here we go.
November Rallycross Grand Prix. Alex Buncombe in the Rocket Sim Sport car.
Number 22 and the number 65. 22 being this one here of the
Warning
Rocket
for no
Sim.
headlights.
65 is the Yannick Lapchan, who's behind the wheel of the Panis Racing Team. No headlights being used.
Really,
You can see
no
that.
headlights?
Yeah, I don't.
I mean, I know it does
it's
now.
not that dark, but
Yeah.
it definitely has headlights on.
It does now. Maybe that's because they were warned that they didn't have their headlights on.
Yeah.
Yeah. They were ticked off.
This is it. You know, well, to be fair, I will say things have been a bit calmer behind the scenes at the moment, and maybe Race Control have dealt with all of their problems, and so to a point, Race Control might be like, right, what else can we pick up on? Who can we
Well, there are certain things like illuminated door panels that don't necessarily seem obvious all the time, but as the light level starts to drop, then you go, oh, okay, we can't see the number on that car at all, so that becomes a bit of an issue. You just saw the view of Al Buncombe driving his car around in 9th place, so 19th place. Yeah, that's the illuminated door panel there being not quite as legible to my blind eyes as it should be. Leader is in.
Not to hurt anyone's feelings really. What was the year when? Was it Ferrari? Was it at Le Mans where they had had one of the position lights wasn't on?
Oh yeah.
And they got called back into the pit lane really late in the race.
It does happen. It does happen. And you think, okay, well, really, how much difference can it make? It is part of the rules. They must work. And so teams do have replacement doors because it's not a stick-on panel. The illuminated bit is built into the door. The panel that goes over the top that has the sort of, you know, WEC logo and the number and so on, that is the stick-on bit. But the actual, it's like a light box built into the side of the door. So the quickest way is to unplug the dry brake connector in the door jamb, take the door off because it basically just drops onto pins, and put a new one on, slam it, and off you go. Of course, all of these things are time, money and effort to have standing by in preparation at every race, and freight and all the other stuff. So yeah, the higher up the pecking order you are, the more likely you are to have all these things ready to cure these problems at a moment's notice, whether they appear or not.
Yeah. And like I say, it's all that preparation. I mean, we don't have that. Obviously, it's not too much of a drama in sim racing because you can just come into the pit lane and repair your car. But you do have the odd bit. Brabham Esports then. So it's gone from bad to worse for them. Devin Browner just jumping behind the wheel of the car in the very recent past. And there's a lot of damage on the front end. Is this a technical fault that's sent them off into a barrier? Is it through another car or is it a solo issue?
Yeah, we didn't see anything. We haven't heard in our ears, as opposed to hearing anywhere else. It's been a long day.
Is that like saying that the front nose in the car? Where it's like,
visually you can see, as opposed to audibly you can see, obviously. No, we haven't heard anything about whether or not it was a disconnect or whether he's had a glitch, but I don't think anybody else was involved in that. So that is very unfortunate for the Brabham Esports team.
Big shame. So they were just trying to get themselves a decent result onto the board, and they're having the odd struggle. Has Alpine also had a bit more of a struggle? Is it just because there are so many people that are going a lot longer than they were? Because they've dropped. They're now in 12th spot. Were they that low after the pit stop?
Have they not just stopped?
They
No,
did
were
stop. They did stop recently, but
Yeah.
did they come out that low?
Well, don't forget, you know, the top 6 are just going in now.
That's true. Yes, it probably is the fact they are stopping a lot earlier than everyone else. It's fair enough.
Yeah, no earlier than a lap earlier
yeah,
than
sorry.
Coanda, but yeah, I mean there are other cars that are running longer, and actually, if that comes back to bite them at the end of the race, then yeah.
Which I think it might. If you're going that aggressive on fuel and strategy, if you're not saving and yet everyone else is, and there's 3 hours 20 minutes left to go, that a lot of these teams still might be at the point where they might actually be able to save themselves potentially a stop. If not, they're just going to be shrinking that final stop, even if they do have to come in, which they'll be coming into the pit lane the same amount of times as everyone, but they will be shrinking it significantly.
They'll be stationary for less time because it'll require less fuel.
And maybe even not even changing a set of tyres. Like even if you've done a double, you might just be like, well, there's only 3 laps left to go, so let's just leave these tyres on, just struggle with them, stick in the 3 laps of fuel, and you will save yourself at that point 20 seconds roughly for the tyre change, and then also a little bit of the fuel in the pit lane as well. The number 1 coming down in the pit lane, unwisely informed, there might be a driver, but everyone knows behind the wheel of this car.
Max Bilecki.
I'm told it's Max Verstappen.
Well, Max Bilecki came in, and so...
One Max for one Max.
Yeah, exactly. So heading out. So Porsche Coanda back to 1-2, and then behind them you can see the next 7 cars all peeled in. So Team Redline number 2 was the better placed of those Redline cars. That is in 3rd place. Max Verstappen does come out in 4th place, ahead of the 63 AMG Team Petronas car, and then 18 R8G. So Romain Grosjean up to 6th position. Now we saw him battling for 16th at the end of the last stint.
Obviously yet to stop right now, but still struggling with those tyres, still desperate to try and keep on. We might actually have that little bit. I think Verstappen's out a little bit too far ahead. But again, the battle that I've been told that we need to
what was that at the
say
side
about
of the
a little
track?
bit.
Yeah, there was a stationary Porsche. Was that a Project 1 car, or in speed or Project 1? One of the pale cars.
I think it was in speed that I saw at the top of shot. It was in speed, we're being told.
In speed indeed, okay.
In speed indeed. Oh, goodness.
Yeah. Okay, so let's just have a little... Oh, I've hit something on my screen that I didn't want to do. I was going to say,
Granddad mode has been activated.
I know. Let's chart the... Oh, here we go now, all over the shop. let's
I'll talk through this replay of in speed whilst you sort out the live timing over there. See what happens as they come down into no name, just dropping the rear end, already on turning. Obviously rear end struggling just a touch, tapping the barrier ever so slightly, not too heavy, so it should be okay. But as he turned in, the rear end was like, no thank you, and it's just gone out to the barrier. It's so easy to do.
So that's no longer no name. That is now officially the Jackie X curve.
Jackie X curve, or it used to be Speaker. The thing is that for a corner with no name, it's got a lot of names.
Well, it used to be called Speaker's Corner because it was the only one that you could see through the trees from the old commentary position, but track speaker's position. Ooh, Tuukka Häkkinen on the inside of the Aston Martin, and just wriggle room just enough to go by Jimmy Nasula, who apparently is doing the entire race in that satellite racing Aston Martin. They are going to have to cut their 3rd stint short, though, so that he does not exceed the 180-minute margin, which will be coming up in
17 minutes and 13 seconds. I would take a wild guess.
Yep. So they will have to come in before the end of 3 hours.
Yeah, which should be okay. I mean, even if you pitted with, it would be too close for me, but 3 hours and 1 minute left to go, you should be able to get into the box, and then like that should be fine. But then again, I wouldn't risk. I wouldn't put it that close. It's not worth it.
The penalty is much more severe for overrunning your time than you're going to lose by stopping a lap conservatively. But again, you're not going to win this category by being conservative in any department. So, you know, that's the balance, isn't it? It's not the fear of making the mistake, it's the confidence to press it right to the very limit. And that, I mean, that's motor racing, isn't it? You know, you don't fear the consequences of it going wrong, you push yourself to take the advantage of it going right?
Well, it's the I heard it when I was watching the Olympic Games, of course, and in that there was a cycling race. It was in the women's cycling race, and they said to win a race like of that level, or at any level really. And this does work in motor racing as well. To be prepared to win, you also have to be prepared to lose in the same breath, and that's the kind of like the thing, is that to really think about that is that you have to sometimes throw something at the wall, and you know that might not even be the win, that might even just be to get a podium or whatever, but to try that sometimes you've got to really risk it, and you've got to be ready to come out with nothing.
Well, the simple fact of the matter is, unless you are having one of those purple seasons, you lose almost all the time in motorsport, and that makes the very occasional wins absolutely exceptional, and you know, so much to be celebrated. So this battle comes into the pit lane and to all intents and purposes should continue. So Häkkinen and Nisula, the two Finns coming in together.
And obviously Nisula will be out of the car now.
And so Nisula's out of the car, but they are really the first front runners in GTE to have stopped. So 77 Proton Coanda, by the way, has just set the fastest race lap. 2 minute 13.6. No, that's
Whoa,
not.
BS competition. There was BS competition, the GR Vector car just coming through there. You've got the 44 also coming through in the background, the ARC Bratislava, as we're focused on
What just happened there between the two red line cars?
Not red line, that is, again, was it the red line car?
Was that not 2 and 1? Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was. Yeah,
it was.
So it wasn't a GR Vector. So it was William. Sorry, it was BS competition and the other red line car. I thought it was GR Vector because it was just sort of like out of nowhere. The second one, the 86 of that. But yeah, I think it must have been the BS competition B&W that was also involved in that, going through Piffpaff.
Okay, well, again, Rocket Sport's getting a lot of love from the cameras here this weekend so far. Al Buncombe and the GR Vector Esports car right in front of him.
He's doing a solid job again on pace. Al Buncombe is not. He's done his fair share of sim racing. He's done, I'd say, probably done more sim racing than a lot of pros, to be perfectly honest.
But he is more a pro racing driver than renowned for being a sim racer. But
yeah, big time.
Yeah, he's doing a good job on harassing Liam Duval.
By the way, just to update, Bennett's last lap, the one of the number 2 Team Redline car, it was a 2 minute 6.4 plays, roughly mid 2 minutes that everyone else was doing. I took Martin Cronke a 2 minute flat 0.4.
Right, so
2 minute flat 0.4 again.
Let's have a look, gallery. We've seen you sitting there doing nothing. Let's have a look at what happened with the two Redline
I think
cars.
John Monroe. I think John Monroe's the one rushing around on that one.
Yeah.
Of course,
you say rushing, he's probably out having a fag and a coffee, is he?
he's a very relaxed dude. Let's see what happened then on the replay. So you've got coming through here, this is Bennett, and then you've got the BS competition, got into the rear of him.
Oh, he hit him.
Straight into the rear. And then you'll see Verstappen come through now.
Okay. All right, well, that was, just 2 into 1, doesn't quite go. Well done, boys. Thank you very much indeed for that. So Max gets basically a free pass there, courtesy of a mistake by his teammate, so up to 3rd place. So the two red line cars still 3rd and 4th, but the number 1 car now ahead of the number 2. And that's back to how they were early in the race. Yeah.
And it's still the 2 Porsche Coandas out 17 seconds ahead of Max Verstappen at the moment. There's a long gap up the order to Zach Campbell and Martin Cronke. But again, when it comes to strategy and stuff, that can definitely open itself up later on in the race. We might see them being caught back.
Well, never mind later in the race. Last time round, Martin Cronke, the leader, 2 minutes 2.5, 2 minutes 0.3 for Zach Campbell in 2nd place, 2 minutes 0.1 for Max Verstappen in 3rd. So Max 26.3 seconds back. Yeah, okay, 2.5 seconds lost on that lap, but Max is pretty relentless in traffic as well. You know, it is a little bit like knowing that there is a great white shark chasing you, you have to swim like the devil.
Wasn't it navigating lap traffic that Max Verstappen crashed out of Le Mans Virtual, obviously back in January? It was coming up towards the first, the Ford chicanes. I think he was on the inside of a bit of traffic and then took too much of the curb on the left and then went out into the barrier.
Yep.
I think it was about 8 hours into the race. And so, obviously trying to bounce back from that one, obviously get himself ready for Le Mans Virtual also. Hopefully we'll see him for Sebring also. I'm not sure, obviously a lot of teams, they need to field a pro driver at some point throughout the season. Now quite a lot of them have already, obviously Team Redline now have, but it means that we might see an awful lot of pros out in Sebring to get the team ready
Where they're
for
running
Le
out
Mans
of
Virtual.
opportunities to do that, aren't
That's
they?
it.
Because that's what we've got.
Yeah, and only one more round after this before we get to the big race of the season. One more race of the year after this. My goodness.
Absolutely. Well, of this calendar year, yes,
exactly.
absolutely right.
Wow, it's, this year's flown by. Now that I'm thinking of that, it's like, oh right, we're at the start of November. Oh,
well, and Ben will be back for that one because I should be in Salt Lake City.
Yes.
So that's, I mean, that's how late in the year we're getting, boys and girls, because you know, we're still sim racing here in what looks like really lovely conditions at Spa. However, the bobsleigh season is not far away, so ice and snow beckon. Porsche Commander 1-2, but we will watch the progress. And actually Martin Cronker just opening up a little bit more of a margin to Zach Campbell on that last lap. It's gone from 8 point something to 9.6 seconds the lead. And Max Verstappen 26.1 back in third, 27.2 back in fourth is the number 2 red line car. Then 3 seconds back from him, AMG Team Petronas in 5th place. And what's that? Ooh, over 8.5 seconds back, the number 4 Floyd Van Woolcar in 6th. The gap from them to Alpine is about 5 seconds. So Alpine still in the top 10 despite a radically different tyre strategy to most of the other cars. I was going to say around them, but actually in the entire LMP field. And look, here's the frustration. When your teammate gets through the traffic and you're sat behind not 1 but 2 GT cars, you've got to make the pass down the inside here. And you know you have to make the pass and you show it nice and early, and you just hope that the GT driver has seen that you are coming. Yeah, it was just a bit of a frustrating moment being on board with Bennett there. But I mean, again, that's when it comes to being in this style of endurance racing. I mean, pretty much anyone on this grid, this is not their first season of doing this style of endurance racing, right? Big kick of oversteer on the exit of campus there from Bennett. You've got to understand when you're in the car, yes, it's frustrating, but sometimes you just need to, like, yeah, don't worry about it, whatever, just brush it off, just focus on the race, because it's like everyone's through this race. You're not going to get through 6 hours without having really, really, like, foul, awkward moments going through traffic. Everyone's going to get them, and it's just making sure that you don't trip over that traffic. Meanwhile, Bennett comes into the pit lane for a drive-through penalty for causing a collision. That'll be, of course, shockingly enough, with BS competition. And there is the victim of... That's a teammate. That's the Malika. Is that the 3rd incident that the BS car's been involved in? Yeah, because obviously they had the one on lap 1 with the Porsche, where they were the pivot rather than they were the cue ball rather than the whatever it is that the cue ball hits. And yeah, 2 more incidents. I think they've been hit both times. Yeah, they've not had a great round. BS having said that, back up sort of towards the top 10 again. So Michele D'Alessandro from Marla in 4th place, and again their race. Basically, they selected reverse. I know, didn't they? Selected go at the start, didn't they? Got up to 2nd into La Source and are still challenging for a podium. And the car they're challenging is right in front right now. That's the 51 SF Velas car. So the factory Scuderia Ferrari team car. Just saw Bennett out of pit lane there. It's 61 seconds to traverse the time in pit lane. You lose about
compared to the guys on track, you lose about 45 seconds when it comes to the actual time that you lose by going through pit lane. RHG and Yazheep Veloce going to switch over positions here, and RHG moving up the position. That's 11th spot now, so just inside the top 10. Team Redline remain, but they've got a bit of pressure on their shoulders. Who's about? Is that? I'm going to say Marcel Cinčić without looking. It is Marcel Cinčić. The speed and the aggression, it's recognisable with the Hungarian, and he is rapid. I genuinely didn't know, by the way. I was scrolling through my live time, and that's not me just being like, oh, you know, trying to be a clairvoyant of some description. Yeah. I'm all right. No one believes me. All right, fair enough. Well, you'll be able to find out how many of those questions right Chris McCarthy got in about 6 minutes.
Excellent.
I can guarantee I'm not getting 15.
Well, now I don't know if he's going to tell us. We'll wait and see what he comes up with.
I just really want to beat Chris.
Yeah. Well,
whoa!
I got more than a fluky 1.5 this time, so I'm happy. 77 makes the move and sticks it.
That was very odd from Gasner. I think he was trying to lift to allow Dane Warren to come through, and unfortunately lifted right in front of Dane Warren.
The problem with doing it, you know, it's the old stuff that I can remember this from many years ago. After a huge shunt in a 6-hour race at Brands Hatch, Jochen Mass came on the circuit PA, was being interviewed, and he said, listen, I just want to, he survived a crash, a huge crash at Clearways, and he said, I just want to say to everybody out there, if there is traffic coming up behind you, please, whatever you do, just stay on the racing line. Don't try and do us a favour, because if you go off the racing line, we have no idea where you're going next.
Absolutely.
And, you know, and that's the same deal. I'll just lift here for him. No, because he's not expecting it.
Unless it's on a straight where they've got a slight overlap, then lift to let it. Yeah, absolutely.
But you just stay on the racing line and keep your speed up. Give the guy behind a fighting chance. You know, and I don't care if it's a multiple world champion in a much quicker car. If you are on a predictable trajectory, he's got a chance of driving around you. If you're meandering all over the road like a learner, then you're causing accidents. You're not helping anybody, and least of all yourself and your teammates. So, yeah, it's always the deal. Stay on the racing line. At least then they know where you're off to.
Yeah, like I say, it's the most predictable position that you can go to, because like I say, as an LMP, if you're coming up to the back of a GTE and you've said to them stay on the racing line, and then you stay on the racing line, they know exactly where you're going to be at any moment through that corner, which means that they can decide what they will do. And it's the always in this style of race, it's the higher category, so in this case the LMP's responsibility to lap cleanly at all times. The only exception to that is if the car they're lapping does something inherently unpredictable, which would be diverting from the race line. As long as the GTE does that, then it is entirely down to the LMPs to make their way through cleanly and safely.
Absolutely right, and you know, in that instance, if there is contact between a quicker car and a slower car, again, the stewards will not just look at who hit whom, but why and where each of the cars were respective to what you might reasonably anticipate to be going to happen. And again, you know, if somebody comes off the throttle early and gets on the brakes early and you run into the back of him because you are still wide open at 190 miles an hour or 160 miles an hour, you know, in the tiny blink of an eye that it takes you to register that it's happened, you've hit him, then the stewards are not necessarily going to find you culpable because somebody else has changed what could reasonably be expected. So you're right, it is inherent on Marcel Cinčić here to make the move cleanly on Luke Bennett. And Luke Bennett sticks on the racing line, and Cinčić just didn't quite have enough grip there and can't quite come by, but now he's going to try and box him in behind the Porsche, and is that going to work? No, the Porsche goes to the apex, but now will drift out wide, and so Cinčić actually might have the run here. No.
Oh, to be fair, Cinčić played that
Yeah.
Knowing, okay.
Didn't force it because the Porsche was going to be the one that got fired off there.
I know how aggressive Marcel Chinchik has. I've commentated on him enough. He's a very, very aggressive driver. That was really well read because it was, again, thinking about the next day. Realistically, could have got to the outside of that Porsche and tried to go around the outside of the X-curve whilst making it 3 wide because you know what Bennett's going to do. Decided, actually, that's a really stupid idea. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to back off and I'm going to try and fight you later on in traffic. That is the mentality that we want to see because, again, it is using your brain when coming through traffic, which is easier said than done.
Yeah, because, you know, the adrenaline is pumping and thumping and you're just trying to make the move. So, again, you know, having consideration for what else is around you is all part of it, isn't it? Whether it's quicker stuff or slower stuff. And in that case, the Porsche potentially had the option to open up an attack on Luke Bennett, but in the end, it didn't quite work the way that Marcel Chinchik wanted. So he comes back to the attack, starts another lap right behind the car in 10th place. Of course, Luke Bennett down there in 10th because of that unintentional contact with the back of the BMW at Piff Paff about 8 or 10 laps ago now, which caused him to be awarded a drive-through penalty. So the RG driver now heading down into Eau Rouge. Key here is to be clean and clinical for Eau Rouge and not to lose too much ground on the way through there, so you get a good slingshot up the straight. And this is where he's perfectly poised, still in the tow. There he breaks through the wake, but by that stage, the job is done. And Luke Bennett recognised that. Meanwhile,
Pescarolo making a move.
Yeah, and is that a change of position?
Yes.
Yes, it is, ahead of the Ass Heat car.
Got to say, I said it earlier, I don't know how this makes you feel, but that Pescarolo, the youngest average age of any lineup in Le Mans virtual history, an average age of 17 between the three of them. Again, said it before on the broadcast, incredible young talent between a lot of them. Makes me feel very old.
Average age of 17. Yeah, that's
16, 17 and 18 between them.
Excellent. Well, at least there are no 9-year-olds in there, but you know, that day will come. That day will definitely come. 3 hours in and 3 hours down here in the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. It started in beautiful conditions and nicely judged through the first corner as well. Everybody in LMP keeping their noses clean. GTE, though, it all went wrong for BS and for the Project 1 car right on the opening lap as they made contact. BS qualified strongly, but then turned around the 777 car and got collected by more prototypes. And in the prototype battles, while Porsche Coanda headed out front, everybody else was left to squabble in multi-car packs. Team Redline working their way through. And most of the prototypes starting on the medium tyre, but Team Alpine going with the softs. RAG's number 18 car working its way through from what was a less than favourable qualifying position. And Vector trying to struggle their way up from the bottom of the top 20 as well. Ideal conditions all the way through. 26 degrees of track temperature, 20 degrees of air temperature. Not bad for Belgium in November. It could well be an average summer day, but it has given us the opportunity to watch some fantastically close racing. Here is a classic example. Again, down into La Source, the inside pass for position, neatly executed. In the GT class, just as much going on. The Aston Martins looking pretty consistent, battling towards the podium, but it has been Porsche out front for much of the race, with BMW, BS again getting caught out by what was then the third placed number 2 car from Team Redline. Max Verstappen in the 1 car, happening upon that incident and gladly taking third place. Number 2 then taking a drive-through penalty, which dropped him down to the bottom of the top 10. So 3 hours in, 3 hours still to go, and Porsche Coanda remain 1-2. Max Verstappen in third in Team Redline's #1 car, bringing the margin down well under 20 seconds now. AMG Team Petronas, Floyd Van Wall and Alpine complete the top half dozen. There have been a couple of technical issues in the LMP field, which unfortunately has sidelined Axel and it seems Williams Esports as well. And looks as though Brabham is joining that short list of no longer competing cars. 25th place overall. Current leader in GTE is in fact D-Station's Aston Martin as we cycle through the GTE pit stops from the 77 Proton Coanda car with BMW Team Redline's #71 car that started on pole in third place from the ProDrive Aston Martin. But we are in the middle of that pit stop sequence. So we will see quite a number of driver changes because there's a couple of cars where the drivers have got right to the end of their 3-hour maximum stint. So it is 23 that leads outright. Lewis McGlade has gone off to ignominiously fail to answer quite enough questions in the picture quiz, and we're rejoined by the brilliant Chris McCarthy. Chris, full 15 for you as well?
13.5.
13.5 out of 15. Okay, that's excellent stuff.
So there you go. Not bad, right? Easy.
Not bad at all.
I thought I'd leave a couple in there, you know.
Well, unfortunately, it was all. It's like in a Popmaster specialist questions. Girl bands or hits since 2000? No, neither of those, please. It was all a bit like that, I'm afraid, for me. So I needed some more older stuff. Anyway, back to the case in hand. Porsche Coanda, why are they so dominant?
Well, are they on another strategy is what the talk is upstairs, and what
so
we
are
have
they,
our guys working on for us.
Well, yeah, but they're not D-Station just so they're in from the GTE lead.
Are they going to need to do an extra pit stop is the question.
Well, the question is now, with 3 hours to go, can anybody just squeeze through by doing one fewer than any of their rivals? It seems unlikely in the front runners.
We have John upstairs working on it for us, but
John upstairs, excellent.
But yeah, it's going to be. Oh, okay.
Porsche Coanda #23 leader change, but he was the leader before, no?
By 6.7 seconds.
Yeah, from Zach Campbell, yeah. Okay, well, I don't think there has been a lead change. We'll see as we get to Le Combe,
but back to what we were saying,
Sector 1, if there is a change.
The talk is, are they going to need to do an extra stop at the end because they are stopping earlier than the others?
Yeah, but only a lap or two. But they've been doing that right from the very beginning.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I'm not sure that 2 laps of Spa is enough to eliminate. You know, if the gap, if it was. They were 2 laps earlier in the first stint, 3 in the next, 4, then 5, then 6 laps. But they're not. They're still only 2 laps earlier. So nobody's actually gaining any more on them. And yet they've, you know, have they just gone, OK, we're going to sacrifice a lap's worth of fuel. OK, so that's Martin Kronke, the leader, is in the pit lane.
Yeah.
Have they just gone, OK, in the opening stint, we're going to turn the wick up to 11, give it everything, get some distance between us and the rest, then we're going to just lay out and spend the next 5 hours gradually saving enough fuel to get that 1 lap back in the penultimate stop. Yeah. But we've still got the gap. We can maintain that and save fuel. If you don't have the gap, if you're chasing, you can't save fuel as efficiently as if you're ahead.
Possibly.
Do you know what I mean?
No, possibly because the first stint they were very quick right at the end of the stint.
Yeah.
So we'll have to wait and see.
Did we just see a change for position?
Alpine, are seeing on screen. But
in the GT, I'm now trying to find where the Aston Martin was. Why can't I see it? Because I'm going.
Well, Marla
satellite
is
there.
right,
and, so yeah, Kevin Stolzer did get by David Pittard. So David Pittard in the satellite. I haven't mentioned him, so I'm assuming that he's been in since the start of the last stint. So yeah, so Michele D'Alessandro for Marla was getting ahead of David Pittard. That was a change for 6th place. Yeah.
correct.
Panis, threading the eye of a needle. Why is that Porsche going so slowly?
That was brave.
Why is that Porsche going so slowly again? Is that his outlap? He's just come out of the pit lane, hasn't he? That's Martin Kronke. That's why I'm sort of slightly surprised that he is so slow still up the Kemmel Straight. But of course, they're coming through Eau Rouge with a lot more speed than he came out of the pit lane. So 20 is in as well, which means that red lines Max Verstappen will take the lead. Here he is, shown in second place on the side panel, and that will change to first place as he comes across the line. That's the exit timing sector 1. So Zach Campbell stops. So far the routine for Porsche Coanda has been that they've double stinted their drivers all the way through. That's the end of Zach Campbell's first stint in the car, also the end of Martin Kronke's first stint in the car. So Kronke stayed in, expect Zach Campbell to stay in. Rory McDuff stops for Alpine. So this is the end of his second stint. So Team Redline leads. Number 2 car is in for Redline, is it then?
And there is Max, you can see on screen.
Yep. Looking as focused as ever, isn't he? And again, you see busy hands. Look, you could just watch, nice, soft and relaxed hands, but there was just a little grab of opposite lock there as the car just sort of walked away from him. Flicks it down a couple of gears as he get into Bruxelles.
I do find it great that esports is providing someone like Max Verstappen a chance to race at the highest level in esports on his weekend off, essentially.
Well, I see it the other way around, actually. Even more beneficial is that all these guys who have raced in esports for years get to race the reigning Formula 1 world champion. I mean, because you can't do that any other way.
No.
You just can't do that, and yet you can meet him on equal terms in this racing format. So I think that's, you know, it's a little bit like, you know, when you get a superstar doing the Formula Ford Festival or something like that. You know, normal mere mortals can race against somebody that for 20 other weeks of the year they can only see operating at this elite level on TV. You know, yeah. I think it, you know, that's the, we talk about this, or I've talked about this so many times, about the benefit of sim racing is that it is really democratizing. It is so cheap to start. You can start on almost no money at all, and you know, you don't need millions and millions to be able to have the same equipment as the Formula 1 world champion. Okay, you might not have the same backup or the knowledge or the experience or the touch or the ability, but you can go out and race against them, and that's the great thing about it.
Yeah, it is absolutely fantastic. Look, if you're new to Le Mans Virtual and someone like Max Verstappen has brought you here for the first time, we are running a competition which maybe could help you get your career in sim racing started as well, thanks to our partners Thrustmaster, where you can win a T128 steering wheel. There are a series of codes hidden on the Le Mans Virtual and Traction social media channels. The more codes you find, the more chances you have of winning a fantastic next generation Thrustmaster T128 wheel. Head to the pin post on the Le Mans Virtual Twitter to find out how you enter your codes. You might even find one in the YouTube and Twitch chats using the command Thrustmaster. So do get involved in that, and you can kickstart your career in esports racing.
Well, we've seen drivers competing like Jacques Villeneuve on like a joystick in elite level sim racing over lockdown and all sorts. So again, you know, don't imagine that you need to spend thousands of dollars or thousands of euros on a setup to be competitive. You don't. It's not. You know, all of those little elements add a little bit more, but they're not absolutely necessary.
What we were talking about Turka Hakkinen's. That's what me and Lewis remembered it quite well, actually, that his setup was sort of a sort of put it together with wood, didn't he?
Yeah.
And just put everything in there. It wasn't something that he'd gone out and bought. It was self-made, definitely.
Well, when we did the WTCR,
now it looks really nice, I have to say.
We
so
did the
clearly...
WTCR Championship a couple of years ago at the beginning of lockdown, and there were drivers there that had a steering wheel literally clamped to their kitchen table.
Yeah.
You know, and all of that. You know, okay, Tom Coronel had one that had like smoke things on, so every time he did something fantastic, he sort of like threw smoke up in the air. But I mean, that's Tom because he's a showman. But but there was literally everything between something you borrowed from your neighbour's kids, hello Ted Björk, to, you know, clamped to your kitchen table, to a sort of a more clearly more well-used, you know, and slightly more professional looking rig. And these guys, you know, these are professional racing drivers who don't have the time, but a lot of the time, you know, have the wherewithal to buy kit, and still, you know, are cobbling stuff together. I mean, it's not like Jacques Villeneuve can't afford a seat in a rig. He just liked to do it on a joystick, on literally, you know, on a PlayStation controller. So I mean, it's, you know, you can do it. You can do it. It's okay. You know, and the more you get into it, and the closer and closer and closer you get to the very top, the more you do need that kit, but you don't need it to start. And again, you know, yesterday we had the last public race for the Le Mans Virtual Cup, and again that will come around next year for the Le Mans Virtual Series. You can go and you can set your fast laps, you can qualify to go into the Le Mans Virtual Cup, and the top point scorers at the end of the season will be given a drive in the Le Mans 24 Hours Virtual. So, you know, it is an absolutely bargain bucket way of getting into a proper pro run crewed car. You know, it's a great opportunity that doesn't exist in the real world.
No, not at all. It's a fantastic opportunity, that Le Mans Virtual Cup, and as I said, it's now, of course, the next round is just for the top 30 in the points, but it's something that I'm sure would be looked to brought back again next year, and do keep an eye on it. But in the meantime, R-Factor 2, there's plenty of other things that are run on that platform which you can get involved in the meantime, and get yourself ready for when the Le Mans Virtual Cup rolls round again next winter.
Battle for 8th place. You're looking at the grey car Yasheet chasing down 65, the Panis racing car. Just trying to remember, and I probably need to Google this, what year Olivier Panis was born. I'm guessing 1965. I can't think otherwise. The only other reason...
Is that just because of the number on the car?
Yeah, the only other reason I can think of that Panis racing cars would always have 65 on is the department number in France. So, for instance, Ivan Muller was always 68 because that's the number of the department of France where he's from. So, 2nd of December 66. Okay, so we now need to look at what department is 65 in France. It's the first two numbers of the 5-digit sort of zip code that they have. So Le Mans is 72, Central Paris is 75, and so on and so on. So yeah, okay, yeah, there's all sorts of reasons. Okay, so it's not his year of birth, in the same way that 100 on Ivan Muller's touring car is not his actual age. Team Redline still leading and has made 4 stops. Okay, so now how many laps ago did the Porsches stop for their 5th stop? Should have really made a note of that, shouldn't we? Because that might actually be quite interesting, that the #1 Redline car is in fact now, well, it's now in the group with AMG and Floyd Van Wall, that the 2 AMG cars, the 2 Floyd cars, that are going to go in as a clump. But that lap count between when the Porsches stopped and everyone else stops seems to be growing larger. So maybe they are still hemorrhaging laps. Oracle Red Bull under pressure from the R8G Ferrari. So Ferrari winning for the very first time in Monza, the first time in the Le Mans Series Virtual that they have claimed an overall GTE win.
I was going to say, these are the 2 race winners from this season, aren't they? battling for 9th and 10th. Who would have thought that?
Well, and what different fortunes they had at Monza. 99 came backwards into the Rettifilo on lap 1. It was actually tagged before the start line into a spin and just shot backwards through the field, and the Ferrari ended up winning the race. So, yeah, and then here they are, sort of both together in the middle of the field, in the middle of the pack.
P1 Esport a little bit further up the road are having to deal with the likes of SF Velas and the Marla team as well in another very close battle all going on.
You can see the satellite Aston right there, the white car with the red and blue. So that is just ahead of Sim Maranello, and right behind them is the Oracle Red Bull Porsche, and then the R8G Ferrari. So you got what's that? 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. That's the bottom half of the top 10, basically.
There we go.
Oh.
That's Maranello diving down the inside.
And that is number 1 into the pit lane. Yes, it is. Max Verstappen stops. Right, I'm going to make a note of this. That's lap 94 for Max. So we'll wait and see. And who comes in behind him? AMG are in as well. Jesper Pedersen for Floyd Van Wall is in as well. Okay, so the story is that Red Line have gone 1 lap longer on each stop than Porsche Coanda.
Okay.
So that's 2, end of 1, end of 2, end of 3, end of 4, end of 5. So that's 5 laps they should have gained. That should be a 6th here.
Move that.
Yeah.
That's the AAA going past Satellite. They've had a bit of a bad lap here, losing 2 spots.
But it sort of comes and goes with Satellite. You know, they've been as high as 4th and as low as 12th. And that's, you know, again, that just shows how tough it is to race in, well, I was going to say in this class, in this field, in either of the 2 classes. Because if your tyres are going away, if you're on a second stint set of tyres compared to a fresher set for the car behind, then you're always going to be hemorrhaging time. And then, of course, you should hopefully get it back next time round.
P1 Esport lost 4th as well. SF Velas and Marla both going past as well. Ooh. So they've dropped to 6th place in GTE. Right,
so have they just not quite got the driver speed on board, or are they on older tyres, or
yeah, might have been traffic or just a move done.
Number 1 car comes back out front, or back out in 3rd place, but Martin Cronker leads Zach Campbell, and the gap remains pretty consistent at the front of the P class as the Fordzilla car goes by 51 SF Velas. VS competition car, that white and green, that's the Marla car, isn't it? The white and green car. That is 4 position behind the Ferrari, and behind him is the P1 Esport Porsche. So the orange nose on the Porsche as we ride on board with the Marla BMW. So the Ferrari gets away a little from that slow speed corner, but then of course he was picking up the throttle as we were still completing our rotation around the corner. Now let's see, as we come out of Eau Rouge, here comes the BMW. He had a nice clean run there, Michele D'Alessandro. Kevin Stolzer in front is a little bit dead in the water, and there should be enough maybe for the Marla car to show its nose on the inside. No, he doesn't think so. Great audio on board. I mean, that, you know, it's all, you know, the different layers, the sound, the look of it, the shading, everything. You know, you can think back to the early Polygon days of Gran Turismo, and just what a different planet these sims are on now. Wholly enveloping. The BMW is losing nothing to the Ferrari here. Porsche is just dropping away a fraction behind, as you can see, and traffic is not going to help the Porsche here either.
And quite a few of the LMP teams coming out the pits. Floyd Van Wall, AMG team Williams, R8G as well, next few, and also Yas Heat. So we'll see where they slot into. And that will mean pretty much everyone's done at least 5 pit stops, except for RHG in the 18. They're on 4, but everyone else has done at least 5 stops.
So they have to stop, and they might be in. They should be in this lap.
Surely, yeah.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Proton Coanda leading from BMW Red Line. So getting a little bit busy there. Fordzilla just trying to hold their own ahead of Team Redline and RHG. 18 is in the pit lane now, so there is the Fordzilla car. We're on board with the number 2 machine, Luke Bennett. This car was 3rd, had an incident that he then picked up a penalty for, and he is currently, as you can see, down in 11th place.
Having to get back through after that penalty.
Yeah.
And
but look at the way he hoovered up Alessandro Ottaviani in front of him in the Fordzilla car. He had a good clean run through Eau Rouge, over Rédillon, and then the slipstream. You know, first of all, he's got that momentum, and then the slipstream just hoovers him up as well. What it actually does is it starts to slow down the car in front and speed up the car behind, so you get that double impact, that double closing effect. And if you've ever sat behind a truck on the motorway, you'll know exactly how that feels. Back with Marla. Again, good run out of Eau Rouge. He's going to have to go the long way around the outside, though, isn't he?
Yeah, it's RHG,
isn't it?
Yeah. 2 winners this season, and RHG round the outside there. That's going to be 7th place for them. Made that look very easy. Certainly wouldn't have felt it in the car, though. RHG, good move there from Alex Smoliar, FIA Formula 3 race winner this season.
Well, the other thing there with Alex is that you've got to trust the guy on the inside not to just turn you into a spin.
Yeah.
You know, in the end, in the long run, it won't benefit him if he does, but you've got to try and give him enough room to survive so that you can survive as well. And so for both guys, you know, you're up against somebody who's lapping at the same pace as yourself. You know that the chances are he's going to need to keep his wits about him, and you sort of gamble on that being the case. 77 in the pits, Dane Warren, race leader for Proton Coanda.
Comes in, okay, so that's lap 88 there coming in.
Yeah, so BMW Team Redline are pole sitters. They led the first couple of hours, and then the 77 car has just sort of chiseled its way into contention. And the question is that entirely artificial or not?
The thing is, they stop on the hour every time, essentially. Or, you know, roughly they'll just stop on the hour. Proton, as you can see, are not doing that. So where does the...
Yeah, but hang on a minute. You say they stop on the hour.
Where does the extra stop come?
We've got 2.5 hours left, so we're half an hour into the race. We're 26 minutes in, past the hour. So the stint is longer than an hour.
They're going to... I don't know. They're going to try... It's hard to say, really.
Well, I seem to think that the first GTE stops was sort of about an hour and 2 or an hour and 3 minutes. But that does mean that you have to... You can't, in GTE, you can't save a stop. Because
I don't know.
If it's a 6-hour race, if they're only doing 55-minute or 58-minute stints, then there's the option to somehow try and stretch one so you can, or, you know, each stop so you can make it an hour. But if you can easily do an hour, and everybody can do an hour, you can't save a stop. Because you've got to save an hour's worth of running to not... You can't. It can't be done. So GTE here is absolutely... all bets are off. First to the flag, fast as you can possibly go. Now, in the prototype class, it's different because they can't run an hour. They're doing more than half. They're doing less than 1. So in there somewhere, there's an awful lot of potential for somehow shortening up your last stop to make a difference. But you know, we're now halfway in, and more than halfway in. We're into the second half of the race. If you're a minute behind, you need something very, very big in terms of strategy over some very, very, very good rivals to get that minute back.
Yeah.
You've got to be sitting taking on a minute less fuel or 30 seconds less fuel. That's a lot of laps saved. Now, what you're looking at is potentially, if Redline can do that, what are they doing? Let's say they're going to do We've done 6 stops in 3 hours 20. So let's say they're going to do 9 stops. If you're saving a lap on the previous 8, you've saved 8 laps worth of sitting stationary. And if you're 16 seconds behind, that's enough to make enough of a difference. So it may not be that you don't have to stop, but how long you have to stop for on the last stint is sort of where, you know, that's the metric they're aiming for. And you know, all of that stuff that you and I sit here going, hang on a minute, how's that going to happen? Max does that in his head at 200 miles an hour, and so does Lewis, and so do all of those guys, because the actual driving takes so little of their overall mental ability that they can do all the arithmetic and the long division. They don't even have to think about it. It's just an instinct at this stage, at this level. And so automatically they just look at it and go, okay, so we need to do that, that and that. Oh, do we? Yeah. Okay, great. Yeah. Right, okay, fine. You know, and that's the level that Max and the engineers, you know, and all those drivers and engineers in Formula 1 operate at a level that you and I couldn't approach if we had all week to come up with the strategy. Yeah. No. You know, because we don't know what we're doing, and they absolutely do. And then they also go out and drive like this as well. So it's not just the pit wall brain; they're doing it all while relentlessly battering out the lap times. Yeah, and you've got to remember the amount of preparation that goes in, that he's used to putting into races. There's no doubt there's going to be some carryover into that as well. I would love to know, actually, you know, at what stage leading up to this race, this week and last week, did he manage to get simulator hours in? I'd just love to know, just out of, you know, and I'm sure all the fans would, just out of pure interest, you know, where does that, you know, where from Mexican Grand Prix to racing, where's the top? Where's it? You know, first of all, you had to get back. Or be somewhere else, or whatever, and then you have to spend the time, and it's the middle of the night or the middle of the day or whatever it is on your bike. You know, everybody else would just be lying in bed going, oh, I'm still, I don't know where I am, you know, whatever. Just how do they do it? Just how do they do it? It's just, they're insane. I mean, they genuinely, I mean, not, you know, they're just astonishing the way that these drivers can. And you know, I don't really make much differentiation between the sim drivers here and the real-world drivers, because guys like Martin Cronk and Zach Campbell, they're doing all that same stuff. They're having those conversations in their headset while they're driving something they can't even feel. Do you know what I mean? I mean, it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be doable by a normal person. So clearly, it's not doable by a normal person. And as much as they would argue, well, no, I am just a normal person, they're just not quite the same as other normal people. They've got a little something extra going on, and that's what makes the difference. That's, you know, and that whole thing, that's what makes sport so fantastically fascinating. Whatever sport you're into, you know, these people are just different in some way, and this is no different at all to any other sport. On that, absolutely fantastic. Yeah, Porsche Co-Anda 7/10 apart. They're now this is the closest these cars have been since they, in fact, since before. I'd say for a long time. They weren't even that close on the grid. Okay, now we're going to see a replay of what? Oh, Max was spun round. Yeah, by RHG. Okay, now, again... That's put him 30 seconds behind Porsche. Yeah, I was wondering... 10 seconds behind AMG. I was wondering why that gap had opened up. So there are two things going on here while I was busy down a rabbit hole. How did the Porsches get within a second of each other? And what happened to Max? And we've just seen what happened to Max. But how did the Porsches get within a second of each other? They were not acres apart. It was about 6 or 7 seconds, but it was 6 or 7 seconds, not 6 or 7 tenths, which is what it is now. So has Zach Campbell just suddenly found something? Did Martin Cronk get badly held up? Did he have an incident like we've just seen? Well, last time round they were split by 1/10. So yeah. Yeah. It seems unlikely that anything short of some little gravel trappy incident for the race leader could have made that sort of 6 or 7 seconds difference. And again, Max went from sort of 17-ish, 16, 17 seconds behind to 33.5. Now, that sort of doubled the disadvantage, and he's lost another place on the road. But what that means then is that time lost in that spin, although there may be, let's say, no other damage done to the car, the time lost for that number 1 red line car may put in jeopardy their ability to gain enough back on laps saved to be able to take the battle to Porsche in the closing stages. But we will wait and see, because if this turns into a let's knock each other's doors off, then we could be in for a very interesting end to the race.
There you see 13 seconds lost last time from Max. That was the difference made from that spin.
Yep.
So huge time to make up now. 2 hours and 26 minutes to try and do it in. But they were already trying to chase down the Porsches, and now that job's become a lot harder. AMG Team Petronas next up the road from them. From a championship point of view, they are sitting second. They do have some
AMG Petronas.
No, Team Redline.
Team Redline.
So they do have some. They do have a 20-point gap over the number 20 car, which sits third, and then the 23 car is back in seventh. So finishing behind them wouldn't be a bad thing, really.
Which of the 2 Vector cars is right behind?
We are using the sort of 25 points system in this race as well, same what we did last time.
That's Liam Duval, isn't it? Liam Duval in 101, that white and black and red Vector car. He's actually trying to get by the Porsches. The Porsches are now in fuel-saving mode. Have they got their carpet slippers on? 2-minute 1.8, 2-minute 1.4. AMG in third, 2-minute 1.8, 2-minute 1.1. Jesper Pedersen in fifth, 2-minute 1.7. So only the Alpine 2 minutes 2 is slower than them in the top 6. But
yeah,
that was close. That was very close in traffic for the number 20 car. That was much too close.
Yeah, Alpine are closing in, aren't they, on AMG Team Williams?
Let's see if we can take a look at that little moment in traffic again for Zach Campbell, because I was looking down at, as always happens, look at the laptop and try and analyse where the lap times are, and suddenly you look up and one of your lead duo is off the road and very nearly in the barriers. Well, that will have taken a little bit of pressure off the lead in Martin Kroenke. Zach Campbell can't afford to be putting the car off the road in traffic.
There, look.
Yeah, but that car is lapped. That is the car, the first car off the lead lap, Liam Duval, and he is going quicker than the leaders and wants to go by. Okay, so who was it?
This was Max again. So trying to get down the inside. He thinks there's a gap there. He's gone around the outside. That's really unfortunate, because the RAG car just runs wide through the corner.
Well, the RAG car is always going to run wide through the corner, unfortunately.
Oh, wow.
Holy moly.
Who was that?
Oh,
wow.
That was the other Vector car, wasn't it? The one that or was that number 2? No, it wasn't. That wasn't number 2, was it? That was the other Vector car. That wasn't Lou Bennett. So, oh, come on, come on.
I think we're about to see a change for 6th as well, by the way. Alpine have caught AMG Team Williams. They've completed that chase, and they on the softer tyre. I think we're about to see them make that move. 2.5 tenths back from them.
Was that big moment again for number 20? It was again for Zach Campbell. So he went off in traffic on the last lap and very nearly spun it out of Eau Rouge. Ooh, if this was the battle you were looking for.
Here we go. So they've just hit some traffic, and this is our battle for 6th place, which looks like it's going to change hands possibly this time around.
Yeah, 44 is the ARC Bratislava car, 7th place is Alpine, 6th is AMG Team Williams. Here is the Alpine car sparking as it bottoms out.
Yeah. Zach Campbell, not a good lap last time round, was it? 1.5 seconds lost.
No, he had
time.
Well, he had two big moments in the last 2 laps.
AMG car being held up here through Lecombe, just catching that Ferrari at the wrong time, and now it's going to hurt Alpine on the exit.
A little less so, maybe, because they were at sort of minimum speed that was very similar. So the net gain for Colin spoke of a couple of meters. And again, we talked about this when Lewis was still in. Alpine started the race with soft tyres and have stuck to their soft tyre guns, if that's not too many mixes of metaphors. And they keep sort of yo-yoing between 6th and 16th, depending on how the pit stops are going. So again, you know, we need a full strategy computer to tell us whether they are up or down, whether they will be needing to spend a lot more time in the pits or a little bit less than some of the rivals around them. I'd be surprised if it's a top 10 finish for them. Well, Zach Campbell had a moment in traffic at not at Piff Paff, at the bottom of the circuit, and then, oh dear, didn't see that one.
Oh wow! Where did the Vector car just went?
Yeah,
disappeared. Here we go. Move for 6th.
Down the inside. Oh, that was relatively cut. Got play. There was a little bit of the apex. Campbell having big problem, and may not be the only
incident. See the incident.
than Lewis might, behind somebody battling for the lead, but these guys are are consummate professionals. So I'm not quite sure what was going on there with Porsche Coanda. So apologies for technical difficulties. We now have pictures back. Hopefully you have pictures as well. So just to recap, it is still Porsche Commander 1-2, AMG Team Petronas in third place with the 63 car. Max Verstappen having survived a looping spin after contact with the 888 Ferrari is in fourth position, but the stewards will look at that. In the GTE class, BMW Team Redline, our pole sitters lead. ProDrive Fire. Now ProDrive had a pretty decent race in Monza. They are having... I'm now going to regret even starting that sentence, aren't I? Now having a really decent race here. They're in second place. Marla BMW in third. And the SFLS, best of the Ferraris, in fourth place.
ProDrive looking for back-to-back, so this would be a really good result. But for Marla in particular, this would be absolutely fantastic. The 13th and the 9th for them this season, running in P3. Really doing a fantastic job. I think it would be their best ever result if they can finish where they are. So really good performance for them so far, and it's been carried over from what was a great qualifying session for them as well. Went from 5th to 2nd in the first corner, so a great start to the race as well. They took advantage of a good qualifying. It's fair to say that.
Well, they definitely weren't hanging about at the start either. You know,
No.
fifth to fourth or 5th to 3rd even is not too bad, but 5th to 2nd is pretty impressive in a packed field. So and there were no jump start penalties, so all good. Battle for 5th place then, Oracle Red Bull, the Porsche, and the R8G Ferrari right behind, red, white and blue.
Yeah.
Mexico Racing Team making their way through.
Obviously, Alpine are past AMG Team Williams. That move did get complete, and the gap between them is now 1.8 seconds. So we did see that move getting done.
And in fourth place, Max Verstappen, last lap, 2 minutes 1.69, leader 2 minute 1.63. So not much ground being made up there, but
There is our leader in the pits.
Martin Kronke stops. Okay, so that is lap 107. I'm writing that down. Okay, 23 lap. I'm actually reading it out as I write it down. Max stopped on lap 94. It's now 103. That's 13 laps difference, whereas a stint is 18 laps. Yes?
Yes.
Yes. Or should be. So I didn't make a note of when the 23 car stopped last time, but if it stops any further than lap 125, then it's making good fuel mileage. But we have to wait 20 laps to find out.
We'll find out soon.
Sim Marinello under pressure, putting the pressure on, no, under pressure rather, from P1. Yeah,
Trust yourself, trust yourself.
Yeah, no, never trust myself. So through they go. Now that's the end of Martin Kronke's double stint, so I imagine that we're going to see driver change back to Josh Rogers in the lead car, Frederick Schandorf in the P1 Esports car. And again, you know, arrived, passed and disappears pretty much immediately. That shows that the car has got a bit of pace over the Ferrari, hasn't it?
R8G trying to line up a move on Red Bull as well. That's the fight for 5th in GTE.
Yep.
This is about a little bit further back. Sim Marinello, P1 Esports. Sim Marinello, whose race sadly fell apart pretty quickly after they were swamped by a load of the prototypes. As into the pits comes the other Porsche.
Yep.
1 lap later. So that's the number 20 of Zach Campbell now in.
And again, I think that will be Zach Campbell out of the car, and they should then go back to... can't remember who started it, Mitchell de Jong. And then presumably, having done double, 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 they'll do single, 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 and leftovers. Whoever is in last, and that'll be Zach Campbell in this case, and in the 23, whoever just got out of it, I forget. That will be, Martin Kronke will do whatever's left. So the new leader, 63 AMG Petronas.
Graham Carroll. takes the lead.
No points for laps led, no points for leading a lap. We ought to throw all this stuff in just for good measure. But then everybody will be very confused. But then everybody's very confused because, you know, we have 5 races over 5 months. So it's not like you're keeping an hour-by-hour track of it.
No. Alpine in as well.
Yep.
So they've come in for their next set of fresh, soft tyres.
And Van Wall and Fordzilla and Pasquale and Arnage were already in before. So Graham Carroll leads, Max Verstappen second, Nikodem Wisniewski in third. All of whom owe us a stop at some stage.
Let's see where Alpine come out this time. Is this going to be the stop where they come out roughly in the same place, I think? Or is this the one where they drop back? I can't remember now. There is RHG. We said they were in a fight with Oracle Red Bull Racing, and this is it.
There you go.
So, Alex Smolyar closing down. Alex Siebel in the fight for 5th and 6th place in GTE. On the brakes into the bus stop chicane, and Smolyar not quite able to get through this time around.
Front engine cars 1, 2, 3, BMW, Aston, BMW, and then the mid-engine pack. SF Valas, the 51 car, the factory Ferrari team, they're in 4th place ahead of this battle for 5th. And again, look at Satellite, you know, in 4th place, down to 15th place and back up again. So
yeah,
they, again, their strategy is full of snakes and ladders.
It really is, isn't it?
Yeah. And again, haven't quite really followed closely enough to see what's gone on with that and why.
What happened to them on the line? They just stopped, have they? Or
may well have done.
Yeah.
Smolyar does not quite get around Siebel this time.
Don't know what. Well, it would only make sense that they did stop because of their lap time last time around.
Yeah. 4 minutes 48, yes, unless David Pittard stopped for a hot dog in a lay-by somewhere, a sausage in a bun, as much beloved of my youngest.
But that would be a bit early, no?
Well, I think, and they have done more stops than anybody else. I think that's sort of the way their race has been running. I think they've basically been...
That's why they're going up and down. So
yeah,
they drop back, and then they slowly make their way back up, and then they drop back down again.
Because they're completely out of sync with half the rest of the field.
We've just had the likes of, well, the Vector cars are in as well, but Alpine and Co come back out onto the circuit. Here we can see Alex Smolyar doing his best. Did do a purple first sector whilst in the toe of the Oracle Red Bull car, so setting some... Both these guys setting some really good pace, in fact.
Yep.
And that is why Smolyar is struggling to get this move done, because Siegel was keeping up a good pace as well. They find themselves fairly alone in this race currently. There's a look at the 23 of Josh Rogers. So back in the car is Josh Rogers. Here we see the 888 go back to these two. I think it maybe next time around down the Kemmel Straight we might see Smolyar give this one a go. He's certainly not close enough into La Source. He'll stay in behind, but he's taken a slightly wider approach there. Wants to leave a bit of a gap on the run down to Eau Rouge. Sometimes they even back off down here just to get the full effect of the toe up the corner.
Yeah.
And there we can see it come into action now.
Yeah, you see, again, if you're too close, then you just have to have a tiny breath off the throttle. But Smolyar there just managed to keep it pinned. Oh, and look at that. Door was opened by the P2 car, and he goes, uses that gap. He's going to go around the nose. There is grip there. And again, if you can get to that left-hand apex, usually you can park the bus. Smolyar was not quite enough in front. That's, again, really good racing. We've seen a lot of this from these two guys together. Really good racing. Siebel and Smolyar gave each other room to survive.
That was close, because Smolyar was looking in his mirrors at that prototype to say, hurry up and get by, because I want to pull out of this slipstream. And I imagine it was an interesting fact as he was getting closer. He was just hoping that prototype was going to get by. Here's the Porsche car just clearing the number 28 Yas Heat car. going through.
Yeah.
That's 10th place, but this is, of course, the Porsche car who has stopped.
So that's now Josh Rogers in 23. So he is now 9th on the road. Or, yes it is, isn't it? Yes it is, because Graham Carroll still leads. Leader has completed 110 laps. Red line number 1 last stopped on lap 94. So by my arithmetic, plus 18 makes it lap 112 that he will stop on. So in this plus 1 more, leader now has completed 111 laps and stays out. So any lap more than 1 more that AMG and Redline can put in means they're doing more than 18 laps on a stint.
I haven't seen either of them. Since we've been watching both of these guys, they've not made a single, not even half an error, have they? It's been absolutely textbook driving. Smollion knows maybe he might have to try something different here, because trying to get the move done at Les Combes is just not working.
Right. Except...
There you see, look, he pulls out the toe because he doesn't want to get the full effect yet. Now he'll get back in.
Oh. See, the problem with being so close behind is that you lose front end and then it becomes a little bit wishy-washy. But here again, he's earlier around the outside. I mean, you know, it is the classic Spa pass, but he can't break through the wake. Now he's just about alongside.
This looks better. This looks a lot better.
But again, no.
Yeah.
Oh, no, the Porsche just eases him onto the rumble strips, you know, and they give each other room to survive. There's no contact here. Look at how close they are. And again, you know, you're looking at 2 cars. Imagine their speedboats side by side. You could see the wake coming off the bow of the boat. That is happening with the air, particularly at high speed on these straights. And so imagine you're trying to cross the wake of a speedboat and you'd both be bouncing around all over the place. Don't think that's not happening. Just because you can't see the air, it is having that effect on those cars. So when they are side by side at 160, 170 miles an hour, the car is rocking all over the place. It is bouncing around. It is not in a happy place. So for the driver, it looks like, oh yeah, I'm just sitting beside him, waiting for him to brake and I'll be brake. None of that. It is really, really busy. The car is desperately trying to hang on, and the driver desperately trying to let it.
We just had a Sport put in a new fastest lap last time around, I believe, as well. So new personal best for him. He's setting some really good pace, actually.
Now here's the battle for third. Michele D'Alessandro ahead of Kevin Stolzer. Stolzer in that red Ferrari, the 51 factory colours. We will see those for the very final time in GTE Pro next week in the World Endurance Championship in Bahrain, as GTE as a pro class comes to an end. Next year, GTE will be entirely Pro-Am, so there won't be full factory pro teams. So we may see this livery on one of the Pro-Am cars, an AF Corsa car or what have you, but GTE Pro comes to the end of a storied era, and looking for third place still. Kevin Stolzer having a good look around the tail of the BMW, and the lead. Here's the gaps at the front of the field. 71 BMW team red line, 12.4 seconds ahead of ProDrive in second, and then this battle is 30 seconds further back down the field. But there are different pit stop strategies going on, or different fuel consumptions being used. Lap 112, the leader is still not in, so this is an 18-lap stint at the moment at the front of the P class for Graham Carroll and Max Verstappen and Nikodem Wisniewski. So we'll wait and see how much further they can go on fuel, and then we will wait for the Porsche's next stops and see if that going a lap shorter than everybody else on each stop is still the go for Porsche. And then we will try and get somebody much more clever than us to work out the arithmetic. Again, look at Alex Smolyar. Yeah, well, yeah, but you can't do it while you're trying to look at things, diagnose them, try and figure out what's going on, and then try and explain to people what you think might be going on. What you need is to sit down with actually, what you need is Paul Trustwell. Everybody needs Paul Trustwell. That's where your strategy gets worked out. So RHG just getting a little break there in traffic and a tiny bit of respite. But again, it will feel all too brief because Alex Smolyar will be closing right up behind at any moment. Lead is now on lap 113, so it is now a 19-lap stint for Redline and AMG.
It's close for third as well, isn't it? AMG, Team Williams, next view. Vanwall very close together on circuit, just like these two are as well. Battling over 5th place. That battle is over 3rd place. Team Redline come in the number 2. There they are on screen.
That's only the number 2 car though, so again, not sure that they're going to be, I don't know, they might be a factor for the podium. It really depends who stops least in the final stop in the prototype class.
Right, here we go. Alex Smolyar, I think he's had enough of this now. Is this the lap he does this move? Let's find out. He's been alongside a lot earlier on other laps. Does this mean he's got a better run this time? I'm not so sure, but he's going to give it a go anyway. Round the outside he goes, and it's almost like an action replay. But is he going to try something he hasn't before this time? Whoa. Yes, he does. Look at that. Far more aggressive this time, Alex Smolyar, and I think he's going to pick up the rewards for it this time.
I'm not sure. That's the problem. That's the problem with Bruxelles. It's such a long 180-degree corner, and again, as they go down through the Jackie X curve.
That was close.
Now, R8G is the first car in the field on the medium tyre. The 5 cars in front of them are on the soft tyre. So R8G battling on the medium against the Porsche on the soft. So it's interesting that he's still finding the grip to run wheel to wheel, door handle to door handle, corner after corner. Leader now on lap 114 of the race. And into the pit lane comes 53, Nikitin Wisniewski for AMG. And Graham Carroll.
So Team Redline, as we have pit stops going on here. AMG Team Petronas, AMG Team Williams in, next view Vanwall in as well. RHG in. Oh, I almost did. I say that because I didn't want that battle to end, but there comes the AAA car. RHG coming into the pit lane, but what a fantastic battle. What a show put on by Red Bull and by RHG as well. I'm sure they'll pick that one up very soon as they come into the pit lane. Smolyar bringing the 888 car in.
There's your new race leader, Max Verstappen for Team Redline. Lap 114, he stopped on lap 94, at the end of lap 94. So if he stops at the end of this lap, it is a 20-lap stint.
That's 2 more than what we were told.
Yeah. Okay, now even if everybody was being a bit cautious and it turns out they're doing 19-lap stints, it's still a lap longer than standard, and he is still keeping up a good pace. So in his carpet slippers, he is producing good speed. We've got 4 hours down and 2 hours now to go. And again, this looks like it's going to be the tortoise versus the hare, except the tortoise is not slow. That's Max Verstappen into the pit lane, and that is after 20 laps. So, I beg your pardon, that is end of lap 115 for him as he crosses the line. No. Okay, I'm going to say it is lap 115.
It's your pen and paper, so you say whatever you want.
where he came in at the end of lap 94, and then that's set on my timing screens the end of lap 114. So 20 lap stint for car number 1, Max Verstappen. He is the leader after 4 hours. Porsche Coanda, though, second and third, and they will bounce back to the top of the pile. The question is, does their go fast and fuel economy be damned strategy actually work for them in the end? The LMP leader pits after 7 or 8 laps, longer run than they have been able to produce so far, and the lead changes back to Porsche Coanda. In the GTE class, it's a little bit more cut and dried, potentially, because all the top 5 cars stop in one go. Team Redline, ProDrive the Aston in second, Mahler in third. Front engine cars currently controlling the podium. The best of the rear engine cars, the factory SF Velas Ferrari in fourth, ahead of Proton Coanda and Oracle Red Bull. So plenty more racing still to go. That's it for me for a moment. You'll hear from Chris McCarthy, and then the next voice will be that of our arch mathematician Lewis McGlade, who will have all the answers for you, Chris.
I hope so. I hope so. So just to go through it then, Porsche Coanda 1 and 2, AMG Team Petronas coming up to third now as pit stops are being served from the number 1 Team Redline. Max Verstappen is jumping out of the car. Jeffrey Rietveld is jumping in. Then it's Jas Heat Alpine. Next view, AMG Team Williams, R8G and R8G 9 and 10. Your top 10 in GTE are Proton, D Station, Team Redline, ProDrive, Mahler, SF Velas, Oracle Red Bull, Project One, and then behind that BMW Team BS Plus Competition, P1 Esport. But we have the pit stops going on, so that top 10 could look just a little bit different. Very, very shortly, Martin steps out for a pit stop of his own. Lewis comes back from serving his after an hour. Great to have you back.
It's good to be back. It's great to come back into what is a moderately broken broadcast. We've been doing either way.
What have you been doing? We've just been sat behind this,
tinkering things behind the scenes, obviously answering my questions, of which. So
what did you get?
Well. I don't want to give I want to give an actual correct number, because there's been some fibbing in this commentary booth.
There has not. There's not been.
There's been some absolute rubbish being said at this commentary booth, with regards only specifically, of course, towards the correct amount of answers. So I'll follow that trend and say I got 20 out of 15. Right. You'll have to go onto social media to find out what I actually got. I can guarantee it wasn't that. And also we've got to see who won between the three of us.
What was that?
Nothing. Can't say it on air.
I thought you were just telling me how many you got there.
No.
And if that was how many you got, that's terrible.
Oh dear. Well, let's focus on this battle at hand, because R8G are going to get to the outside coming into the bus stop, trying to get past Van Wilburst. Of course, it's the 444. That one being driven by David Marocek, and Marcel Chinchik will pick up that spot quite easily, relatively, as we'll bring ourselves back on topic rather than talking total rubbish.
So, what have you made of what you've been seeing when you weren't guessing cars?
Well, that rejoin from Max Verstappen was questionable, wasn't it? Obviously, so we had the instance. That was the big one, a big talking point recently between Max Verstappen and Alex Samolya. The two of them coming up through this section.
This part,
tricky one. That from race control as to see what they were going to do. Was there a decision on it?
It looked like Max was going around the outside. The R8G car maybe just ran slightly wide. Hard to really put anyone at fault, in my opinion. That's a hard one to call, isn't it, really? So always in this style of racing, as we always know, is that it is the responsibility of the LMP, the higher category, to make the pass safely through traffic. And in that sense, going around the outside of Rouge's probably not the wisest. Smolliard did come off of the white line, though, so there is a little bit of that, maybe a bit of unpredictability, at which point I'm kind of like, look, you're both doing something pretty silly there, at which point it's a racing incident. That rejoin isn't a racing incident, though. That rejoin was bad. So it's like, I'm not sure which way race control will go on that
if I'm honest, I want them to kind of like put a stern warning
that was
down.
one of the Vector cars.
GR Vector,
it was, yeah.
I want it to be like a stern warning.
Very good avoidance from them.
And then just like get on with the race, because obviously we don't want it to spoil the race. But at the end of the day, was there a breach of rules? Was it an unsafe rejoin? And the answer to that is a pretty slam dunk one, if anything's really to be said. But obviously race control can see it from every angle. Oh, I can actually see it on here. It did get put down as no further action, thankfully.
There we go.
An unsafe rejoin from Verstappen almost crashes a few cars, was the instant brief description.
Well, there we go. Now, what's your take on Porsche? Because as you can see from the scribbles down there that Martin was doing,
yeah, it's not in a consistent place, so I don't know what it means. It's just sort of
work it out.
Well, I've got lap 94 written down, 23 lap 107, 20 lap 108, so obviously when they pitted, versus the 63, the 53, the 40, the 444, the 8 that all came in on lap 114. It's actually not that bad, is it? I can read this.
Yeah.
It's more legible than my handwriting.
Better than this, isn't it? Oh, here we go. Here we go. This is a good battle going on. Battle for 6th place. R8G versus AMG Team Williams, and it's the R8G round the outside, and that's going to be through into 6th place.
He's very good, it's Chichi.
Yeah, I mean, well, this is a great recovery. Here we go. This is a replay of
Rotchek,
Van Wall, 444. Oh, that's unlucky.
Yeah, the massive concertina effect. Obviously, they were coming through the BS competition car that was there. They were slowing down. There was not really much that David Rotchek could do there, and just got into the rear end, of course, of Chinchik, who was ahead. It's going to give damage to the rear end of Chinchik, particularly, obviously, rear end being the diffuser damage. It will cause it to be really quite unstable going through the medium and high-speed corners, which is obviously not what you want. So this might actually be... It might not be too bad, but if he's got hit just in the right spot, this could actually make the car very tricky to drive. It looks okay at the moment, but it's one of those things that will get worse as you start overheating those rear tyres. But anyway, Chichi's doing great.
But Porsche, are we going to need to see?
I think we're going to see an extra spot. I think we're. There's one of two things that will happen, and we were kind of like discussing this upstairs in the gallery when I jumped off with. There is. One of two things that will happen between them is either, number one, Porsche will have to come into the pit lane an extra time than those around them, or number two, which is obviously what they want, but it isn't ideal either way, is that they'll come into the pit lane and they will have a longer stationary time versus like the red lines and whatnot later on. They'll actually end up having a shorter stop courtesy of the amount of fuel and potentially tyres they have to put in. That's obviously what Porsche Commander will want, because they've pulled out quite a large margin, at which point it wouldn't be too bad. But by what I'm seeing here is they are on the cusp of potentially an extra entire stop over the rest of the LMP contingent, which are trying to save. I mean, like, again, the difference between them on laps at the moment, like we said before, the 23 and the 20, they came in on 107 and 108. And then I said before, the 63, 53, 444, 8, etc. They all came in on 114. That is 6 or 7 laps different.
Yeah.
Which we know a full stint is really around about 17, 18 laps. So it's kind of, it depends how long originally that final stint was going to be. And I'm not sure.
So would that put AMG Team Petronas then as our possible leaders?
Potentially, yeah, I believe. I don't know. It would do, because the 63 have pitted on lap 114, right? Yeah. So if that is the case, that if the 23 and the 22 have to make that extra,
pit stop sake, you know, remembering how long one takes as well.
Don't start with this again. But yeah, if they do have to stop again, then yes, the 63, that AMG Team Petronas Esports car, that is the one that will be the beneficiary. That'll be the one that takes the victory. It's just the thing is, the 23 is going one lap shorter than the 20, which puts them in more of a danger zone. But the 20 might just be able to do enough. That's the thing. That's the joy of a race like this, where it's like it's up in the air, isn't it?
And Proton, what are you thinking for them as well? I mean, Proton, of course, they're out of sync as well with the others. What are you making of where they could come out?
Oh no, I think they're done. I said this when I was on with Martin. When it comes to their chances of a race victory, unfortunately, for us anyway, unfortunately, I think the race victory at the moment realistically is going the way of the 71 for a second consecutive year around here. Like they are in such a strong spot. Fire are close enough if there's a mistake, maybe. But of course, the race leader in that category, as you said, is Pash Gergis, who's in the Proton Coanda. Speaking of the other one, a little bit of contact from BS Competition getting down the inside. Who's behind the wheel? Ibrahim Khan getting down the inside of Takinen. That, I mean, that was a bit. It was quite literally push to pass.
Yeah, yeah. I like that analogy.
it wasn't great. This is where someone.
I like push to pass as well.
Will Levesque once back in the day of sim racing, he described something like that as a clean bump and run, which I thought was a hilarious statement.
Is he giving the place? No. No, okay.
This is Ibrahim Khan. This is a feisty young Scotsman in Ibrahim Khan who is desperate to hang on to the high highs of 13. I mean, it's been a rough day for him. He had a great day yesterday, did Ibrahim Khan.
Well, they qualified
second.
Row.
And it was Ibrahim Khan who jumped in to do that qualifying session. He did an incredible job as the 18 RAG tries to get its way past Rocket Simsport.
So that's a battle going on for 17th place. But yeah, it's just it's hard. It's going to be hard for a team to get over something like that, isn't it? When you've qualified so well and then it falls so dramatically and so quickly. Yeah, it went badly, didn't it?
Yeah. And also, the other irritating bit is early. That is the other thing. Yeah, and it's the same with you, even with Project One. I know they've been able to fight
straight away
a little bit. But like I say, when it's happened in that first moment of the Rio, in the first few moments, you're sat there being like, oh, it's already gone, is it? It's just like, well, so now we've got six whole hours of doing nothing.
That's when,
that is brutal. I've had that before, and I can tell you, I am a very solid RQer on that one. It is a very hefty rage quit. It's not too bad, but no, normally going into an endurance race, especially these days, me and my mate Dan Kell, who I normally do the endurance races with, we'll look at them, we'll have a game plan to be like, right, if we get hit on lap 1 to the point where we'll have all this set out to be like, these are the things in place where we will just bail from this race and go and do something else. So, yeah, we're not very good at endurance racing.
No, I was going to say, I wouldn't have you and my team off doing that.
Actually, I'm just going to drop a stat from the last year on a different sim, the 12 hours of Bathurst.
Yeah.
Is that there were of the 2,907 teams that took part in that race.
Wow.
Obviously over different splits and whatnot. Only 2 teams got through the entire race without a single incident point, which obviously you get from track excursions and whatnot. Only 2 teams. One of them was Enzo Benito and Max Verstappen, and the other one was Lewis McGlade and Dan Kell. That is my main claim to fame, is that I'm on a list with Max Verstappen and Enzo Benito.
And I'm sure he talks about it in the paddock.
Just as much as I do.
Here we ride on board with Terzi trying to get past Frederic Schandorf, making their way down towards bus stop chicane. This is a battle for 6th place. Both going along really well in this race, P1 Esport and Sim Maranello as well. Well up there inside the top 10. Sim Maranello fighting to the end. They could have very easily dived out of this one, but they have not thrown in the towel, and they could pick up a lot of rewards for doing so. Fighting along really well, and they've had a good season so far, running 4th in the championship, in the top 5 in both races so far this season. So Sim Maranello will want to keep that run going.
And a great recovery.
Yeah, it has been, hasn't it?
Although I will say, because of their stopping at very awkward spots, as there is the move down the inside, Rocket Simsport, that'll be Mika Hakimi behind the wheel trying to get past Ulas Ozil-Dirim at the moment in the RAG, that number 18, of course the car that Roman Grosjean was in earlier on in the race, trying to switch over positions a bit further down in that LMP pack. You can see there for 17th spot at the bottom of the timing sheet on the left hand side there, the tight little battle between the two of them. But yeah, unfortunately the only real issue with that with Andrea Terzi in the Sim Maranello car is because of the incident they had earlier on, they were put on a bit where they basically did a short stint early on in the race, and so they will be pitting in about 20 minutes time, and that's obviously an hour and 20 minutes is a little bit too much to do in a GT, so they are going to have to do a short stop, unfortunately through no real fault of their own.
No.
As by the way, speaking of short stops and whatnot, the 77 has been into the pit lane past Gergis from the race lead in GTE.
Here we pick up Arnage versus Yasheet. Down the Camel Straight they go. And this is going to be a change for 14th place as Yasheet go by, make that place. 14th position for Yasheet Veloce in this race. Porsche Coanda still leading on and pushing hard. Actually, they've done a personal best through the first sector, as did Yasheet, picking up a nice run. I think we see a lot of that when we are seeing drivers pick up toes from even just back markers, getting through traffic, and we're seeing drivers get through that first sector incredibly quickly. Now, Red Bull did have the pressure before of the RHE car. Now they have this number 77 car to deal with, Proton Coanda,
who's just pitted. The 99 will be expected to come into pit lane in 43 minutes. This is a genuine battle for position between the two of them. Dennis Jordan opens up the door, Pash Gergis comes through. And so there is an easy switch position. Like I say, I mean, Dennis Jordan is wise enough, smart enough, and obviously definitely smart enough to bring us some maths that me and you can't make heads or tails of, to be perfectly honest. As he was the one that was sending us all that information about how long the pit lane loss was.
I know.
Which, I mean, even at the, I got lost to even Dennis Jordan's message to you, to be perfectly honest.
So did I. So did I. I wanted to actually just reply to myself and say,
sorry, mate. Just please dumb it down for us. So I can't dumb it down for you. He sent me a picture with how like the pit lane and stuff worked, and he was like, I literally can't dumb it down for you. It's just there in the picture. And I went, no, you need to try.
Yeah, it's like, he showed me it. I was like, I don't understand that. That's the thing.
Apparently, the fuel rate though in GTE is 3 litres a second. So at least we know that. That's what it says on there.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
It means they're putting in 3 litres a second. A few. So that one's quite easy, actually.
Yeah.
It's a 90-litre tank, so 3 litres a second. It should take a certain period of time. 30 seconds.
There you go.
30 seconds, obviously, to fill the tank. In GTE, obviously. But, as we're on board with the P1, getting all over the rear end of Sim Maranello. Every time I'm going to say it on broadcast, every time I see P1, I'm like, Project P. Which one's Project 1 and which one's P1?
P1 Esport. Yeah. Doing a really good job so far as we ride on board with them. And whilst we do, let's remind you of the competition we are running today, thanks to our partners Thrustmaster, where you can win a T128 steering wheel. There are a series of codes hidden on the Le Mans Virtual and Traction social media channels. The more codes you find, and the more chances you have of winning a fantastic next generation Thrustmaster T128 wheel. Head to the pin post on the Le Mans Virtual Twitter to find out how you enter your codes. You might even find one in the YouTube and Twitch chats using the command Thrustmaster. So head over to there and get involved, and maybe you can even win yourself a T128 steering wheel. What are those like, Lewis?
That was better read than mine earlier on.
Cool. Of course it was. Of course it was.
Yeah, they're professional. Again,
yours was just a dry run, you know.
Yeah. The T128 though, it's brand new, and by brand new I mean it's very, very new, as in it's literally only a week old, I think, realistically. So brand new.
Yeah.
It's a proper entry level wheel. So the T248 that we've shown off quite a few times to these broadcasts, it's still that's like an entry level. That's the wheel that you would upgrade from a T128 when you actually like, you like in sim race, whatever. The T128 it's a budget friendly wheel for those that they're doing their sim racing on a controller, or not even sim racing, they're just playing the F1 games, Gran Turismo and whatever on the controller. I want to step this up. I want to have a wheel, but I don't want to buy one of these ones that doesn't have force feedback and doesn't have, you want to spend something that actually will work and will last a fair while, if you look after it or not. And that's exactly what this wheel is supposed to do. It does have force feedback. It does have this. It does have that. It works the way you would want even a higher end wheel to work for a much lower price. Of course, you will lose out on some of the things like Yeah, full well, but that's why the Thrustmaster are bringing out that brand new direct drive. There's obviously the announcement, I think of it, and then showing it off will be later this month. I believe the 17th of November was what we had in that countdown to green. Cannot wait.
Tell us more.
Tell us more. I don't know more because it's not been announced yet.
Ah. But
You'll have to wait until the 17th of November.
17th of November.
I'm pretty sure it's the 17th.
We
Yes.
find out more about this new bit of kit that they're bringing out.
Yeah, direct drive. It's the way forward in the sim racing world.
Right.
With direct drives and whatnot. It's always the. Whilst I will go into this in detail, by the way, in January. So if you want to get bored off your socks, wait until about 3 o'clock in the morning on there. There are a few different types of wheels, and direct drive is like the top one when it comes to how much power you can get and the fidelity of the force feedback. If you look at most of the top end drivers of this grid, a lot of them will have direct drive. 64 has been reprimanded for ignoring blue flag. 64 being the satellite racing car. David Patel.
These two have swapped places as well, haven't they? Proton and RHG.
Yes.
So 77 classed Risto capitain that 888 RHG car. Into the pits is Rocket Sim Sport, as well as is Josh Rogers in the 23. So,
well, next lap we'll see Mitchell. Let me consult my notes. Oh, I've got to write this down, have I? Goodness me. Sorry, Martin. Hold on.
No, Martin didn't start that for no reason.
What lap are we on? 125. Even though that would actually be 124. That's fine. There we go. That'll be fine. Obviously, so they pitted last on 107, so it's been another 17 lap stint from the 23. Basically, what we'll see is next lap. We'll see this. Basically, this is spoilers. Next lap, we'll see the 20 in on 125, and then around about 6 laps after that, we'll see the 63, the 53, the 44, and the 8. It might be 7 laps after that because they'll obviously be going for an 18th lap. Spoilers.
And then who do we see cross the checkered flag first? Do you want to spoil everything for us?
I will. It's not an easy one.
This is where
with it being 1 hour 40 left to go,
anything can still happen in this race.
Pitting now is actually not that bad. Let's try and work it. So if you pitted at 1 hour 40, you're doing roughly 32 to 35 minute stints. So obviously you'll be coming in with 1 hour and 8 left to go. Yeah, you'd be looking for you're basically timing it where, you know, even if you say that little bit extra fuel, you're actually timing it where you'll be in the pit lane it'll be a 17 lap stint at the end.
Yeah.
Right, which is actually pretty good because you're taking advantage of a slightly lighter car for a majority of the race. So maybe it is, as the cool kids would say, a giga-brain strategy from Porsche Coanda. They are quite good when it comes to strategy, but we do doubt them because I don't know why.
Yeah, Sim Maranello in the pits, as are the number 20. So look lively, Lewis. Number 20.
No, sorry, because I'm not writing this down.
Mitchell de Jong. What do you think you came here for? Mitchell de Jong is in the pit lane. This is going to be you for 24 hours, by the way. You're not going to get a break next time.
Oh my god, this is why you have the big book. Which is in the car,
and that's coming out.
You wait till version. Technically, it'll be version 3 if you count the GB3/4 one, but it'll be version.
I think we should have a trailer for it. I think we should have a trailer for it next round.
The big book. It's gonna be. I want it to be way more.
I like the idea of the camera on the pen.
Nice. I'm not Susie Dentlick. That's the problem. No, you can't put it on a table because it will break this thing. It weighed 3.2 kilos.
Did it actually?
Yeah. That is a lot of trees. But it had all of that information that I wanted. The things that needed a sturdier folder, because you know the metal clips in the folder.
Yeah.
They weren't strong enough to withstand the weight of all of that paper.
Right. Oh yeah.
So we need a bit of work. We need to find a solution on that one. But that's fine. I say we. That's the royal we, obviously. Definitely, it's the burden. It's on my shoulders. A few in the pit lane. Colin Spork also in the number 36 Alpine Esports coming in the same lap, same as Gianmarco Fiducci. Let me write these ones down because he hasn't even started with these.
Well, interested to see what happens to Alpine in these final couple of stints now. We're watching the number 77 Proton car trying to get past P1 Esports. coming up to the chicane. Let's see if they can get this move done. GTEs, we won't see them in until the, well, certainly not the P1 car anyway, until another 20 minutes. And then we'll see them coming in for their next round of stops. What should be their final rounds of stops, really. They can get underneath the hour. On the brakes, and in towards La Source they go.
Porsche on Porsche. It's the kind of thing where you kind of like, in a GTE battle, you genuinely want to fight a different car. You don't like fighting a variant of your own car, because the problem is any advantage that you have, they have. Any disadvantage that you have, they have.
When something like this happens.
It's what could open the door.
Traffic.
But if you like, you're against you're in a Porsche, you're against a Ferrari, right? You know that Ferrari is faster at the end of the camera straight than you are, and that's fine because you're faster through places like the bus stop. You're faster on the exit of those kind of corners. You're faster even through the middle part of Puyo. But either way, that was extremely close. Wow. Yeah,
this is good stuff from Proton. They took that very well. Into the pits comes Axel again. It's been a real bad race for them, and that has been for causing avoidable contact with Project One. So not a good race for them either, sadly. But Axel will pay the price for that. Now 888 are being caught by the number 99. So that battle is going to resume, RHE versus Red Bull, albeit with different drivers. Risto Cabot and Dennis Jordan now in the cars. Replay looks.
So we've got the 18 now having a bit of a spin. I did think I heard someone spinning elsewhere. It might have just been the audio of this, to be honest. But yeah, the 18 having a bit of a moment. Oswald Deering struggling to get going as well. I thought someone might have spun going into the source. I was just based on audio, so it might have just been that stuck in my ear by that Cam guy who does the audio. His name might be Cam, but he doesn't deal with the cameras. He does the audio, so it's very confusing. But yeah, a bit of a spin there. It's a light one. It's easily done. Also, the 77, as you said, Pash Gergis did get past the 111 P1E sports car. So there was a position switch. And this could be a big one. This is Alpine coming up to the rear end. This is a lap difference between the two of them. But Alpine getting through because they need to get on with this right now because they've already made that stop. They're already on once again on the soft. They're going aggressive. So they just need to clear this straight away.
Can't waste any time in the Alpine car. Tom Lartilou, who started the race for them, now making his way through, gets past that satellite car and needs to get a move on. Drops to 12th place so far, but there are other teams yet to stop, like the one we are looking at, which is our leaders now, AMG Petronas. So we expect them in, what lap now do we expect them in? This is at 128 down. We're expecting them in. Someone needs to come and switch him back on. Wait a sec. So, where's?
Sorry.
Yeah. We're expecting him in.
Who's my name?
We're expecting him in a couple of laps now.
This is the thing.
AMG Petronas.
I was dealing with some important information.
You're dealing with the fans.
No, I'm actually, no, to be fair, I was just scrolling through Facebook and seeing what you're saying. No, when are we expecting Mercedes in? So obviously they came in on 114, so we are expecting them in towards the likes of 132. Which will be in about 4 laps time. We'll see them coming to the pit lane. All right? Does that make you feel better? He's crying. He's gone. He's gone. He's so disappointed in himself for coming onto this broadcast and saying he got 13.5 points on that quiz, which is just rubbish. Oh dear. I hope everyone's gone over onto social media to find out. Although, to be fair, actually, your lie was not quite as bad as Martin's, who came in here, and I was sat in your seat. He was like, I got 15. And I was like, did you? And he was like, well, you have to go. Right? You have to go on a social media. No, I was so split, and he just looked over at me and laughed. Worst I've ever felt in my life.
I don't know. I wouldn't have known what to say.
Well, now I do. Rubbish. On board with the Oracle Red Bull Racing Esports car on the rear end of RAG, of course. This one being driven once again by Dennis Jordan. Risto Kappa behind the wheel of that Triple H. Struggling a little bit on tyres, must be said. And the Satellite Racing car, that is not for the division. But again, they have had a warning in that Satellite Racing car about not obeying blue flags. And really does need to jump out of the way of Risto Kappa.
That looked like it wasn't going to work with it. The Triple H. Yeah.
If I was Risto, I'd be pretty irritated as well.
Showing its frustration on the exit. So we said this battle was going to resume, and here it is. It's going to kick off now between the Triple Eight and the 99. So RHG versus Red Bull. Once again, different drivers in the cars this time, and the other way round. This time it's Red Bull, the ones trying to get past, and we jump on board with them now down the Camel Straight. Red Bull are going to pull to the inside. It wasn't covered off. It didn't need to be covered off. RHG had that more than under control, and they stay in 6th place. So still fighting over this 6th place are these two. Up the road in P5 is the 77 Proton, which is out of sync, remember, with the rest. Then Nick Nielsen, World Endurance Championship racer, is in the SF Velas eSport car. Great to see him out there. Regular racer in Le Mans Virtual Series now. Marla are in 3rd place on for what would be a personal best result for them, I think. And then we have ProDrive looking for back-to-back 2nd place finishes. And then Chris Lullum in Team Redline. They're looking for back-to-back wins at the 6 Hours of Spa. Another win for them would be fantastic, and their 4th Le Mans Virtual Series victory.
And less out of nowhere than last year's one, it must be said, because last year we were sort of a bit like, whoa, the 71's like they're leading, are they going to be able to make it? And it was all that big drama, and then they did. Let's take a look as to what happened. This is how the 11 got sent off by the Axel Sport car. That's where the drive-through came from. I mean, that is not clean. Yeah. I mean, he made the corner. Most courtesy of slowed down quite a bit by that Porsche.
He was assisted in his braking.
Yeah, that was yeah. I mean, the thing is, because I know a lot of people will be like, oh, drive-through is very harsh for that, especially around here. The track doesn't matter, right, on that one. Let's just clarify that, is that whether it is here or Monza or Sebring, Bahrain, Le Mans, it is a drive-through penalty. Just because the pit lane is really, really long doesn't mean they go, oh, it would be a drive-through at Monza, which means it would be that's a 20-second penalty then. No. A drive-through to drive, it's consistent on that side, so that's fine. It's just that you happen to lose more time because of the track. Tough, motorsport's not fair, get on with it. I would say that, you know, especially with the penalties that we've got, everyone kind of jumps on the whole thing of like, just because F1 are doing the 5-second and the 10-second time penalties to be added onto a pit stop, like, everyone doesn't need to do that, and we don't. It is it's no further action, warning, reprimand, drive-through, and then stop and go, and then goodbye. Literally, that's the rate of penalties. There are a couple of ones, in and out of there, but realistically, that's how it goes. So, for me, that's this thing. Is it a reprimand? No, not really. It's a bit more than that. What's a bit more than that on our penalties? A drive-through.
Yeah.
Simple as.
Yeah, it was closed in very, very quickly, it has to be said.
It's unsafe driving through traffic.
Yeah.
Simple as. Yes,
and it could have ended very badly there for Project One. That could have seen them spat off straight into the barriers, and it was lucky that they didn't, to be honest. So the Triple Eight and the 99 still fight away with each other. Here just behind we see the Porsche making its way through, the number 23 Porsche. Now they stopped a little while ago. We're still waiting to see AMG, Team Petronas come in, and Team Redline coming in. Now the gap between Team Red, thank you. The gap between, listening this time, wasn't it? The gap between Team Redline and AMG Team Petronas, 11.5 seconds. Last time round, Rietveld was 7/10 quicker. So we'll keep an eye on what happens between those two. Likewise, this battle between RHG, AMG Team Williams and Nextview as well, that pack as well, which also involves, well, we've got the 23 in that, but that trio of cars likewise.
Yeah, I was about to say this.
Yes, Lewis.
Just saw it on Race Control, getting a drive-through penalty for ignoring blue flag. It was between themselves and the 36. So
Alpine,
they ignored blue flags versus the Alpine, and I'm sure it wasn't just that one time.
No, Alpine hasn't dropped back, have they? No.
Because of the pit stop.
Yeah.
It's just because of the pit.
Just because
I
of
had
the pit
it because they're out of sequence time-wise as well as
When you look at it, it looks like something really bad has just happened to them, doesn't it? But
yeah, I've had it's caught me out 3 times now on this broadcast. Like, oh my God, what has happened? Oh no, they're fine. Wow, they've done such a good job to bounce back. They're up into 7th, and it's like, no, that's just where they were running.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, we did say it at the start. They're going to have a pit stop, stay where they are, then have a pit stop, drop back, then have a, it's going to be very confusing.
I mean, it's not easy. Not easy. It's not hard to confuse, isn't it? No, it's very easy.
No.
Very. So again,
as Grow the commentator shows you.
Are you going to tell everyone how many you actually got?
No, they have to go and watch it to find that out.
Fair enough.
What,
Just really want to. Yeah, it's fine. Never mind. We'll move on. Go and watch it on social media.
Then you can find out.
I did better than expected. I can't believe I got 20 out of 15. Anyway,
I know. I think next time you'll be the one hosting it and asking the questions.
To be fair, we couldn't have done much worse than last time, where you got 1 out of 5, Martin got 1 out of 5, and I got 2 out of 5 as the highest score was less than half.
That's bad.
That is awful.
Yeah.
And there were some questions in there we definitely shouldn't have made mistakes on. Like, for example, was it the fastest?
Oh, Red Bull.
Yeah,
we'll Triple Eight.
To get off that topic, we'll move on from our embarrassing stories
that
of
saved
quizzes.
Us. Thank you, Red Bull.
Dennis Jordan making a spot on Risto Capit.
Yeah, good stuff. Good move there. Red Bull getting past the Triple Eight car. We're 20 minutes away from stops, roughly, and now Risto Capit, is he going to chuck one down? No, stays behind. But Oracle Red Bull Racing into 6th place. These 2 big names in esports as well, aren't they? Dennis Jordan and Risto Capit.
Yeah, particularly on R Factor 2. If you look at, especially in endurance stuff, Dennis Jordan's got a whole heap of experience, and coming in through the middle of that, being the number 4, which I believe is being driven by Bent Viscal at the moment. So
nice.
Good effort, lovely to see. Obviously, getting their pro driver into the ranks. All teams need to tick off a pro driver at some point this season, and the Van Wall Burst car using this occasion. But those 2, these 2 here, being Dennis Jordan, Risto Capit, they've been at the tippy top of sim racing on RF2, or like at least kind of up there since realistically about. I'd say this started moving forward about 2016. Risto Capit, I think, might have been 2015. But I remember battling for the final points-paying position in a second-tier open-wheeled league with Dennis Jordan the entire race at Albert Park. And every time I see him racing at the top end of this and all the championships he's won, I was like, I did beat him for that points-paying finish there, so that's fine. It is what it is. I'm not saying it's fine. They're both very, very good drivers. They're both irritatingly consistent. That's the thing, is that they don't typically do many silly things on track, but their lap times are normally very, very consistent. They're normally very, very predictable. They know how to deal with lap traffic from any side. They've done endurance racing in the highest category, in the lowest category, in the middle category. They've done it all when it comes to stuff. So they're pretty trusty pilots to put behind the wheel of the car.
They are. Next few Van will come into the pits. Team Redline do a personal best as well, 159.7. So they are pushing everything now they have at this to try and get after that number 63 AMG Team Petronas car. Here we see the 888 of Risto Capit dropping back. Red Bull are setting a good place here. They are just starting to pull away now from the 888 car. This is for 6th place in GTE. Chris Lullum, the leader for Redline, then Pro Drive in 2nd place. Then it is the Marla team in 3rd place next along. And then we have SF Velas, Proton, Red Bull, RHG, Simset, D Station on to take a 9th place finish. So good work that would be a personal best result for D Station if they can finish in 9th to beat their current best result of 10th, and then Project One rounding out your top 10 so far. A decent recovery given the positions they've been in on a couple of occasions so far in this race.
You can see Dennis Jordan is on the top of that, and then Risto Caput on the bottom. Dennis Jordan, always noted as being a driver who races in sim racing, much like his good friend Alex Siebel, who was in the same car. They race with the lights off, which it's always an interesting one, because it's kind of like everyone's just like, oh no, I'd love to race with the lights off. And it's like, yeah, but you are always racing with the lights on. Meanwhile, the 63 comes into pit lane, and I get pointed to write down on my bit of paper. They have gone slightly longer than expected. They've gone 19 laps, both them and I believe the one. Have gone 19
Team
laps.
Redline in, number 8 RHG is in as well. AMG Team Williams in the 53, also in to the pit lane.
It's just very. I'm very struggling to track all of this. I'm very struggling. Nice English. No, it's just. I mean, there's, like I said, when you've got to understand, for like race engineers for each of the teams, they are tracking not their own strategy. They're tracking everyone else's that they think they're going to be battling with, and then even a couple outside of that, like they might be tracking like the Alpine or whatever, and even Fordzilla or something, to be like, just in case, what are they doing, so that they're not caught at the end of the race to be like, oh, we didn't win.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Porsche Co-Anda retake the lead. Josh Rogers and Mitchell de Jong 1 and 2. Here is the AMG Team Petronas car with Bono House, who was at the wheel. Will he still be at the wheel when they come out onto the circuit? Yes. Bono House in the car makes his way out onto the circuit. RHG, AMG Team Williams, Team Redline will be shortly behind them. Team Redline appear next out of pit lane. We're watching Arnage following Rocket Sim Sport. They both go past In Speed, who will be looking for a second straight finish of the season. They didn't quite make it to the flag at round 1 after running out of fuel, but they got safely home last time. BS Competition fighting away with Project One. This looks like
the last time.
Down to round 2, down to the bus stop chicane, and that's a lot safer this time. BS Competition going through, and that will be a change of position for 10th place.
Yeah, I mean, again, it is literally the fear of. I've seen this before between these two battling about 4 hours and 45 minutes ago, and it ended in a bit of contact.
Oh,
so
I thought you meant somewhere else.
No.
Oh, all right, I was going to say.
No, these two obviously just switching over on that one. So Ibrahim Khan getting past Florian Haase through all of that. I've got to say, by the way, we did see again the Arnage competition. Jimmy Antunes, got to give a bit of a shout out. Definitely not an R-Factor 2 specialist, but trying to learn his craft on other simulators. We're seeing from quite a few other drivers. I'm still owed. No, that sounds so hard when I say that, but I'm going to go with it. I'm being told that I'm being sent an Arnage competition T-shirt.
Are you?
Yeah, because I think they do look quite good. Some sim teams do send me random things. I've got my NetRex Grand Prix T-shirt at the weekend.
Nice.
Yeah, it's like, I'm picking up all of the sim racing gear. So any sim racing teams out there that want to send me some sim racing gear,
You're going to have all the merch.
yeah, go for it. It'll go into my drawer of forgotten about. I've got an RHG T-shirt.
Yeah.
I've got quite a bit of RHG merch actually.
Yeah?
Yeah, I've got a little model RHG car. I've got an RHG cap. I'm not a massive RHG fan, but I do like a bit of RHG. Yes, because it's the event and just kept. They sent me loads of stuff to show on a broadcast. And I was like, yeah, I'm keeping all this. Sorry, you never get it back. It's mine.
It went into the drawer, did it?
It's not in the drawer. It's actually on display. Actually, as we ride back on board with Jimmy Antunes. Ooh, a little bit of a squeeze over from the Rocket, just coming over the nose to the touch of the Arnage competition car. As much as it's for 18th, 17th, 18th spot, it's still a feisty battle.
Yeah. One day this could be the battle for the lead. That's how you've got to treat it when you're in these battles. One day you could have this exact same fight, albeit for first or third. So treat it the same way as they now come. Oh, this could get tasty. Down towards Eau Rouge. Who's going to back off first? It's the Rocket car which blinks first, and that sees Arnage going through and up into 17th place. Now, looking at points, obviously we're on the 25 points, so 25, 18, 15 system. Out of this, Floyd Van Wool, where are they currently? They're down they're in 11th place, so they're going to lose some ground over this, are they? Or, yeah. So unfortunately, but looking at the number 20, they're going to gain some. They're going to gain some ground here in this one. They're going to gain a good sort of 13 or so points on the likes of Porsche. So we could see the gaps at least halved. And the likes of Porsche coming into play here.
Well, you've got to treat this a little bit, this season very much tactically, especially. So it's kind of like you treat the season in two halves, right? There is the 4 races before Le Mans Virtual, and then there is Le Mans Virtual,
yeah,
right?
which is double points.
You've got to treat them as two things. Even if you are outside of the championship contention for a normal round, you've got to remember that it's double points for Le Mans Virtual. It's the difference between 50 and 36 between first and second. It's a massive margin. That's first and second. Obviously it's an enormous victory, and it's reflected in the points as such. We'll ride on board, though, with the number 77. This one is Pash Gergis. Niklas Nielsen behind the wheel of the SF Velas car. Straight down the inside, Gergis is going to go, and he takes over 4th position. But yeah, going back to the point, you kind of almost have to treat one of the rounds before going into Le Mans. Obviously, you've got to run a pro driver. Now, if you don't have a great pro driver, you don't have one to throw in, and obviously, they've had some great ones with the University Sports, with like Dillman and that lot. If you don't have that pro driver for a round or whatever, sometimes you do just need to put in a pro driver, almost accept that this round might not go so well. We'll give it our best, we'll try and get a few points, and just accept that sometimes you've got to sacrifice it just to keep within the rules and to make sure that you can actually do Le Mans in January.
Yeah. Now we'll see Red Bull, BMW Team Redline, if they finish where they are, they will take the championship lead. ProDrive will move up a few places as well. They're currently 7th, but we could see them move up to potentially 3rd place. And likewise, we will see SF Velas will do well out of this as well. They're currently up there, so we'll see them within the top 3 spots as well. Red Bull will be the ones who potentially suffer a little bit, dropping a couple of positions in the championship. But that win at the first round will serve them very, very well still.
Well, I thought after last race, after they had a really torrid time of things back in Monza, again, first corner incident actually. Of course, they were sent over by the Project One. By Dura Esports, just sent basically over the inside of the first corner, got a lot of damage and struggled. And then when that broadcast finished, they were like, yes, they're still the championship leaders. And I was like, well, what? Sorry?
Yeah.
I mean, they're still the championship leaders because points and a half, obviously, from Bahrain. It's serving them wonders because they won an important race like that. I know every race is important, but they won.
But then don't forget, remember our 2nd place finishes in the championship last year. You missed out by, in the end, what was only half a point. In fact, our championship winners, more like Real Team Hydrogen Redline, had a DNF and a 19th and still went on to win the championship. So it's not over until it's over.
Well, because they won. What was their other results? They won the first.
They won the first race.
They finished 3rd at.
They won the first race. They DNF'd here. They got a 19th, then the 3rd at Sebring, and then they won the 24-hour Le Mans.
So as we're looking at this fight, we've got a couple of drivers here, of course, D Station and Simsa. Not sure which way around they are on this. D Station are on the green t-shirt. The green t-shirt does normally give it away, so there is that. That'll be Remy Delorme behind the wheel, Schindler behind the wheel on the top in the Simsa Esports car.
Yeah, had a bit of a moment coming out of La Source, and you can see that made it easy for the traffic for the prototype to come through down the hill. Okay, R8G 18 returning out of pit lane as well. Let's look at where we are now. Alpine are lining up a move. Speaking of R8G, they're about to line up a move on one of the R8G cars as well for 5th place. Tom Lartilou, feels like we've said his names plenty of times. I know Alpine, that aggressive strategy has definitely worked in airtime, hasn't it? We've seen a lot of them in this race. We all love teams who go for aggressive strategies, and it's been really fantastic to follow. Actually, it's been a great story to watch all race. We'll see how it comes to a close in the next hour and 10 minutes. But they're about to pull off a move for 5th place, and here they are on screen now. So I think we could even see this one done down towards the first corner if they can get a good exit here, or it will be down the Cannon Straight possibly. They're not far after this. 22 seconds is red line up the road, so the next prototypes we see are back markers.
Yeah, and obviously this Alpine's on the same timing on strategy as the 23 and the 20, so if they can make it, then obviously this car on board can make it. The longer we go into this, the more I'm like, yeah, they've got 2 more stops on the same as basically everyone else. Top of the screen, that one is Marcel Cinčić. Same thing, he's almost in exactly the same setup and same room as Tom Lartier, who's there on the right side. They've also used the same aspect ratio on the cameras, so that's brilliant. The Alpine Esports will get through into that spot. Marcel Cinčić kind of...
Oh my, that was so close.
Yeah, I was a bit scared there. With Sim Marinello going over the curve
really
as
scared
well.
me. Wow.
Goodness. I don't think Marcel Cinčić liked that one too much.
Oh wow, that was close.
Bit of heart racing. I did. So it was around here where again Colin Sport, he drives the Alpine. He was doing a stream on the Alpine, the official Alpine Twitch, and it was around Spa. And he said, if I take my hands off the wheel, you'll see what's going to happen. And it literally was like the wheel just started shaking. Basically, where if you like releases pressure from the wheel too much, it will shake the wheel out of his hand.
Oh really?
And so when you make contact with it, like if you have a little bit of wheel-to-wheel contact and stuff, if you're on a direct drive wheel, trust me, that thing can be thrown out of your hands even if you're in the middle of the straight. Because it's, you know, there is a lot of force behind these wheels, and you've got to be quite strong. As we saw, the buff man himself, Jene Simičić, putting some laps in qualifying. You can see how strong he is throwing the car around. My goodness, I want to pick a fight with him.
Not at all. Not at all.
It's not quite as extreme as that lap they had for pole position at
I don't think we've seen him in this race.
Yeah, we've seen him out on track.
Have we?
Yeah,
I've seen him personally.
Oh no, I don't think so. No, we saw him in qualifying, obviously.
Spot on with some circuits.
Well, it's not just the team. There is also the a bit of the car as well. Well, that's not me saying that it is just the car, because it certainly isn't. But this is definitely a BMW track, and with it Redline being as good as they are, if they come to a circuit where it's like, yeah, the BMW works well around here, it's like, right, okay, it's almost like this is your race to lose in that scenario. They're just very, very good around here. They're very, very strong around Spa, and they just work with it.
Well, let's take a little look at some highlights so far then. This is from the very start. So this was around 4 hours ago, now 4.5 hours ago. We kicked things off with Josh Rogers leading the way for the 6 hours of Spa in towards the first corner. Diogo Pinto to his outside as they made their way down through Eau Rouge and up Radion. But immediately, Lewis, an incident straight away up the hill.
Yeah, BS competition and Project 1 by Durr getting into contact through the first corner. So a bit of a spin going through the first section of the very start of the race. Obviously a bit of a start there, a bit of an issue for the SF Velas car. It was a solo half spin, so it wasn't too major. D Station and BS competition battling it out a bit further down, whilst BS competition were trying to rise their way up the order into the side of D Station, and a drive-through penalty would go the way of the 89.
Downhill, we have a look. This was unfortunately where Williams had some issues of their own. A disconnect for them as they went up the hill, and it was very fortunate that they didn't take another car with them. They would rejoin with a lot of damage and would go back through. This was a fantastic sequence. James Baldwin going round the outside through Blanchimont there, and then down the inside into the bus stop chicane. 3 of the prototypes all fighting away with each other. Team Redline would get a penalty, a drive-through for spinning round BS competition there as they came into the Piff Paff, and this would be them coming into the pits to serve that drive-through penalty as they made their way out. Then the 444 car, this would be just the wrong place at the wrong time for them as things concertinaed up. They found themselves going straight into the back of someone. Unfortunate luck for them. Sim Marinello, it's been a up and down day for them, but they're continuing to fight on to try and get themselves back into contention in this race, and this was them going past P1 Esport, a well-executed move for them. 2 teams who have found themselves fighting with each other, it seems, for a very long time in this race, as we now watch the likes of the Van Wall team, who also made their way round that team. It's not been the best of sequence of races so far for them, but still some ways to go. We had a penalty for Axel for going straight into the back of Project One here. The blue flags, Project One trying to keep out of the way. Axel went straight into the back of them, and they would be given a penalty for that. This is then Proton getting down the inside of the SF Velas car for 4th place in GTE, and this is now live pictures, and this is as they make their way around the around Lacombe, sorry, and this is now Martin Haven back with us.
Yes.
Martin, welcome back.
It's been an up and down race for all sorts of reasons.
And you bring some racing with you.
I do bring some racing with you. Well, what's happened actually is that Motorsport Games HQ here, we have lost our internet connection. So the race has been going on the servers remotely, just that race control hasn't been able to show you it. We are now starting to patch that back together. So as Chris makes his way out to try and either catch a train if the trains are running, or a coach if they're not, and can't get home, then Lewis McGlade rejoins us for the final hour of the race. And obviously with the way the fuel situation, the pit stop situation is working out, we are going to discover pretty quickly, as it is now 55 minutes towards the end of the race, exactly all the little scribbles that I started writing down much too late, where Porsche are finding themselves and where everybody else is finding themselves. I mean, it's the two Porsche cars, and it's the #1 red line. Well, it's the #1 red line car and everybody who's sort of on sync with them, because either Porsche Commander are going to suddenly go, hooray, yes, brilliant, we have managed to out-fumble them, and you know, we can get a full stop in and we're fine, and they'll have to stop a bit later for less time, but da-da-da. Or they've really completely messed up. And it's hard to imagine they've messed up comprehensively, but there are two very different sets of strategies going on here, aren't there?
Yeah, it's the whole thing with their strategy, the philosophy, of course, is that Porsche Commander have got a bit more aggressive. So essentially what it looks like is that there might have been, so let's say, for example, you start at this, the very beginning of the race, and you realise that actually, if we were to run the full 18 laps, at the end of the race, we're going to have a stop with 10 laps left to go. And you kind of think, well, yeah, fair enough. That's kind of a longer splash and dash, so fair enough. But then if you kind of go, and I think it's what Porsche Commander have done, is they've gone, well, I don't really want to stop with 10 laps left to go in the race. I would rather those 10 laps be taken out from other parts of the race. That's why they've dropped it down to 17 laps. So they're doing 17 lap stints. And so the last stint will be a little bit longer, but they're effectively, they are lighter for a longer period. As we look here, we've got one of the Porsche Commander cars with a switch there. Was that for position against the red line car? It was indeed 4 positions. This is the 23 at the moment, which I believe is Josh Rogers behind the wheel, trying to battle it out with Jeffrey Rietveld, I believe. My goodness, it's very aggressive between these two. Of course, sorry, it's not Jeffrey Rietveld, it's the other one, it's number 2, which would be Schmiedel behind the wheel. Going, full guns, because as much as it says 6th on the side of the car, this could be big later on. We will get TV graphics, by the way, back to you as soon as we can.
And that's absolutely the point, is that right now, both the Porsche Commander camp and the everybody else camp have got to completely ignore where the other half of the equation is on track. Because a bit like a handicap race, where the fastest car starts with a big disadvantage and gradually catches, and everybody should be equal at the line, that's the way this is going to go. Where you are now is less important than what your lap times are now and how close to the maximum speed. So again, if Porsche have looked at this and gone, instead of doing 18, we're going to do 17 at even harder, rate of progress, and to hell with fuel saving or anything else like that, we're just absolutely going to blitz it. That only works if you can extract the maximum from the car on every single lap of the 6 hours. It goes without saying that that's what everybody is trying to do,
Yeah.
but there are different ways of doing it. You know, if they're doing 17 or 18 laps and the number 1 red line car is doing 20 or 21, then at the end there's going to be a big half, or even, you know, getting towards a full stint discrepancy. And there seems to be a couple of similar things going on in the GTE class as well. That's harder to follow because we're not seeing so much of them, and we didn't start writing things down.
No,
at the beginning of the race.
Because we're very unorganised in this.
We need a lap. Well, you see, if you had a lap charter, if you had a lap charter or a laptop that did it for you, which is the way, you know, modern things work, then it would tell you. Yeah, it would tell you when they stopped and how many laps they've got left, and then you can start to sort of extrapolate backwards if you've got the mental capacity, which we don't.
We need Alan McNish's strategy laptop back. It's just, it made my life a lot easier, mostly because he knew how to work. He gave it to me in that first Le Mans virtual. He was like, you know, you'll be all right. And I looked at it and I was like, no,
you're good. No. Yeah, see, my real drama with the strategy laptop when we're using it in World Endurance is that if I touch something, then I'm guaranteed to reset it. And so suddenly, especially at Le Mans, you know, okay, great, you know, we're 18 hours in and Haven's just reset it, so we have no idea what on earth is going on. So all the genius of the whole having a laptop thing doesn't really work.
Yeah. Obviously, we are a little bit in the dark because obviously our TV graphics are linked to the live timing, so we are a little bit in the dark on that one. Obviously, we're trying to work things out right now. Again, trying to really channel a bit of mystic action and read what the race should be right now. It should be the 63. Butter House should be the race leader of the AMG Team Petronas Esports in the LMP category. And, of course, that recent pit stop from the 77, it'll be the 71 leading in GTE. This is the battle between the P1 Esports and the Simsa Esports car at the moment, which is a bit further down in the order in the GTE category whilst they've worked their way back up. So Simsa has had like an alright day. Schindler, I think, is still behind the wheel, but it's not quite the lofty guys. I think, though, they've completed their final stop, which is the important bit right now. With 50 minutes
the only Ferrari that seems to have had a really good day is the 51 car. Yeah. And actually they sort of were a little bit on the back foot in Monza, so I'm not sure how they've done what they've done or what they've actually done to make it work, but they do seem to be having the best of the Ferrari weekends here. And, you know, as we head towards Sebring being the final regular distance race, or a 4-hour-ish race before Le Mans, then, you know, that's the way you want your season to progress. You want it to be getting better as opposed to sort of having a few more ups and downs.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, especially again with how many more points are paid out, the prize money itself, which is paid out whilst we deal with the prize money for the season. Again, the $250,000 pot for the season is split not only between the LMPs and the GTEs, it's also split between the main season, or between the season itself, not the main season, it's the entire season, between the championship, and then again between Le Mans. So, for example, if you are obviously last year Real Team Hydrogen Redline, they took not only the Le Mans victory but the championship victory as well. So they've maximised the amount of prize money that they could take by taking the victory and the championship, because essentially it's the same prize money for winning the championship as it is for winning Le Mans. It's why it's so big.
Well, and also there's money for each of the top finishers per race as well. So there's if you could win every race, then basically you don't scoop all the cash, but you get as big a slice of the pie as you can possibly manage. Well, we were worried that there might have been a threat of rain in the race. Of course, you can never count anything out at Spa. Inside the final hour, inside the final 5 minutes, anything could still happen. But most of the teams were sort of 80% expecting it to be pretty much a dry race. I think the forecasts were that it was likely to remain dry, and after wet qualifying, I'm sure they're pretty happy that they didn't have 6 soggy hours of splashing around in the rain.
I still maintain I think we should have done the opposite of what we did last year, because last year it was 90% chance of rain. It didn't rain. So I thought this year it was 10% chance of rain. So I was like, well, it's got to rain, doesn't it?
Yes. Spa is contrary like that, isn't it? Very definitely. There's no question about that. So number 2 working its way through the traffic. And again, as soon as we have got timing back up, you will see it on the screen, and that will give us all a bit of a clue as to what's going on.
Yeah, like I say, right now we're doing this almost a bit old school, because we're trying to pick off what the position is on the side of the car and then work it out from there. The P1 Esports here that is ahead of the car is in 9th position, so this is the battle for just at the back end of the top 10. D-Station behind. I think a battling for position in all of this. We will find out. They should be, because it was Remy Delorme that was behind the wheel. Should be in 11th spot is that D-Station car, closing in for another top 10. They've had a couple. Or they've had one, rather. I suppose a couple is a bit of an over-exaggeration on that one. But they did have one in the last round of the season. We're looking back-to-back top 10s, showing how much D-Station have moved forward in the new season.
You know, and that's, again, that's more experience of the platform, more experience of the car, and more experience of, you know, on the part of the drivers as well. And that, you know, it's like every other part of racing in the real or the virtual world. The more you do it, hopefully the better you get at it. Contact between the Ferraris, that was very clumsy from the 888 car. Really, that was always going to happen, I'm afraid. Is that Risto Capet?
Yeah,
looks like it might have been.
It was the 888 certainly that spun the Sim Maranello car around. The 888's being driven by Timotei Andonovski at the moment. So yeah, not a good one.
I'm afraid that is probably going to come back to haunt him. Ride on board. See if you make the same call. He's very, very close. He looks outside, and then. This is a different incident.
No, it is the same one.
It is the same incident, yeah.
So what happens is Andonovski's brushing the rear left of that Sim Maranello car going through the first button. And what that's doing is it's pulling quite a bit of the weight off of the rear end of that Sim Maranello car, which is almost making that you know, the other car go over to the left-hand side, almost over Andonovski's nose. They kind of get locked together, and after that initial bit of contact, Andonovski can get out of it by fully rotating and getting off of the car, but that's actually very difficult to do. Meanwhile, P1 Esports and D-Station absolutely smash into each other there. So that was a bit of a decisive move, shall we say, from Remy Delorme down the inside of Rasmus Busk.
So he moves up to 34th place, which is 8th place now in GTE.
Might be 9th.
Well, there 24 cars running still. Let's have a.
I believe they're all ahead. 24. Yeah, 24 cars are still running, because the 24th spot is the Axel car.
Yep.
Wow, that live timing, we're terrible when it comes to racing.
No,
we do have a live timing, by the way. So
but it only gives us total positions rather than positions in class. So again, subtraction live on air, not helping anybody, are we here?
Yeah, we're not. That was DeLorme getting up into 10th position. Obviously, 9th position of Sebastian Wunsch is directly ahead, so there is a position potentially to be gained, even more so. That 777's going pretty quick right now. Like I said, I've got to say, it was last year when they had that qualifying back in Sebring. They did such a good job there, and they've carried that momentum into the season. Here he goes around the outside of Wunsch, commits onto the brakes, and Remy Delorme, easily done.
Nicely
that looks
done.
easy.
Nice, yeah. You see, and that's the way to do it. Is you've just got to be there early enough to assert yourself. You know, when you go around the outside there, you put yourself in a very vulnerable situation. So you've got to make it absolutely crystal that you've got enough of an overlap, and you are not going to allow him to turn you around.
Yeah.
Then, unfortunately, you also have to have absolute trust in the driver who you're going around the outside of not to turn you around. So there's always that leap of faith.
Well, now we're going to have an example as to maybe potentially which is the fastest GTE in a straight line. Let's have a look.
Well, it's deceptive, because it's how you come on to that straight out of Eau Rouge, and then the slipstream all has an effect. So actually, you know, cars on their own without other cars around them probably have the best indication.
Weirdly is the best. Yeah, just looking at the actual speed they do in the speed traps, that normally is the one that gives it away. This is Colin Spork. He's in 12th position, you can see on the side. This is not a battle for position. Spork just getting back behind the wheel. I've been told by him we'll be doing until the end of the race. Now, this is the... So let's keep an eye on the timer. So it's 43 minutes left to go, which means that this car is coming back into the pit lane. It cannot get to the end of the race. The ticket is...
Well, right now, none of the prototypes can get to the end of the race. From now to the end, they all have to make at least one stop. And if you stop now, you actually probably have to make a second one.
Yeah, no, I agree. Realistically, the time, to be safe, the time we're looking for is 8 minutes time from now. So it'll be about 35 minutes left to go. I think from that point on, those that we're pitting will be able to get to the checkered flag. So it depends. Bonner House, Jeffrey Rivel, Marcel Chinchik, Brzezinski, Maracek, all these ones that are at the top, if they can go for another 8 minutes, which will be around about 4 laps around here, they'll be good to get to the end. But it'll be pretty tight.
Right, in all the mucking around, how many laps have we completed?
Oh, that's a good question.
Our live timing doesn't tell us that.
That's it. No, that's it. We're done. All these notes that we've been making far too late are now completely rubbish anyway.
Well,
I do apologise for scribbling all over your notes.
No, they're not far too late, because actually...
We should be all right.
All right, let's have a look. So Porsche number 23 last stopped on lap 124 possibly, and the number 1 on 133, which is 9 laps later.
Yeah. And they did 19 laps on the last stint.
Okay, because they'd done 20 on previous stints. So then they were going, okay, we don't need to do 20 any longer. We need to go for track position. We must be faster.
I think that this is where it's becoming a bit more clear. I think the Porsches, Coanders and the Alpine are in a bad spot. I think they're in a really bad situation. They're going to have to come down onto pit lane again. It's 1 minute and 1 second, roughly. It should be 61 seconds on a traversal time of pit lane as a drive-through, plus putting in, let's say, 15 litres of fuel at 3 seconds fill time per litre. Sorry, at 3 litres per second on fill, which means you're going to be stationary for a minimum of 5 seconds realistically, which means that you're going to lose probably close to about 70 seconds because you've mistimed it by 8 minutes. And that will absolutely cost you. I mean, it'll move you from somewhere nicely inside the top 5 to being, right, you're going to be at the back end of the top 10. It's tough. See,
it seems unlikely that they've miscalculated it so monumentally wrong.
Agree. Absolutely agree. And also, like, the thing with that is that the red flags would have been early enough. So I don't know. I'm waiting for a message from Alpine. I want to know what's going on to actually understand the strategy. Because right now it doesn't make any sense to me.
Let's ask another question. If we get to, let's say, 36 minutes to go, which will be 1 stint, and Porsche roll into the pit lane, then does everybody else not do the same, or do they? So let's say that Porsche Coander have back-timed this perfectly and right on the money. They will come in as the GT Porsche comes in. They will come into the pit lane absolutely on the money to do an entire stint and get to the checkered flag. If they then come in to do a full stint with a full stop, the later everybody else comes in, the less it costs them, because traversing the pit lane, it takes the same time. So what they've actually gained is just less fuel fill time. But for that to work out, Porsche have to have a time advantage and track position before they come into the pits, which means that everybody else has to stop before them first.
So what I'm being told is we're getting those pit stops. Bonner House, Jeffrey Rivel, Marcel Chinchik, they'll all be in the pit lane now.
Okay, so this is what then promotes Porsche back to the top. Can all those guys go to the end?
This is what I'm being told. So this is why they might have. This is why that Porsche Coander and Alpine might have miscalculated this, because what I just got was that they didn't believe before this race that a 20-lap stint was possible, which from now on what they need to do to get to the checkered flag, with there being roughly 2-minute laps, 40 minutes left to go. Obviously, with the, I say that it's 38, but like you'll have that extra potential one. Obviously, when they'll, you come across the line, there's like 3 seconds left to go, or whatever.
Yep.
You are talking that they are going to need, they must do a 20-lap stint from now, which means that it is going to be very, very tight on fuel. It means we could see a couple running out of fuel later on. It means that likes of Coanda, Alpine, etc., 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 that aren't doing that are allowed to go full guns blazing for the next 38 minutes and literally just go, well, we'll hope for the best. We can only push as hard as we can push.
Yeah.
I am being told by also another driver for Forza, Marco Vellucci, says he reckons that they will be able to do 20 laps on safety car mix, on the basically the mixed mode that uses the least amount of fuel, but is also very, very slow comparatively. So and that's the goal, is to try and save yourself an extra pit stop.
But for that, again, you need that sort of 30 or 40-second lead and to be in front. You can't be trying to come from behind and trying to make it to 20 laps that you've never made before. So, again, Marcel Cincic is leading now from Josh Rogers and Tommy Østgaard, and the longer it is before Porsche come... Oh, let me think about this. So if Porsche make it another lap, then they can run at their normal front-running pace, because that will be a normal stint for them, 36, 37 minutes.
Yeah. I mean,
so for them, they have to not pit now. Josh Rogers leads. Cincic is
second
in the pits.
Moment, but in the pits.
No, he's in the pits. So Rogers and Østgaard will lead. 28 has stopped. 63 has stopped behind as well. So, and the real question, and really probably the car that will win if Porsche Coanda don't, is the #1 red line car, isn't it?
I think it's 63.
You think 63?
I think the 63, because the 63 is in a decent spot as well. It's ahead of Jeffrey Revo. I think it'll be the 63. I think the #1 will be second. There is the 63.
But those, it's either them. They're the front runners of the not on the Porsche Coanda strategy, or the Porsche Coanda strategy works.
Yeah, exactly. Because this 63, this is the one that's
pitted. So does 63? He needs to stop now.
No. 63's done. 63's done. It's done. It stopped. It came in. It's been the leader. It's been ahead of the one. Okay. It's on the same strategy as the one.
Okay, he is 67 seconds behind the leader.
Ooh, that's tasty on how tight that is. Because it's, again, we're looking at roughly a minute and a bit.
61 seconds to do the pit lane without stopping, which gives them 6 seconds of fuel. Now,
maybe it is a master stroke strategy from Porsche Coanda. I've flip-flopped on this so much.
I know, of course. Because it would be so unlike them to have monumentally dropped one.
Yeah.
But, you know. Okay, here we go.
Dane Warren, that was a big moment over Radion. I mean, he caught it very nice. I know his internet connection won't help with that one. He is racing from down under. Again, sim racing is a global sport. We've got past Eros Mashili and so up into 3rd spot. There is, on the exit of pit lane, it was Marcel Cincic. It is not Marcel Cincic anymore. It is the Macedonian himself. It is Erhan Yayovski behind the wheel of the RHG.
So 77, Dane Warren, small Code Brown moment there, but he survived that. Mikkel Gade is not too far in front of him. And it is still Kevin Siggy who leads the class in the BMW. So red line potentially with a GTE victory in sight, because we don't anticipate a whole host of fuelage tomfoolery in GTE, do we?
No, not really.
No, that's not on the script I've been reading.
You can't. I mean, as I said, there's a few cars that are off strategy to a drastic degree. One of them is the 77, but they have fixed it now. They're on strategy now. They should be good to the end from this point. But they obviously have led a lot of laps today. But everyone, I believe, in GTE has already made their final pit stops. We are talking about Siggy leading, Mikkel Gade, like I say, who's holding on to 2nd position for the Pro Drive. Fire! Wow. That's Marla being sent off the road. No contact with her in ARC Bratislava, but still, it was a very scary moment.
Yeah, it just looked like it was going to happen, and it obviously clearly looked like it was going to happen aboard the Marla car as well. So there is the 77 Porsche that lies in third. The deal here is that the GTE cars were all comfortably doing an hour, easily doing an hour on fuel, and so that means that covering 6 hours is, even by my arithmetic, relatively straightforward. You just make a shorter final stop because you're sort of, 5 hours and 5 minutes or 5 hours and 10 minutes in, and so that's easy peasy. The real questions are what goes on. So what's the lead? Josh Rogers leads by 30 seconds from Tommy Østgaard. Well, 25 and a half now. James Baldwin 67 seconds back in third in the 63. Jeffrey Rietveld 80 seconds back. So
this is provided that this live timing isn't trying to do us, which I have had before with live time, where that's all like the gap's 60 seconds, it's like the gap's actually 45.
Well, sometimes you can only go on what you're being told.
Exactly, and this is one of those scenarios. So anyone who's sat at home being like, is that really the gap? And then when we get shocked later on, just putting that caveat out there that we are reading the numbers on our screen.
Oh, now our more Alcamel live timing appears to be back to live. So,
is it?
Yeah, so it's still saying Erhan Yayovski in third is 1 minute 10, 70 seconds back. And
yeah, but this is the things that Erhan Yayovski's not in third.
I'm saying he is.
Not on the Alcamel timing, it is. On the live time from in-game, it's not. It's James Baldwin who's in third.
Okay.
And that's what it should be. Again, still technical difficulties here within the commentary booth, but it is Josh Rogers, Tommy Østgaard first and second, that is for sure. James Baldwin is third, Jeff Rietveld, Colin Spork, Erhan Yayovski is down in sixth, with Wisniewski, Hoyer, Ottaviani and Schmiedel rounding out the top 10. So as much as I would love to go off that lovely live timing, it ain't right, Chief.
What it is telling us, though, is that Porsche Coanda duo, who are first and second on the road, have only made 7 stops, and everyone has made 8 behind them, which would seem to be right. Would that seem to be right? Yes. No. They should have made more, shouldn't they? I don't know.
Yeah.
However, Josh Rogers clearly understands just how much I mean, you know, coming into this race, in this field, you're going to be under pressure anyway, but he's just set a personal best first sector in Sector 1 on that last lap.
Yeah, flying.
Yeah, absolutely flying.
And, to be fair, you know, for a lot of these teams, a lot of these drivers, it's kind of now or never for them to get on with the pushing. This is the battle for the quite literal wooden spoon in the category after issues fairly recently from Jan van der Heijden and the Brabham Esports team. It's not actually for the wooden spoon, actually a class number 9. I was getting ahead of myself. I thought it was.
Yeah.
That one obviously is Axel at the moment. This is for the Forest Points on the top 20.
Anti-penultimate place.
It's up there in the sense that it's down there.
Yeah.
It's inside the top 20, though.
No, it's 20th.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's inside. Yeah, exactly. It's inside it, just.
Yeah.
Literally just. I mean, it's not a good day. I think that's what needs to be said. Jene Simičić, by the way, in 12th position, has got back behind the wheel. Ben Fiscal's jumped out of it for the battle for 11th between themselves and the Pescarolo car. Robert Piron behind the wheel. Jene Simičić, who is on the charge, one of the most experienced drivers in sim racing on this platform, looking to try and get back inside the top 10 after Ben Fiscal. No disrespect, but obviously did not have the pace of the two teammates in Jesper Pedersen or Jene Simičić. Is what it is.
Inside the final 30 minutes, still trying to go, and I'm sure that 75% of the audience are shouting at the screen going, "You idiot, is this?" Still trying to get my head around the fact that the Porsche duo, the leader, Josh Rogers, 67, 68 seconds ahead of James Baldwin in third, but must still stop, but is at very worst maintaining that 67-ish seconds advantage. Now, the closer you get to the end of the race, the less fuel you need to put in to complete your journey, and the shorter time you're going to spend stationary, What doesn't change is the length of the pit lane. So we've been saying 61 seconds from pit in to pit out, or it adds 61 seconds to a 2-lap time, pit in and pit out, which leaves you 5, 6, 7 seconds maybe to put in fuel, and so you sort of need that. Braverman Racing Team,
Whoa.
Mexico.
Yeah. Oh, Fortilla comes through as well, and really. Whoa! Who was that they made contact with?
Was that a red line, or was
GR? Yeah, was that the GR? It was number two. It was the wow. It was Mikkel Schmiedel coming through. That is a dangerous rejoin.
The real problem actually is there are an awful lot of dangerous rejoins. I mean, I know Max had to rejoin somewhere from where he was off track at the top of Rédillon, but just to come straight back into the middle of the track.
Now, for me, I've said before, like as much as it was again, race control can make their own decisions, fair enough. For me, I've always been like very much against it in sim racing. Like, it's just a dangerous region. Everyone's like, oh, it's not a safety thing. I don't care. It's still other people's work and whatnot. For me, for me, that is still that one probably would have been a warning because there wasn't any contact and got away with it.
Yeah.
That one there for Mexico Racing Team is a slam dunk penalty, and there you go. It is under investigation already. I don't think. Yeah, that's a pretty obvious one. Schmiedel couldn't do anything about it coming through, and you can see the front of that car is pretty damaged. And
the problem now is, you know, he's got half an hour to the end of the race, so that is just going to completely compromise their ability to really move up the order. Team Fordzilla in front, and he is still closing on them, and he will push as hard as he can. Is he going to get to, what's next, 12 seconds up the race, 444, 12 seconds up the road, and then another 10 in front, you know, AMG Williams, not sure he's going to get to them. Whoa, okay, so one is in, and is the other one coming in as well? 23 has been stopping a lap earlier. And so 20 should not need to come in this lap. Okay, so 26 minutes to go, 27 minutes to go.
Interesting. It's about where that 23 comes out in comparison to the 63. That's what we need to check right now. How long's the stop? So it's been longer than the 6 seconds that we were talking about. They are still stationary, so it looks like it's going to be a pretty hefty stop. 20 seconds at the moment. There is the Mexico Racing Team in pit lane. I don't know if that was for the drive-through, if it's just for damage repair.
I'm not sure it will have been assessed yet as a drive-through, but it may be for damage. It may be that they needed fuel. Who knows?
I think it's a damage repair.
Yeah, could well be. So Tommy Osgaard is the race leader, but all eyes will be on 63. James Baldwin. So Mac Backham shown in 23. So they're doing a driver change as well for the final 25 minutes.
That's an interesting call. Obviously, they might have had some final bits of driver time that they had to deal with, whether it is too long of a stint for the 23.
Yeah, that's possible.
For Josh Rogers,
they were doing...
I don't think he's been for 3 hours though.
Yeah, no, I did, 3 hours in a stretch is the or in total is the maximum.
In the total of the race, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because they all doubled at the start, which gave them sort of an hour and 80 minutes or whatever it was, hour and 20. So yeah.
Well, the 23 has come out behind, not only because it was a longer stop than we were expecting. Again, we were like maybe they only have to splash or whatever, but it ended up being like a 28-second stop. So it's not a full stop, but
it's still an enormous margin when you've only got 25 minutes left. Look where the 63 car is. This is going the way of AMG Petronas, isn't it?
Unless. Because again, if they have to really save that extra bit of fuel massively, we have seen them go 20 laps before, which is why I don't think they have to slow down as much as some people would have calculated. The 20 stays out for one more
lap,
just for another one, maybe another couple, just to, again using whatever they can to get as far as they can into this race.
Now they were the last time that we've written down when they stopped a lap after the 23, which is what they've been doing. So they have squeezed one out somehow.
Yeah, just trying to, again, get it as far as you can. See the wibbly-wobbly waving man there on the left-hand side in the pit lane. Obviously one of those inflatable things. Really
he's doing a lot of heavy lifting there, isn't he, the wibbly-wobbly man?
I mean, he has done for 5.5 hours. Still going strong. That is an endurance racing master if ever I've seen one. As well, see this Jane Simicic on the back of Robert Puon. This is the battle for 11th position. Jane Simicic trying to get one.
Yep. and looked like he was close enough to have a think about it, but that was not the case as they got up to Les Combes. View that you don't normally get in racing, because we don't normally have drones hovering above the track. It's one of the things that you're allowed to do with sim racing that the real world doesn't allow.
There's a few of those, especially when it comes to track limits and whatever, that sim races just kind of get away with by just blast. No, like particularly, I mean, I know that's in real Spa, obviously, top of Radion normally is abused quite aggressively, but in sim racing it's a whole different topic. I mean, I remember your reaction the first time we did Le Mans Virtual on the Ford chicanes.
Well, and you know, again, that's you know, some of the things that the real world drivers are talking about is that you just can't attack curbs like that, and the sim racers were going, you absolutely have to, otherwise you may as well not bother getting in the car.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, it is a bit of a... Yeah.
Again, a friend of mine, when he was teaching me bits and bobs about sim racing and whatnot back in the day, Oscar Harbuck was once telling me there was some track limits and stuff which I didn't agree with, and I was like, no, I can't do that through a chicane. I can't abuse like that because it's just not within the rules. And he, quite rightly in a sense, he was like, do you want to win? I mean, like, put your pride to one side, mate, and go for that. Like, just do it. Everyone else is. You'll be in the middle of nowhere if just because you're trying to, like, wear it on your shoulder. Staying out for another one.
So that is 3 laps longer now than 23.
And they'll be probably kicking themselves, being like, why didn't we do this earlier?
Whoa, 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 wow. What have they done, though? And what's he doing?
This will be going up to, like, lap 20. Unless the 23 pitted a lot earlier than maybe just try and get ahead of it. You know what I mean? Like, rather than actually going to the end of their stint and doing the full, what for them was the 17. Maybe they pitted a little earlier. Again, we don't have that data because we have the lap count that we're actually on right now. But that is also a potential thing. So it looks like the 20 is going much longer than the 23, even though in fact it's actually just doing its normal stint, and it's just because the 23's tried to react a bit early
to give themselves more time to attack.
Yeah.
Exactly. Okay. Well, so the problem is though, that Mac Backham in the 23 car is currently in 4th place, 65 seconds off the lead. James Baldwin in 2nd, 42 seconds off the lead. So there's a 20-second gap and 20 minutes in which to close it, give or take. That's a lot. You have to be a lot quicker to get there, and then you have to be a lot quicker again to get by. And I'm not sure that they're a lot quicker.
No, certainly not that degree. Like you say, you're talking, as we were saying, like with Alpine earlier on, where they have to go a second lap faster. It's even worse. They have to go 2 seconds a lap faster than those ahead to catch up to the race lead. I mean, they're 25 seconds back. We've got 20 minutes left to go in this race. It's roughly 2 minutes a lap. There's even more than 2 seconds a lap. They need an absolute miracle. They need this fuel saving from the 63 and the 1 to fundamentally not work. The 20 finally comes into the pit lane and will relinquish the race lead over to the 63 and the 1. But where are they going to come out? I think they might actually come out. I think they'll come out just behind the 23, but not behind. Actually, they would come out behind the 36.
Yes, there's 10 seconds. There's a 10-second hole into which they could fall between the 23 and the Alpine, but 48, 47 seconds. Yeah. He wasn't far enough ahead of 23 Mac Backham, was he? More pit callers behind as well. So there are other LMPs who are heading into the pit lane.
Yeah.
AMG Petronas, 20 minutes. See, it might even be the 1 lap, at the end after the time has elapsed.
Yep.
That could be enough to make the difference. It possibly isn't.
Absolutely. You're absolutely right. It could be the... like I say, it's always kind of one of the things when you're doing the time. Right now, I promise you, the AMG team Petronas Esports, they know exactly how many laps are left in this race, and they will know that if it's for them 5 seconds, like they would cross the line and do another lap by 5 seconds, and they would do that extra lap. I promise you, they will slow down. that 5 seconds. I know there's only 12 back to red line, but they will 100% slow that 5. Even if it was 10, because there's a 12-second gap, they would rather win the race by 2 seconds rather than not winning it.
Yep, absolutely right. Absolutely
and that's how close they calculate it.
Yeah.
But like I said, that's the same thing in motorsport, of course. But it is honestly the same in sim racing. Even matey boys coming along to do a little bit of a banter race or whatever, have a little bit of fun on the sim and do an endurance race. I promise you, they are running the strategy to the same level, the same, like almost not quite the same level of professionalism, but the same detail when it comes to running the strategy backwards and calculating how many more laps to do. It's not a, oh well, I hope we don't have to do that extra lap, because it's a very easy calculation. How much time is left divided by how fast your lap times are. Done. That's how many laps are left.
Lots and lots of pit callers on that last lap. Alpine were in. We saw that both the Porsches in. Team Fordzilla were in as well. Arnage were in. Who else has been? GR Vector. Pescarolo we saw. Yeah, the Rocket. I mean, 8 or 10 cars.
To be fair, the longer we've gone on, the more it's been quite obvious that really not that many people have been ready for essentially the 20-lap stints, which have been a requirement if you want to finish well. Like I say, AMG Petronas Esports have done it, Redline's done it, R8G, I believe, might have done it. But, like I said, Porsche Coanda, to be fair, the likes of pretty much everyone else, they've not been able to.
And then on the other potential option for strategizing, which was different tyre route, Alpine Esports, and there we're going to use softs all the way. That hasn't worked, has it? That's not a top 10 position strategy.
No. They said, I've been told that traffic's obviously been an issue, and I'm like, I get that, because obviously you need to, when you're on the soft tyres, you need basically clean air ahead to get after it. But you also have to understand that strategically you're never going to get clean air. No,
exactly right.
And so you always have to prepare for the not clean air option, because you're unlikely to get it for more than... there are times on, having raced Le Mans a few times myself, is that there are times where you'll see, because you've got like a little track map, so you can see where all the cars are, right? And you will see a massive space, and you will know that I'm about to get 3 perfectly clear laps, and you know that only happens genuinely over the 24-hour race. That only happens about 3 or 4 times. Let's see what happened to Fordzilla, I believe. So this is obviously them coming through into their behind. Whoa, that was behind one of the red line cars. They've skipped over the chicane. An easy mistake to make from Alessandro Ottaviani.
Oh,
yeah, that was scary.
And not going the long way around on the left-hand side on the tarmac, but trying to cut across the grass.
Such a sim racer to the very end.
Yeah, but that's probably not a great look.
No.
AMG Petronas heading into the final quarter of an hour of this race from Team Redline, Porsche in 3rd, and the 20 car coming out in that gap between R8G and AMG Williams. So, 2 cars in the top 5, but from what looked at the midway as if it could be a relatively comfortable 1-2, their thirst has let them down. Chris McCarthy. Hey. Yeah. So AMG Team Petronas Esports, well, it's not much of a margin. The gap is coming down. They are pacing this to the end, aren't they? Either because they need to fuel save and there's a bit of lift and coasting going on, but it's gone in 2 laps from 12 point something to 9 point something.
Which I don't think is, again, this is the whole thing, all of the calculations that are done. They will look at this and be like, right, okay, how many laps are left?
Yep.
What is the gap? So how much slower can I go to kind of work that? And again, it's the whole thing. If you all look at it and be like, right, I can go actually a second a lap slower and still make this and still hang on to the race lead. So why wouldn't you just take that extra little bit of risk? Just obviously, you're again, when big bad traffic happens, you kind of get thrown under the bus a bit on that. But for the most part, you just got to roll with it.
But then you see everybody else is going to get thrown under the bus as well. Maybe it's not going to always even itself out over 15 minutes, but it has done for the rest of the race. And the whole point of motor racing is to win at the lowest speed possible. Not the Gilles Villeneuve approach, which was to be as fast as humanly possible on every single lap of every single session all the way through. That's just the way he worked, but the overall ethos is to try and win at the minimum speed possible, do as little as you can. And so having had that 12-second margin, if it's frittered down to 1200s at the line, you don't get extra points, you don't get extra money for winning by a country mile. You're either first or you're not, and right now Baldwin is just having nice lift and coast moments. He's saving fuel, he's not overstressing himself or the car, he's making sure they don't have that embarrassing cough and splutter at the end of the race.
I mean, he didn't, you kind of heard it there. Obviously we could see on the graphic as to how much he lifted into the final. There wasn't much lift and coast going into the first corner at La Source, which tells me actually that they're not as tight on fuel as, because if you were super tight, you'd be lifting and coasting into every single corner. Now, thankfully, through Spa, like as we see on Alpine here, obviously they're definitely not lifting and coasting, but as you come through this section, coming through Varge, Bruxelles, whatever we call it, down towards X-Curve, you can actually save an enormous amount of fuel there. You can save quite a bit going through Pont by lifting off early, just carrying the speed in, because it's a little bit of a tap of the brakes. Maybe it's just a slight lift, but you can. There are so many opportunities around Spa where you can actually save an awful lot of fuel and not lose time.
Well, those will be all the downhill bits. You know, you've got to use the throttle on the uphill bits, but for every uphill bit, there is a downhill bit because it evens it itself out.
With the uphill bits, again, by lifting and coasting, you can lift quite early. The braking,
it replaces
can be done,
the brake. Yeah, exactly.
It's kind of like there are other options like this where it's like, by you being wise and understanding the track and understanding how it all works, you can save an enormous amount of fuel without losing that time. That's what you have to be good at in this.
When you're chasing, you have to be 100% throttle, 100% brake. When you're leading, you can roll off one and onto the other. Just, you know, in that period of time that it takes it to say, and that will save you a phenomenal amount of fuel over the stint. And still, James Baldwin remains more than 10 seconds, nearly 12 seconds ahead of Jeffrey Rievelt in second place. In our GTE class, well, it is a very comfortable red line lead at the moment, and not quite so comfortable for position right back. So this is In Speed and the 88 Proton car. This is on board with our race leader.
Yeah, it's a good bit sketchy here on the exit, coming out of campus, I think.
Yeah. You see, you don't need too many of those in the last 10 seconds, or 10 minutes rather, of the race. You can imagine James Baldwin's language was possibly just a little agricultural and Anglo-Saxon there. Don't you all, you little fighter.
It was oopsie daisy, replaced with some slightly more profanity. This is obviously Proton Commando versus In Speed. This is quite literally the wooden spoon in the GTE category, which I'm sure Proton Commando would not be particularly pleased with. It is their 88, which is the of the two cars they've got in this category now. It's the B team per se. They're actually very good, but they've had a torrid time of things at Spa.
Well, you can see in their context, you know, they're they're trying to hold off the In Speed car. Their sister car is currently lying in third place.
Yeah, and has been looking very good all day. Has led an awful lot of laps there. Obviously, it most likely will not be the final. And you can see here the strategy difference is a bit more open in GTE. Most of the top lot running on the softs. The SFLS, quite a lot of the Ferraris are running on the mediums. I think all of the Ferraris are running on the mediums.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? And so clearly they are a little bit lighter on their tyre. And, you know, and that may well be why they didn't qualify so well when it was wet, is that they don't really use the tyre quite as hard as some of the other cars. You know, and in a long, hot race, and you think about World Endurance in Bahrain next week, super abrasive circuit, lots of heat, that's going to help. Here, in the wet, cold temperatures, you really need to bring your tyre in hard and fast to get one lap out in qualifying, and if you don't, then you're always going to be just a little bit off the front-running pace.
Well, speaking of abrasive surfaces, in a month's time, we'll be heading to pretty much the home of abrasive surfaces. Of course, it'll be Sebring.
But it's not a tyre killer. It kills everything else.
Yeah, it's true.
It really kills everything else, but it's not, you know, it's not a high tyre degradation track, except for, you know, the heat plays a part in it. But
damn,
yeah, it just
toasty.
Beats everything to pieces.
I think we need to turn off all air conditioning within the studio and just allow all of the PCs and whatnot upstairs to really warm us up. So we're getting that Sebring, that Florida vibe.
I 100% agree.
You do because you're not here.
No, exactly right. I should be somewhere very cold instead.
Yes, it's true. No, Ben Constantinos returning to the commentary booth for the penultimate round of the Le Mans Virtual Series Season 2.
Well, you know, but you've got to get your pros in and get them up to speed before Le Mans, haven't you?
Is that what Ben is? Is
there
he the
you
pro?
go.
Is he the pro of the commentary booth?
Well, you know.
I completely disagree. Hope he's not listening.
He is listening.
He probably is, actually. He has been paying attention whilst he hasn't done the last couple of rounds. He knows what's going on. I was very impressed when we did. I think it's not like not trying to be disrespectful, but when we did Le Mans Virtual, the second one, obviously he hadn't done any of the Le Mans Virtual Series, so I got in and he knew pretty much everything that had gone on. I was like, oh, he does do his research, fair enough. All right.
And he's married with a child,
yeah, okay.
So he has actually got a life as well.
Was this pre-baby though? I think it was.
Yes.
I think Le Mans Virtual was just about.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, it was, because it was the week. I think it was the week after. Might well have been. I can't remember. Either way, yeah, it happened. That is what it is. Either way, looking at the battle between Panis and Alpine at the moment, 10th position, final spot inside that top 10. Realistically, in this, Colin Spork should be the faster of the two by a couple of margin, being on those soft tyres. But I mean, for Alpine, I'm going to say it on broadcast. I've already said it a little bit behind the scenes. I know this hasn't worked for them, but I do respect they've tried something different. They're actually on the medium tyre, so I'll counteract that one. But they've tried something different here. They've thrown something out to try and go for something. And yeah, sure, it's not come out on top, but they've given it a go. Yeah,
and they pretty much have used the soft all the way through. Panis with a big lunge coming from Colin Spork. Is he going to hang on? No, Alpine go through. So
that might be one that race control will be like, give it back. They might.
Yeah, I don't know. It was all a bit sort of scrabbly. Final 10 minutes. I would say probably I'd let that one go. But again, that's not my choice.
If I was Colin Spork and this was the only position that I could battle in the race, I would reverse it. I would let them go to ignore that race, because it'll still sit in the back of your mind that maybe race control might actually go, no, do you know what, it was a penalty, so you know, remove it anyway. Whereas the way I'd see it is like, look, if I just let them go and then try again,
you might get it clean.
I might get it clean, and then it's kind of like, oh, I do actually have it now. Right, that's kind of the logic that I would go. If this is the only position that you can fight for.
Except there's only 6 minutes to go, and you may not get it back, because that's only
true.
2 laps.
That is true.
So, or maybe 3 laps. So, yeah, I think he thinks it was clean enough. I don't think he's making any effort to give it back. And
no, he definitely isn't.
I'm not sure it needs it. So, 6 minutes. 6 minutes to go. AMG Petronas lead from Team Redline. How close are Porsche? Nowhere. 29 seconds back is Matt Backham in third. So, whatever they hoped was going to happen or thought was going to happen has been, their entire strategy has been completely undone by the fact that, Colin Spork, that's what you call rotating at La Source. Co-Andrew have been completely undone by the fact that their front-running rivals around them could run just as fast, but for longer. It didn't save them a pit stop. What it did save them was time in the pits. So they made the same number of stops, but the last one was the killer for Porsche Co-Anda and dropped them behind their rivals.
Yeah, and again, as I said with Alpine, same as with Co-Anda, they've kind of risked something. Action man on screen, it is Jack Keithley, lovely curtains. He's just set the fastest lap, which, to be honest, doesn't shock me. Jack Keithley's incredibly fast. Obviously, they had the technical issues and gremlins with Peter Beliak earlier on in the race, where he ended up in the barrier up out of Eau Rouge into Raidillon. That was definitely a technical fault. It wasn't anything to do with them driving. I think it was a game crash from memory, but just literally firing all cylinders, trying to get the fastest lap. Just literally for the bands. There's no point for it. It's just for fun.
1:58.90.
Incredibly fast.
The previous best lap was a 59.5 something that I can remember. So, I mean, that's absolutely huge effort. And again, you know, when your race has been completely kiboshed by something out of your control, at least it's a little bit of, look, don't forget about us, we're still here. And in the end, you know, you can still go to Le Mans and be a real threat. Satellite setting the fastest lap in GTE on the last lap as well, 2 minutes 13.3. Now, again, a race that for a long while looked like it was going to promise a podium for that Aston Martin. They're down in 14th in GTE, and that's really a long way from where it looked like the first half of the race was going to leave them. So again, there's a little something there going, look, we've still, you know, we've still got the pace.
Yeah.
You know, let's go to Sebring and just knock it out the park.
Focus on the positives.
Yep.
Yeah, there are always a lot of negatives in sim racing motorsport. It's a roller coaster, if ever there was one. And there are times like this where you need to. It's the same with a lot of sports. There's a whole thing of, like, you know, mentality is such a large part of it, and there are times where you have to look at it. And I was always told to, you know, particularly with racing and whatnot, is to take 3 positives from every race, and that's it. Like, take 3 positives, accept the negatives, try and learn from them. Take 3 positives, 3 things you thought you did well, even if it was like, oh, that move was pretty good, or to be fair, lap 3 of that stint was absolutely on it, or I navigated traffic really well in that scenario. Take those 3, bank them, ignore the rest of it, and just go on to the next round.
I really like that. I like the idea of just three individual moments. And, you know, actually, however good your race is, you always remember the bits that you messed up.
Yeah.
I guarantee the winners will sit down and the first thing they'll think of is not, yeah, that was brilliant. It was,
what did we do wrong?
Oh, okay, I really made this mistake there. What did we do wrong in qualifying? We did this wrong, we did that one. Everything is about self-analysis, about trying to improve that performance. But I like that. Take 3 things away.
I think, like, the self-analysing is an important thing, but I think you need to do that early, and then get it out of your system, and then take the positive. Because if you analyse too much, you bring yourself down too much. You then only focus on the negatives. Battle for the podium, as we see. Mac Backham, who's been struggling for speed the last couple of laps. Erhan Yovski might remove any Porsche commander from the podium. And as we head on to what will be the final lap of this race, I'm not sure where Baldwin is, but he's going to be pretty close to it. Should be all right. But I think we're going to be heading on to the final one.
I think these guys will have to do another lap.
No, this is what I mean. Yeah, this is the penultimate lap.
Yeah.
So we'll be heading on to the final. That is absolutely right, because Baldwin is just crossing the line now.
And there is 1 minute and 50 to go. Well, they've mistimed that badly, because they're going to finish 30 seconds inside. They could have slowed down more.
Closer.
That's exactly right.
Here comes Yovski.
Yeah, this could be tough. Oh, he's going the long way around the outside. It's going to work as well. And the Porsche spins into the R8G car, comes back out in front.
Yeah, I'm not. Again, it was the Porsche commander that lost control there into the R8G. I'm pretty sure Yovski might feel a little bit irritated by that, but he's still got an opportunity straight away.
Okay, I mean, and that's how on the edge, how extremely on the limit these cars are as these drivers get to the end of the fuel, the end of the race, the end of the time. There is Redline leading in the GTE class. So Kevin Siggy, our poleman, with 1 more to go. Okay, here we go. Battle for third. This is where the action is going to be in the final lap, isn't it? It is the battle for third. Mac Backham and Erhan Yovski. What can Yovski do here?
It seems like a Porsche commander. I noticed it in qualifying. It's quick on the straight, so it's about what RAG can do in this section.
Oh,
wow!
He's all over the Porsche. He's got much more of something. Either get up and go, or grip, or both.
He's super fast right now. Also, this is, again, Mac Backham, not an rFactor 2 specialist, against one of the very best, a 2-time GT Pro champion, all over the rear end. You can see up there, instant between 23 and 8 has been noted, which is fair enough. That was down into the bus stop. But here comes the race leader, James Baldwin, up towards the final chicane.
Yeah, James Baldwin is going to take the checkered flag with Bonner House. And Graham Carroll, he will win this for AMG Team Petronas Esports. They have managed to combine speed and frugal fuel mileage to take a convincing victory. The #1 Team Redline car will be in second place in about another 3 or 4 seconds. And Redline missing out on a double win, but they lead in GT. And then for third place, this is the final roll of the dice for Johan Jajowski. He's going to take it, isn't he? It's going to be a drag race to the line. He's going to win this. He's going to make sure that the Porsche does not get back beside him, and he just wrestles his way past Mac Backham. And that's drama on the final lap.
Is that Panis?
Is that Panis? I think it is. I think you're right.
I think it is the Panis car. Florian Lebigra behind the wheel at the moment, down 12th spot. I still finishing 12th, by the way. I've got to say that was a feisty bit of racing between the two of them, but it was great stuff. Here comes Siggy.
Yeah, it's been a very, very impressive performance from start to finish by BMW Team Redline. Is he going to allow himself a little smirk?
No.
No, just another lap. Yeah, there you go.
Finally.
So, delayed reaction there. So thumbs up from Kevin Siggy. Well done. Congratulations to BMW Team Redline. They claim GT victory. It was Panis that was off on the final lap. Kevin Siggy, the winner. And it looks like ProDrive will take second place. ProDrive Fire Esports. And the 77 Proton Coanda Porsche will be in third place.
Which, to be fair, great drive from them. Maybe not the drive they wanted, but still was a very, very solid attempt from them. But when it comes to the race winners, kind of counter to how between each of them, the GTE BMW Team Redline, totally dominant all day, even though the Proton Coanda did lead a lot. This car here did lead a lot of laps, but that BMW Team Redline was always the one on top. In the LMP category, it was a bit more sort of like a last-minute switch. We never really knew which way it was going, and then suddenly it was like, oh, by the way, it's a 63. And you're like, oh, hang on a sec, wait, what? Really?
Well, they were never far out of range, were they? And Team Redline as well, the #1 car, was always sort of in there as a real threat. And both of them had chances to lead when the pit stops started to become more and more out of sync with the Porsche duo. But I think Coanda Porsche really are now going to be sitting down and going, okay, how did we not find those 2 laps per stint that the other guys were getting? It's not like they're in a Porsche and the other guys are in a Ferrari or an Aston Martin or whatever else. They're in the same damn car with the same fuel tank and the same engine and the same maps and the same tyres and the same everything. How could they have done it? And that's going to be the question that they have to answer, not just before Sebring. It'll be less of a factor there. But if they go to Le Mans 2 laps shy per stint, then don't go to Le Mans. Yeah. Just don't bother.
It's going to be a big deal.
It ain't going to happen for you.
They need to, this is the thing, is that they need to learn from it each time. We've got to remember that, Redline and Burstnwell, they're all very experienced in this category. Porsche are learning. So that's just how it goes.
So it's been a busy race and a few little technical dramas for a few of the teams and for ourselves as well. But as ever, Spa-Francorchamps developed into a fascinating contest. And as so often here, it's a combination of speed, guts, determination, and somehow fuel economy as well. LMP all made it safely through the first corner and the first lap. GTE not so much. BS and Team Project One coming together in Rédillon for the first time. Luckily, nobody else involved. And BS, well, their race got not much better as it progressed. There was a little tweet about 2 hours in with the car on the grid saying that's about as good as our day's got so far. Contact there. Straight on at Eau Rouge. Not always a great move, and unfortunately a disconnect there didn't help. The D station, Aston Martin just avoiding major contact with the Simsa Esport Ferrari. And again, so much in traffic is down to how you find the gaps, how they open up for you, and how convenient traffic is. It doesn't always play your way. Even Max Verstappen got hooked up around the Ferrari there at Rédillon, and luckily the #1 car got away without any kind of major damage. And you saw how close that was as he came back onto the track with an approaching rival in the prototype class. Plenty of battling, between the prototypes and the GTEs. GTEs are not as easy to pass as prototype drivers often think they should be. The speed of these cars, particularly around a high-speed circuit like Spa, absolutely phenomenal. 77 Proton competition Porsche, always running towards the front of the field. The best of the Ferraris, the 51 car. Ferrari able to use a different tyre strategy to their GT rivals, but the soft tyre option didn't really work for Alpine in LMP. Cars on mediums had the better of the rub. Battles for position at the bus stop. Go the long way around the outside, doesn't always work. 888 ending up turning around one of their rivals. And there was lots more as the race continued. Mexico racing team again in trouble and more collateral damage. Finding a car moving in front of you at the top of the hill, nobody's idea of fun. That late race incident for the number 2 red line car probably not helping their pace to the checkered flag. And again towards the end, Alpine and Panis, 2 very French teams coming to blows. Panis not completing the final lap. And that may well have been the incident off camera that we didn't see. Last but one lap of the race, and Mac Backham in 23 desperately trying to hang on, turned both cars around, then to the checkered flag. Erhan Yayovsky decided that he had had enough of it, and the battle for third went his way. Team Redline claiming victory in GTE as the 63 AMG Team Petronas car claimed overall victory. So 63, number 1 Team Redline, and then Erhan Yayovsky for R8G. Not maybe the podium that you would have put your name to after qualifying, but again with a dozen potential winners, maybe 20 potential podium finishers in this field, it's really hard to pick a favourite. I don't know how you go about it any more than you do probably in the real world.
I mean, the GTE coming into this, I'll come into this, I'll say, I was pretty confident it was going to be the BMW Team Redline, and it was always kind of like leaning on them to be the victor. But the LMP, that was the one where it was a much bigger, much more open, much more like crazy. I didn't know which way it was going to go. That's great. You know, I was coming into this leaning maybe more on the number 1 or potentially even the number 4. Now I find a bit of an issue through the day. The 63, I didn't think was really going to be even on the podium. I knew they can challenge for top 5. They can challenge for a podium. They can challenge for a race victory. It's not a shock to anyone, but still it's the way they've gone about doing it. They've got 3 quality drivers, and I mean, they just put on a great show, flew under the radar a little bit, and caught everyone napping.
Well, they clearly realised what they had, and Porsche Commander set their stall out by their pace, and then they figured, okay, nobody's going to do more on fuel than we are. But AMG Petronas knew different, and you know, and that's a big difference. Okay, so that's the way it finished for the Spa 6 hours. Let's take a look at the official classified pools check, with it being 5 minutes past 6 on a Saturday afternoon. AMG Team Petronas Esports victorious from Team Redline R8G. Porsche Coanda 4th and 5th in the end, a race that promised more than that, but it was very tight for that final podium spot. Mac Backham and Erhan Yayovsky. Yayovsky being turned around in a penultimate lap, had enough and claimed that at the end. AMG Teams Williams in 6th position. So it's been a pretty decent day at the office for AMG in one shape and another. And problems towards the tail of the field for the Brabham team. And there were a few disconnects. In GTE, BMW Team Redline started on pole, won the race. Very straightforward, obviously. ProDrive Fire taking a great 2nd place. 77 Proton Coanda. They really work hard to keep themselves in the frame. SF Velas, the best of the Ferraris, and not that far away either. Mahler had a bit of an up and down race. So did Oracle Red Bull. But there you go. That is the final classified finishing order. A race that promised much for Satellite, and in the end developed very little. Now, we also have championship points, so let's take a look at how that works out. Number 1 team Redline by, what's that?
14.
Thank you. I can't do subtraction.
Sorry.
From the number 4 car, and the 63 car now with, 29 points. So they're coming up late on the rails, but again, with the bonus points from Le Mans, if they are going to win the championship, they need to win that. I mean, everybody wants to win Le Mans anyway, so that's neither here nor there. That's the way you want to do it. In the GTE category, well, again, another stellar performance from BMW Team Redline will really go a long way to helping them. Oracle Red Bull in second in the championship. SF Velas again, they've been very strong all season long, and they remain in third place overall in the GTE championship. So that's really where we've got to, and we're going to round out our broadcast at this stage. We will talk to our winning drivers. They will be on the socials very shortly. So until the next time I see you, which will be in January, from me it's goodbye. But Lewis and Chris and Ben Constanduros will be back with the rest of the Motorsport Games TV crew in a month's time for the 1,000 miles of Sebring. It should be absolutely spectacular. I'm sorry to miss it. Don't you dare do the same. Until the next time, from all of us here, bye for now.